Gunnolf. The rough wooden bar Gunnolf sat at was covered in old mead and scraps of food. It was once his favourite tavern. He tried to remember what he actually used to like about it, and when it had changed. It had turned from a nice, quiet place, where a lowlife like him could get some work, to a place filled with young, rich wizards from the White Palace. Self-entitled little snobs who acted like they owned the city, and indeed did as far as he could see. They sat in the best seats, spoke loudly, laughed louder, and generally made him angry. It was probably when they started to sell wine. That was surely it. The Four Cups had always been his kind of rough. It was near the docks, so was normally filled with fishermen, smugglers, sailors, and sellswords like him. It was small, had rough wooden floors, rough people, and smelled either of stale booze, stale breath, or stale food. It had been perfect. Now it was ruined. He used to get work as a bodyguard for the traders walking home at the end of the night, or a well-tipped minstrel aiming to keep his life and gold, but not much anymore. He was far from the most dangerous thing in the city now. In the past, people would look at him in fear. Now they were the scary ones, the pimple-faced young lads with stick arms and less muscle than a teenage girl. Not that they'd take a job for a few gold, when they could just trick your eyes while giving you copper. Gunnolf just shook his head as something collided with the clay mug in his hand, which half spilled. A gale of laughter accompanied the not very accidental knock to his well-muscled arm. He turned from his stool and stood up. He was tall and looked like what he was. A person who got paid to fight and kill people. He was a Carthian in Fredonia, and they could all tell. He was a good half a foot taller than most of the locals, and was muscled from using a mace for years. Besides, he had a big scar down his face from a knife fight, which he'd won. It looked awful, but helped business. It ran from his forehead, down one side of his face, through his eyebrow and to his cheek. He'd been lucky to keep the eye. It was hideous, and no one could look away from it when he spoke to them. He wasn't the sort to find a wife or charm the girls, and he'd been average-looking before, but the scar had changed him, made him certain he was born for a bloody life. No one could love that, but it did help him get jobs. Though the guards all knew him. He looked at the little shit who had knocked his drink. The lad stood leering drunkenly and smiled at him. Long white robe, same as his 4 or 5 mates, all around 17 but no more. Skinny, ugly face and a wisp of hair on his chin. That was supposed to be a beard. Perfect teeth, and his robe was so clean it shone bright. Gunnolf's own shirt was now covered in mead, the closest it had come to a wash in weeks. He hadn't had a decent job in that long. Gunnolf looked at the young mage's sneering face. Rich, so rich. He looked down at the boy's boots, handcrafted leather, silver buckles, and pointed at the end. On his hands, 3 fine rings, 2 diamonds set in gold, and a red ruby in silver. Gunnolf knew they were for curses or magic spells. They all had them, and they cost more than a horse or a year's wages. He looked at the boy who stared back. Clearly no apology coming.
What? Ugly? Want me to say sorry?
Gunnolf knew the type. The boy was spoiling for a fight. That's why they came to his side of the river. They could do whatever they wanted, and no one did shit about it. Not only were they strong in magic, they were rich as sin. Magic passed through the bloodline mostly, and all the magic families were like nobility. They just shouldn't be in a place like this. They belonged on the other side of the river, where the streets smelled of shit that came from horses, not people. They had places they could go and be around their own kind, but they liked to slum it and make life harder for people like him. Commons, with no magic. What skinny rat didn't want to square off against him and prove themselves? The scar was bad for that. He looked again at the wizard boy, his drunk, noble face. He knew he'd be fast enough to get his dagger into the lad, but his friends would finish Gunnolf off. He'd had seen a few fights between local thieves and tough guys against a wizard. There were different schools of magic, but they were all dangerous. He'd seen a guy draw a sword against one, and the wizard simply held out his hand. A fucking ball of fire leapt from it. The man was caught in the blaze, his clothes and skin alight in moments, and he took a good few minutes to die. He rolled around on the cobblestone street, burning and screaming, crying like a child. His friend ran in to stab his mate, put him out of his misery, give him some peace, but the wizard just pointed his hands at him and watched the blazing man burn. Not even the passing city guard did anything, just dragged the charred body away once it was over. No charges, no follow-up. Who would stand as a witness against them? Nothing, Gunnolf said, and sat back down. He ordered another drink and sat fuming, angry with himself. He had to leave this shithole before he ended up dead. It was one thing to fight for a living. He drew a blade, the other man did too, and he knew the one who had the best training or was most vicious would win. Even if the other guy looked more skilled, his huge mace normally smashed most swords blunt after a few blocks. These little fucks would kill him with a few words, or more likely use those words to get a pack of dogs to eat him, then shit him all over the street. Thus would end the noble tale of Gunnolf. White robes, they were called. All of them were too young, too rich, and too spoiled. He had heard it said they started their training at about the age of 6, so by 18, when they were men, they knew a lot. Curses, flames, and pain, control. They could actually turn iron into gold, which made him think gold should be worthless, but somehow it wasn't because everyone else had to earn it. The only magic normal people like him could use was enchanted items. Objects with magic in them, like swords that set on fire or mugs that always stayed cold. The wizards made a lot of money selling items like that, and they were banned from the gambling dens, but got in anyway. Gunnolf drained the rest of his new mead in one single quaff, and then stood to leave. He swayed slightly, and then looked to his feet. His mace was gone. It was about the only thing of value he owned, but it was heavy and he didn't like it hanging off his hip all night, so he set it down at his feet. He looked up, and sure enough, it sat on the table of his wizard friends. Gunnolf thought about it, and then thought, fuck it, tonight's as good a night as any to die. He was 31 and that was old for a sellsword. He barely slept, too many dead faces to haunt his dreams, and he had about 2 gold to his name. He wasn't letting anyone take his mace. He walked up to the table and looked at the 5 smug white robes. His mace was in front of the one who had spilled his drink. It sat on the table, and he was touching it. "That's mine," Gunnolf said with a bit of a slur.
Indeed, a fine weapon, if old. I thought you wouldn't leave without it. So are you ready to be a man?
This was all said by a young mage who looked like a weak-chinned girl, but an ugly one. Without their magic they'd be nothing, but they had it, so they got everything. "Sure, let's get to it, but I want to use the mace." The boy laughed.
Fine.
Gunnolf took the mace back. It was heavy, with a steel-plated handle, and an iron head that was sharpened on 4 sides. It was a one-hander, but had a long handle, so it could be 2-handed when he needed a little extra power. He kept it sharp and loved it. It had saved his life many times. It was a damned good weapon against a rapier or noble's thin blade. The bartender yelled out,
"You boys use magic and you're not welcome back. He's a regular."
The mage laughed.
Aren't you lucky? Okay, that is fine.
He stood and walked out the front door of the tavern, as did all his friends. Gunnolf followed them, and a decent crowd of people filed out after him to watch him die. The night was a pleasant one. The moon was high in the sky and it was fairly warm. Gunnolf stood on the cobbles across from the rough ring of mages and the now gathering crowd. He let the mace swing and stretched his muscles. He was the right amount of drunk for a fight, enough to not feel pain as much and be a bit fearless, but still able to move with some speed. Gunnolf knelt down on the cobbles and held his mace high. "Dear Lord Helvan, bless my mace and let it smash my foe down in your name." The boy laughed at him.
You Carthians, your gods are too far away to help.
The mage stood across from him.
So, no magic means I can't fight.
He looked around and saw someone passing by, trying not to see what was clearly a fight about to occur. The mage grabbed the man, a city guard off duty and walking home. He looked him in the eyes.
Sir, would you kill this man for me?
The guard looked at Gunnolf, who saw the confusion on his face. Then the boy starting muttering under his breath, a spell. The look on the guard's face changed, and he simply drew his short sword and lunged at Gunnolf. The thrust was straight, hard, and almost finished him. Gunnolf leapt to the side in time to avoid it, but felt the metal on his skin. It ripped through his shirt, and the guard pulled back and slashed again. Gunnolf blocked it with the mace head and struck back. The guard was fast and parried it. They traded blows again and again, but he used a mace for a reason. The guard's sword was getting battered and blunt. Gunnolf looked at him. He knew he was stronger as well. The guard slashed again, and Gunnolf hit with his mace as hard as he could. It crashed into the sword blade and forced the guard back. He smashed the mace down at the guard again and again, and the sword got knocked away. It flew out of his hand and fell to the cobbles. Gunnolf raised his elbow, smashing the guard in the face as hard as he could. He flew back and landed hard to the cobblestones, blood running down his face. "Stay down! You're under magical control. I don't want to kill you." The mage laughed as he drew a dagger from behind him and passed it to the guard.
I said kill him.
The guard grabbed the dagger and leapt fully at Gunnolf, blade in hand. He hit Gunnolf hard, knocking him to the ground. Gunnolf dropped his mace as he fell, but managed to get his hands up to the hands that held the dagger. He was holding the blade inches away from his throat. He looked in the guard's eyes. He'd fought to the death before and never seen a face like this. He was so calm. No rage, no anything, but just pushing the dagger down, harder and harder. Blood dripped down his face, 2 teeth were broken, but he didn't seem to notice or care. The guard kneed Gunnolf in the stomach, and he felt the dagger cutting his neck. He was losing strength in his arms, and had to be fast. He let go with one hand and held the dagger with the other. He hit the guard as hard as he could in the face with his free hand. He saw his massive fist hit the man. It broke more teeth, but nothing. The guard just grinned.
You'll die.
The mage was still muttering some shit, making the man fight. Gunnolf felt his grip slipping and reached to the side. His mace lay in the street, and he grabbed it with his free hand. He gripped it near the head and smashed it into the guard's skull. He heard the crack, but the guard kept trying to stab him. Blood poured down the side of his face as Gunnolf smashed the mace into his head again and again. The guard finally died, collapsing onto him, half his head caved in. It was an awful death. The mage just shrugged.
Oh well. Next time, tavern scum, you won't be so lucky. See you soon.
He turned and walked back to the tavern with his friends, handing one of them a pouch of coins. Gunnolf shoved the guard off himself and stood on shaking feet. He looked at the guard's body. His skull was caved in, his head was cracked open, and brains were showing. It was pretty rough even for him. He'd cracked a lot of skulls but never let himself go crazy with it. The guard had only stopped when his body was dead. The gathered crowd stared at the corpse. Some seemed sad. None spoke or looked much at him. A city guard. Try explaining that. He'd be hung for this, and they seemed to know it. He shoved through a gap in the watchers and walked as calmly as he could up the street. After some distance, he stopped and crouched against a wall. He looked at his mace. It was filthy. He found its cleaning rag in his pocket and started to wipe off the bits of blood and skull that were plastered on it. He hated wizards.
Mina. She'd always been an odd child. Ever since she was young, she'd always preferred her own company to that of anyone else. She had a fairly simple, boring life, the same every day. Her parents were farmers, and she knew by the age of 12 she was a different to them. She also knew she had to hide it, though, especially from her mother. Mina knew her family had its troubles, though they had their own farm, 18 cows, and their own slaves. But once they were a lot more than this. It was what their family had once had, that she always had to hear about. Once they had owned the vast estate that contained many farms, including theirs, not in her or her mother's lifetime, but long ago. Now, Mina helped around the farm and went once a week to the market to sell vegetables and bottles of milk to the nearby families. She could look across the paddock and see it. The house her family used to own, up until around 100 years ago. It still made her parents angry, though they had a lot more than Mina's friends. It was a large mansion, or manor house, quite vast in size. With a few columns, it sat on the hilltop so the master could survey his workers, toiling and making him rich. Mina didn't really understand it, but her mother said it was stolen from them because they had no magic. No one in her family did, but her mother told her that 100 years ago, they had. Mina hadn't known it could be lost. They tested her a lot, made her try light fires with her mind, test whether she knew what was on a card she couldn't see. But she was just a girl who sometimes saw things that weren't real. She had imaginary friends, that was all. She ran from the farm and climbed over the strong wooden fence at the side. She didn't really have chores except for market at the weekend, as the family's 2 slaves did most of the actual work, yet not trusted with the coin and freedom. She went up the paddock and into a small oak woods beyond. Her people used to have a tradition of burying their dead with an acorn in their mouths so a tree would grow from them. She thought it was a lot nicer than burning them, which they did now. Thus, this small forest of 25 or so trees was her old family. She'd been climbing them and exploring since she was little. They always spoke to her. It was her secret place. Her favorite tree was the grandfather tree. As she walked up to it, she looked. It was a proud and tall oak, a good 100 years old. She read what it said on the plaque, though by now she knew it off by heart. It said, Sir Henry Grenfell, died aged 93. That was young for a wizard, as he had been. There was a carving of his face, not in the wood but on a piece of marble, and he looked around her father's age. Mina went to the tree and touched the trunk, and as she did, a black shape slowly emerged. She'd seen it a lot, and it didn't scare her anymore. It formed into an opaque cloud, and then slowly grew solid, until it looked just like her great-grandfather. She just called him grandfather for the ease of it, and she'd never met the other one.
Hello, Mina. Back again.
Indeed. I've been thinking, and it's a yes. His question was the same question he'd asked her when she was 6 and didn't understand. Now she did. He wanted to join with her. If she let him inside of her, as a trade, she'd get the magic. She knew he said he just wanted to touch things again. He'd been trapped inside his tree for 100 years and wanted a life, or a sort of life again.
Good girl, but hide it from your mother. You will be in control, not me. I will be no more than a passenger in your mind.
Can we still talk? She often felt he was her only friend. He was always there for her. Apart from her lessons with Grenda the female slave, she was here with him.
I'm sorry. We won't. But I'll be in you and see your life, and be happy for you. I want my family to get back what I had. I want you to take it back.
I'm not going to hurt them. He was more angry than her mother. He always spoke of burning down the manor house and the people in it. That was why she was scared to let him inside of her. But she didn't have a choice. Not anymore. Okay, what do I do?
It's easy. Just close your eyes and say you let me in. That you will share your life with me.
Mina knelt down on the grass. She was scared, but she had to. Her mother was getting sick. She knew the signs, the coughing that went on and on. They had no money for a wizard to heal her, so Mina would become one. Then she could heal her mother, and life would be better. She could do things in secret to make it better. Make the sick cows better. Make gold out of iron and let her father find it. I accept you to share my life. As she knelt with her eyes closed, she saw nothing, but felt it hit her. She felt the rush of power filling her small body as it entered her and joined with her. She felt a connection with the world she'd never felt before. A power bubbled up inside her and wanted to be let out, yet right now she didn't know how to unlock it. She opened her eyes, but he was gone. She stood, feeling strong, and ran to the edge of the trees and toward home. It didn't try control her. She was safe. It was as he had promised, just power that was now hers to use. She passed the forest and looked up the hills to the manor house. She scowled at it. Why did they get that house and not her family? She should burn it down. That would show them.
Gunnolf. Gunnolf sat in Skinner's front room. Skinner was his only true friend, a thief, a rat-faced, skinny Fredonian, but he was funny, loyal, and useful. He had a wife, Jenny, and she prepared them some bread and oil as they planned the week's work. They sat at the rough wooden table, and as she put the bread down, Gunnolf ripped into it and dipped it in the oil. It was one of their favourite meals. Skinner and Jenny lived in a pleasant apartment, which had once been one rich guy's 4-floor house. Now they lived on just 1 floor, but it was a big space and had a separate bathroom, bedrooms, and kitchen. Gunnolf and Skinner were in different lines of work, but Skinner always heard the rumours and knew about the jobs, who wanted who killed, and for how much. He wasn't a cutthroat like Gunnolf, but that was because he believed in a place called Hell or something, and you went there if you killed people. He still stole a lot of stuff, but he seemed to think that was okay. Gunnolf finally had some work to do. It had been a very dry month, but people always needed killing.
So I heard a rumor. Some big Carthian with a scarred face killed a city guard, smashed his skull in with a mace. You know anyone like that?
It wasn't my fault. Some wizards made him try to kill me. It was bizarre. He really wouldn't stop. He was like a madman.
Bloody wizards! I wish they would just stay on their side of the river. They're so bad for business.
Why?
I went to a lot of effort and stole a whole bunch of their books, thinking they were worth a good few gold. But no, I can't sell them. No one will buy them.
Poor you. I had to kill a man.
For free? What a shame. Now to jobs. I've got 3 leads. One's really good, and perfect timing.
What are they? Lowest to highest? He never used to be like this. He'd started as a poor man's bodyguard, but now he was what they hired guards to stop. It had been an easy descent into this kind of work, and it really suited him. He worked 1 day a week or a month and drank the rest.
5 gold. Kill a man's wife. She's been cheating on him, or so he says.
Pass, Jenny spoke up.
What happens if you don't take it? It still gets done, right?
Of course. I'm hardly the only thug in the city. It'll get done, sadly for her.
Why don't you take the money, give it to her, and then just tell her to leave the city?
He shook his head. She was too good for them. Fine, I will, but I'm keeping some. Next.
10 gold. Ship's captain won't pay his men. Kill him, loot the pay, and give it to the men.
That's a good one. I guess a captain would have a nice sword too. With underpaying jobs like that, you normally got first pick of looting the body. I'll take that one for sure. Oh, I have one for you.
Really? It's about time. What is it?
That barmaid at the 4 Cups. She's selling Carthian firewater on the sly. I overheard her say she had it stored near the water in one of the fishermen's huts.
Which one?
I guess the one with all the sailors going in and out.
Okay, thanks. I'll find it. Now the last one is stupid, a joke, but you might like it given what you just told me.
What?
50 gold. You could take a year off.
And the target is what? The king? A duke?
A wizard?
Gunnolf. Gunnolf, had a busy night planned. He was going to take 2 jobs. The non-job of taking some guy's money to warn his wife to run, and the ship's captain, which would be a real fight. Then he would hear about the 3rd. He sat once again in the 4 cups, and was glad his wizard friends weren't there. He still did business here, as did others of his ilk. He sat at the now polished bench, and had a mead in a tall clay mug. The bartender, a man called Samuel, was a skinny, crooked Fridonian, but had sort of saved Gunnolf's ass.
So, you got your mace back. Was it worth it?
He passed Gunnolf a free drink. The fight still gave Gunnolf nightmares and added a lot to his personal dislike of himself. He saw the guard's face over and over. Killing someone under mind control was far from fine. Still, he knew it had come close to being him dead on the cobbles. Sure, what do I care? He had to project what was called an image. It was good for the customers, or so Skinner told him.
Okay, killer, but watch yourself. They're far from done with you, and you're also now a wanted man. I saw a poster in the square of a scarred bloke that could be you.
Great, now he was wanted. Clearly what he'd done was illegal, but the people to stop you were city guards, and they only really stopped what they saw. Besides, every city guard on this side of the river was a drunk, and earned more in bribes than pay from the job. Still, if you got a poster, every prick would be aiming to turn you in. He was one of a minority, being a Carthian in the city, and the only one who looked like he'd lost that knife fight. How much?
4 gold. So be careful. Few more and I'll be tempted.
He laughed. His life was going to get a lot more complex now. Plenty of people hated him, and plenty of his friends, like Samuel, liked him less than 10 gold in their pockets. He waited for a few minutes until a flush-faced man came in. He saw Gunnolf and went straight to him. He was a bit older than Gunnolf had thought he'd be. About 40, fat, and mean-looking. He was covered in flour and had a white apron, a baker it seemed. His knuckles were all red and bleeding a bit. He'd been punching something, or more likely someone. Gunnolf took him by the arm and led him to a booth, where the man sat across from him.
So you're him. You'll do it.
Of course, just tell me where and when. The man looked relieved. He handed Gunnolf the 5 gold pieces. Gunnolf held them in his hand and looked at them. Gold coins here were supposed to be uniform, given that the Fridonians had a royal minter. They were small, like his thumbnail, but quite thick. They were meant to weigh the same, but often didn't. They were also meant to be round, which these were not. They got shaved a lot. Gunnolf looked at the man. He seemed scared, like a trick hadn't worked. 2 more. This one's almost a half. The man smiled like he'd been caught in a playful ruse, but gave him 2 more coins.
She'll be at home. I can give you the directions. I want it to look like a robbery, but don't take too much stuff. I'm not rich. She's called Rebecca and has blonde hair.
The man didn't seem upset. He wasn't giving off a wronged party sense. Gunnolf had seen a lot of cuckolds, and they tended to take matters into their own angry hands. They sat at the bar drinking, muttering, working themselves up to do something. This man seemed like it was just a plan he was nervous about. She cheat on you.
With my brother. I'll give you the address. Will you do it now?
That's what we agreed. Just stay gone for a few hours. Come back ready to be shocked. The man smiled at him. He had already prepared the directions. Gunnolf took them and left the tavern. It was already nightfall, and he looked at the bit of paper. It was hard to see. He walked to a gas lamp and held it up. He could read Carthian, and though this was a Fridonian address, it was easy enough to figure out. It was a house on this side of the river, but nice enough, on a street named Duke. He walked through the cobbled streets, and soon enough he found it. Gunnolf saw that it was a small house of wood, painted so it was bluish, and it stood in a row of others. It had a nice little wooden fence, and a yard filled with vegetables and herbs. If his wife did all of this, he was a fool. The fat slob probably got her because of his money, clearly not his looks or charm. Gunnolf opened the small gate and walked up to the door. It even had a metal knocker. He ignored it and rapped loudly on the blue-painted wood. He waited a moment, and then it was opened slowly, just part way. The woman who stood there was a good 10 years younger than the man. She was crying, or had been. Her eyes were puffy and red. She also had a few bruises on her face. Gunnolf just looked at her. She was too pretty for the man. He was glad he didn't have to kill her. I'm getting soft, he thought. She was looking at his scar, the mace, his way of knocking.
You going to kill me?
Seeming resigned to it. He paid me to. Just take this 5 and leave the city. He handed her 5 of the coins. He needed something for his troubles. Rebecca took them in her small, shaking white hands and tucked them away. She looked at him and smiled.
Thanks. If you wait a minute or two, I'll be gone. I've already packed. You can take what you like. He wants me gone. He has a new bitch woman, so do what you want to the place.
I was hoping you'd say that. He walked to the street and saw some lads hanging around. He handed one a silver coin, a lot for them. Go tell Skinner of Grace Street to come here and bring his wagon. The boy looked at the coin and ran off. Lads like that were good for tasks like this, and the city had plenty of them. He walked back to the door as Rebecca was walking out. She had a big leather bag over her shoulder. Where are you going?
I have a friend on High Street.
If you wait until my friend comes, I'll walk you. She had a lot of shit and was like a walking target. Besides, she was pretty enough to get bundled into a wagon and never be seen by normal, non-paying people again.
You sure you're a paid killer? You're quite nice.
She laughed sadly, but she sat down to wait. I'm going to rob your house. How nice it that?
Not my house anymore, his house.
They waited in silence for a good stretch, and then an old wagon appeared, pulling up to the gate. Skinner sat at the front, and 2 big men jumped down from the back. Skinner then jumped down and looked around for the guards. He opened the gate and left it swinging as he walked up to Gunnolf. House is open. Help yourself. Skinner clapped his hands together and grinned.
Thanks, partner.
Okay, Rebecca, where to? I have people to kill.
Mina. For the next few months, Mina had a strange time. She felt torn and ripped. Her mother was getting sicker and sicker, and while Mina knew she had power in her, she had no way to use it. Her mother had always said that if Mina had magic, they'd be rich, but she had no idea how. She had spent some time trying to use what she felt in her. She had sat in her room, holding out her hands and yelling, "Fire! Flame!" and all sorts. But nothing had happened. She was somehow disconnected from him, her grandfather. She knew wizards said words in another language to make the magic work. Maybe she needed to know them too. Mina walked down the stairs. It was nighttime, and she had woken up from a dream. Sometimes her dreams told her what she should do, and tonight was one of those nights. She was barefooted and went out of the house, through the unlocked door. She felt the cold air on her skin, and the moon shone down brightly, showing the way. She looked up the hill, saw the manor house, and started to walk up the dark field towards it. She knew the family that owned it now. The Randalls, they were called, mages all. She'd had a dream about grandfather. He was in the library, a vast room filled with magic books. She knew it was still there. The Randalls had been glad to take a mage's home. If she could get in there, she could find the right words and unlock her power. Mina walked up the field through the wet grass. It was getting colder, yet the house grew near. It was very dark, and she walked to the back of it. There was a large door, and she went to it. It had a handle, which she pulled down. The door opened up, and she simply walked inside. She knew she'd get in trouble if they found her, but they'd just assume she was here to steal. She could claim hunger. Mina was guided by her dream and walked up the hall. She didn't know if her mother had ever seen inside. She'd be sick with jealousy if she knew Mina had. The floors were nice, polished wood. The walls held paintings and candles in holders, and it was lovely and warm. It was the kind of house you had when you had magic and gold to hire staff and buy slaves to keep it nice. Mina walked onwards and soon found the library. She saw the door was open and no one was in there. They were all asleep and were rarely here. She went to a shelf and looked. She felt a ring of hope. It was full of books. She read the titles, and they were all about magic and the power she needed. She looked through, and finding one that was titled Making Gold is Hard Work, she took it down. She started to read it, and though was filled with words she didn't know, she saw one repeated again and again. Kanger. Mina went to a desk and saw someone had been practicing. There was a bar of iron on the desk. She was jealous then, as she imagined sitting with her father or grandfather in the flesh and learning to use her magic, to be taught properly. Mina picked up the bar. It was cold in her hand, and she imagined it being gold. "Kanger," she said, over and over again. Nothing happened. She looked at the iron, but it was just iron. Behind her she heard a creak. Mina turned quickly and looked. It was a boy her age, and he was looking at her. He was strange to her eye. He had bedclothes, slippers, sandy hair, and a candle in a holder. It was all so much. She'd never get slippers.
It takes a lot more than one word.
He was a little rich lord, and she got mad. They taught him. He knew about this, but she didn't.
You a mage? A girl?
Mina put the book under her arm. "I'll leave." She wasn't leaving that book. It could help them so much.
Who are you?
As he said it, he was muttering those words. She felt it dig into her mind. He was searching and trying to find out about her. "Stop it!" she yelled, and something happened. She felt a connection with her power, and a force came out of her and shoved him aside. The boy toppled to the floor, hit by the force like an unseen hand, and she ran out of the room clutching the book to her chest. She went running to the back door, but when she grabbed the handle, it was now locked. She pushed it, but it was locked tight. "Strength!" she screamed, and shoving the handle, she forced it down. She heard a crack as the metal inside snapped. Mina opened the door and went to run out. The boy was there. He grabbed her shoulder and she turned and shoved him. He went flying through the hallway, back a good meter. He looked up, seemingly scared.
Give it back. Father will know.
Mina didn't need their words. She tossed the book at him. She had her own words. That's what tonight was about. She had to learn that. "Don't tell!" Mina ran out of the house and down the field. She felt a freedom and connection she hadn't felt before. She wasn't going to make them gold and make them rich. She'd keep her head down and wait until she was old enough, then escape.
Gunnolf! Gunnolf stood at the docks. The sun had set, and he looked at the ships that were moored to the large pier. Fredonia had a very large port. It was essentially a massive island, but it was very rich because of its proud tradition of having wizards run the place and making obscene amounts of money. They had a king, but he was the king of the land to the east, and only had some lords running this place. The ship was one Gunnolf had come to know. It was a trading vessel, fairly big, 3 sails, 1 large room at the end for the captain, and 1 level for the men. It held around 40 crew, and had barrels of stuff on the deck. Gunnolf walked up to the gangway. He was faced by a young man with massive arms and a rough look. He seemed northern.
You here to sort our problem?
In pretty poor and broken Fredonian. Gunnolf looked at the man and then the crew standing behind him. They seemed very pissed off and a bit drunk. They had been ashore 3 days, he'd heard, and no wages. He was surprised they could afford to drink. There weren't 40 of them, more like 16 or so. He looked at their faces. All of them were Northmen, but not all the crew would have been. The others must have left, Gunnolf just shrugged. Guess so. 10 gold.
Take it from the wages. They are in his desk, under lock and key. We had a few crew who didn't make it back.
Gunnolf had never had a job like this. They were all watching him and just waiting. There were a lot of them. Why doesn't one of you just do it?
We're sailors, friend. It's bad luck to murder your captain, and we don't want the notice from the guards.
Gunnolf shook his head. Carthians wouldn't feel that way. He walked past the waiting and watching men and up the deck. The entrance to the captain's quarters was quite nice. He opened the unlocked door and went in. It was warm inside. The captain was sitting at a table. He had a dagger in his hand and looked up as Gunnolf entered, as if ready to leap up and fight. He wasn't at all what Gunnolf had been expecting. He was 60 if he was a day, short grey hair, Carthian as well, and dressed like a hard-bitten sailor, not a rich merchant. Gunnolf could tell his own people because of their colour. Carthians were from the furnace, as they said, and looked tanned all the time. These Fredonians were called snowdrops, where he came from, same for the northern ones. The captain stood up and spoke in Carthian, which was nice. Fredonian was a flowery shit language, for flowery shit people.
So, they hired someone, did they? The cowards? You here to kill me?
Unless you want to give me the wages they are owed. The man shook his head and then laughed.
Wages? What wages? I can't pay them money I don't have. We brought a haul of barrels and a load of cases of goods back from Carthage, but it's spoiled. Is it my fault they can't pack a barrel? My buyer won't buy rotten meat, so what do I do?
You told them?
Of course I've told them. Even gave a partial payment out of my own savings, but if they want to act like children, they can jump. I've told them to walk, but they won't leave. I knew you'd be coming.
Gunnolf looked at him and thought about his life. He'd been a good Carthian once, followed the teachings, wanted to bring glory to himself and nation, fought well. Now he just killed for money and not anyone special. Killing this man would bring him no renown from the gods, only shame. He was a good sort, a fellow Carthian, unlike these northern dogs who had hired Gunnolf. So no pay means they won't pay me either.
They want me dead? Then the mate is the captain. They have an eye on the ship, all North boys, so they probably want to try and take it home. Sorry, son, but I doubt they'll be planning on letting you leave. Let's get this done then. At least you're a Carthian, but I'm not going to stand and take it.
As he stepped out from behind the table, Gunnolf saw on his old bare arm a faded legion tattoo. The captain looked at his own arm and asked,
Which legion you from, boy?
All Carthians did 4 years minimum in the army when they were 16, so it was a given he'd been in one. 27th.
At least that's something. Do yourself a favour. Don't let yourself get old. The gods won't notice me now. I've missed my chance. But it's not too late for you.
I like you, and it's not too late for you. I'm not killing you for free and don't really want to anyway. What is there, 15 of them? We could take them. You got a better weapon than that dagger. The old man laughed.
What, we just rush out and start swinging?
I'm sure we can get the gods to notice us, but I don't plan to die just yet. In my line I know people. Some are ready to die, some not. Those Northmen are cowards. We kill that mate and his second and the rest will run.
And if they don't?
I'd rather fight them with you by my side.
Well, it's a good deal for me. And if we survive, you can help yourself to their goods.
He went to his wardrobe and brought out a beautiful sword. It was a Carthian short sword meant for fighting in the shield wall, but well made for a captain or general. I'll lead, you just aim for the mate. Gunnolf undid his mace from his side and walked out of the door. He let it swing wide and looked. There were 20 at least. Now he counted properly. Most of them Northmen, so big, with their idiot long hair that was shit for fighting, but most were a little drunk. Some had daggers, and a few held bits of wood. It seemed like they thought that would be enough. Bloody savages. No respect.
You do it? We didn't hear nothing.
He was clearly the leader. Gunnolf saw some steel in his eyes for certain, but he was a talker. He had that, I love the sound of my own voice face.
You northern dogs have a choice. You all get off this ship and leave, or we kill you.
The man actually laughed, and then he looked around to see if the others laughed with him. Gunnolf yelled, "Now!" and stepped to the left. As he said it, the captain, who was right behind him, jumped forward with a beautiful lunge. He passed Gunnolf by a fraction, and the blade slid deep into the chest of the idiot as he was half turned. He pulled the blade out, and the man fell back. The assembled sailors actually cried out in shock. Gunnolf leapt forward as the body toppled down. He saw a man rush in with his dagger raised. Gunnolf's mace smashed down on his face as he swung the dagger wide like a fool. He was dead for sure, skull cracked. He hit the wooden deck hard. Gunnolf turned and swung the mace into another man, using his big arms to throw it into anyone who stood against him. He swung it wide and hit as many men as he could in a single blow, knocking them down like a scythe through grass, screaming like a madman as he hit them. He saw a few turn and run. He lowered the mace and stepped back. The captain had his blade ready and stood glowering next to Gunnolf.
Run, you dogs, or die.
He slashed at a man who held a bit of wood. Another man, also wielding a wooden weapon, ran at Gunnolf, a bit of wood with a nail in it. Truly. Gunnolf grabbed it in one hand and smashed the man's ribs with the mace. He was being nice with that. The man collapsed as a few ribs cracked, falling in pain to the deck, crying out in his dog tongue. They ran then, leaving the body of the mate and the other man. The rest lived. They took their friends and dragged them away, bloody and broken. The captain looked at him, catching his breath.
Want a drink?
Mina. By the age of 16, she had been hiding her powers for almost 4 years. It was easy, and made her small life a much better one. The boy was named Eric Randall. He was at school every day and night. He lived there, as they all did, but he came back 4 times a year and sought her out. They sat in the oak copse and talked of magic. He tested her and told her she was a natural, needing no words but her will alone. Her words had no power, she knew that now. But he was lonely, and she was a girl who talked to him. Her family was losing money. Her mother had gone from coughing at night to all the time, and now, blood. Her mother slept with her now. Mina never said, but she used magic to make her mother ease into sleep every night, though she thought she slept better because of the big window in Mina's room. Really, Mina would mutter the words of sleep to her mother, and then calm her dreams. She couldn't fix the sickness, though. She had tried as her mother lay asleep. She saw the darkness in her growing, but the words stop and heal did nothing. Her power knew what she wanted, but it needed to know how to do it. Finally, her parents decided to hire a white robe. Mina had given up on making gold, but now wished she'd kept at it.
It will cost 100 gold at least to get one here for a treatment.
She was a striking woman, about 40, once strong, but no more. She had long blonde hair, a once beautiful face. She was painfully skinny now. The evil rot in her had grown and grown. Mina felt it, like a creature, like a growing force that slowly devoured her body from the inside. Her father was a farmer. The only smart thing her mother ever did was marry him. He'd kept the farm going while she was sick and stared at the keep and drank tea. He was kind-hearted in a very practical way. He loved Mina, she assumed. He'd never told her or hugged her, but didn't yell at her or raise a hand, unlike her friends' fathers.
We'll have to sell a slave. Mina can work. I can do more.
They only had 2 slaves, and they were worth a lot. They were named Grenda and Wakani. One was a northern woman, and the other a dark-skinned man. She had grown up with them. They had come with the farm, Grenda was a teacher and Wakani a farmhand. He was 30, old for a slave, but strong, and he did a lot of work. He fixed everything, like fences and the house, fed the animals, and milked the 18 cows. Grenda taught her and did many chores in the morning. She baked and cooked a lot as well, washed all their clothes and made the beds. She did everything inside, and he did everything outside.
Who?
Her mother asked, not wanting to be a one-slave family or do any work, but dying.
Grenda, of course, she's worth more. A pretty North woman.
But what about Mina?
She lay on a couch and coughed blood into a cloth. Mina was there, but they talked like she wasn't there as they always did. She knew what he'd say, and she beat him to it. She saw her father's face. She was sad about it, but she was smart enough to know what she needed to do. She stepped forward. I've learned all I can from her. Now I'll learn some labor. Besides, I'd rather learn from you. She hugged her mother for the first time in years. Her mother hated her, she knew. No magic and another stomach to feed. Besides, she was jealous as well. Mina was pretty and not sick. Father went to town the next day in their wagon. Mina ran out the front of the house and looked at it as it left. Grenda sat in the back of the wagon. He'd put her slave collar back on her. The first time in years she'd worn it. She was around 30, also had blonde hair, and was crying. She looked up and waved. Mina hoped they'd sell her as a cook and teacher, not because of her pretty looks. She'd been sweet to Mina. Closing her eyes, Mina held out her hand. The wagon was a good few meters away, but she felt the connection to Grenda. She whispered, "Change," and pictured Grenda's looks changing. The guys made her a less pretty version of herself, bit older, tired, and fatter. It would give her a chance, at least for a few days, until she was sold, hopefully for the right reasons. Her father came back a few long hours later with the white robe. Mina was so excited to see him, a real wizard. That's what he did for a job. He had a little badge of gold on his chest to show he was a graduate of the school. He walked up to the door of the farmhouse and entered. Mina looked at him and was surprised. Her whole life she'd expected a wizard to be a great man, like her great-grandfather, solid, stern, but radiating a power from within. This one was about 20, no muscle. He was a tiny thing. She had almost the same build as he did. He spoke in a weak voice.
Take me to her.
He followed Mina as she led him to her mother, and she was shocked when she felt him searching in her mind. It was a feeling she knew. Eric tried it a lot, so she'd felt it before, and she knew what to do. You could stop it with magic, but that would show you to be a mage. Instead, you hid your thoughts behind others. It was a game he had always played with his classmates and had taught her. So she thought, he's cute, to hide her power, and was revolted. He smiled at her in a patronizing way. He was weak and horrid. Mina was sad beyond belief. They had sold Grenda for this. She knew she could save her mother if they would train her, but they wouldn't train women properly. The wizard went to her mother, who was lying on the couch. She was worse than ever, and coughed blood into a cloth. She didn't even open her eyes more than a crack. He knelt by her and held her hand. He closed his eyes and started to mutter to himself. Mina listened, but they were odd words from another language. He kept his eyes closed for a long while, then opened them.
It's a black mass in her lungs. I will stop it for what you have paid me for 2 years. It will be locked in a cage of magic.
Just fix it if you can. He laughed, and closing his eyes said a few words, then stood.
No. Find me again in 2 years. I'll fix it for 500.
He walked out of the house without saying another word. Mina slammed the front door after him. Her father was kneeling at her mother's side, and as she opened her eyes, she smiled. She did seem better.
Mina, I'm hungry. Will you make some dinner?
Gunnolf. He had a few drinks with the captain. Svensson was his name, and left him lying head down on the desk in his little cabin. The man had a nice supply of something called rum, which he'd picked up on his travels, and it was pretty good. It was a spicy brown drink, unlike anything he'd ever had, but strong. Gunnolf had 3 or 4 cups while talking with Svensson about Carthage, the Red Palace, and the army. He walked with a slight stagger out of the room. He'd been told again to help himself to the sailors' belongings, and intended to. He'd put his life on the line for nothing, and would have to talk to Skinner about taking jobs from idiots. He went down the narrow staircase as the ship rocked a little in the water of the port, and he looked around in the low light. He saw there were many hammocks and a row of chests at the foot of each. Small, but holding a man's life. Feeling like a thief, he knelt by the first and opened it up. A sailor's life was a hard one, yet they still owned more than him. He helped himself to 2 daggers, a metal compass, a map of Fredonia, and a leather bag. He loaded his stolen loot into it. He also found 4 gold coins and 6 silver, tucked into various things like boots and in the brim of a cap. As he searched, he passed over many little items of jewelry and pieces that were of gods he didn't know. A ship was a mess of religious relics, but he'd learned not to bother with them. He didn't want to get cursed by some North god. He left the room and went back to the cabin door. He put the bottle of rum the captain had given him in the bag and left the ship. He'd been thinking of saying no to the wizard-killing job, but the captain had made him rethink. He could imagine that if he kept living this life, he might survive another year, maybe 5. He'd die when finally outnumbered, or at the hands of a drunken wizard, no renown, no nothing. He was also getting more and more heartless. At first, he had only taken jobs involving people he disliked or who needed killing. He would have killed that captain, even though he was a nice enough type and Carthian if they'd paid him. He had to rethink his actions, or he'd end up forever on the shores of the River of Death, shouting for the gods to notice him. He walked with his stolen loot to an alleyway that was many streets away. He pulled out his dagger and waited. A hand touched his shoulder, and a voice said, "Hey." He hadn't heard them coming. He span as fast as he could, placing a big hand over their mouth and pressing his dagger against their ribs. If it was the mage, he'd do it fast and run like fury before his friends showed up. It wasn't, though. It was a man, or a boy, who looked like he was going to piss his pants. His eyes took in Gunnolf, and he actually gulped. It was almost funny. Gunnolf looked him up and down, dagger still poised against his ribs. Skinny, serious work clothes covered in red powder, gloves still on. He looked like a brickmaker, or because he was so skinny, maybe an apprentice. He pulled his hand away from the boy's mouth and lowered the blade. "You him?" The boy backed away but spoke, trying to be brave.
I am. I need to hire someone like you.
"Of course, look, it's madness, but 50 gold, I'm interested."
I need your help then. I need to hire a killer.
"People like me don't kill wizards. You want one dead, hire a rogue one, but they won't take the job because they don't need the money. Or hire a witch. They love making curses and hate the white robes. There are plenty living in the forest. Maybe I can find you one for a fee?"
Witches are too expensive and evil. I need a man with a sword. It's got to be a common so they know we can strike back.
He laughed. "We can't, that's the point." He wished it wasn't true, but it was. He had just experienced that firsthand. That guard, on his way home, probably to a wife and child, now dead in the street by his hand. He had been like a rabid dog that wouldn't stop because of a few words. The boy had actual tears in his eyes.
Please, I need someone's help.
He sighed. He wanted to help but doubted he could. He was trying to be better, though. "Okay, tell me. I won't say yes, but you can get it off your chest. What's the story?"
Listen, they have my sister. It's so awful. I'm sure you'll help.
"What do you mean?" "They have her prisoner." "Where?" "The palace."
It's so much worse. He controls her mind. She follows him around like a slave. He dresses her how he wants, uses her for sex, and has her cooking for him. She's a slave, she doesn't know me or anyone, and she's happy about it because of his magic.
It was awful. The boy was right. Gunnolf had done some bad things in his life. He'd killed 2 women and some very young men. He'd set fire to a tavern once and wasn't sure if the people asleep inside got out or not. But he wasn't a rapist, and this was so much worse than that. Having the victim say, "I love you" after the crime, sick. He truly didn't understand the minds of these people. They were rich, and he was certain there were probably brothels in this city that looked like palaces and with women like goddesses. There were plenty of willing partners for a man who spent gold like copper. He shook his head. Ah, shit. What's his name then? The one controlling her?
Yolland. He calls himself Yolland the Grand.
That man was so famous even a common like Gunnolf knew who he was. Oh, you can't be serious. The head teacher at that college, he's like 170.
That's him. It's powerful magic, mind control all the time, even when he sleeps. It's a source of pride for him, having my poor sister following him around half naked. I'll pay you.
Kid, I sympathize, I do, but I'm a 31-year-old sellsword, and you know how I got to this old age? By not trying to kill wizards, and very powerful wizards at that. If I take the job, I'll be throwing my life away trying, but I'll fail. You need a true assassin, not a mace man. It was true, he knew it now. He'd go down swinging, but he doubted he'd get that far.
50 gold, and you can have 10 now.
He shook his head. Where did you get 50 gold?
I sold the jewels that were for her dowry. No one will marry her now.
That's true. Lost her maidenhood to a bloody 170-year-old magical rapist. It did make him angry. He hated the white robes, and this monster was their teacher. What lessons was he imparting? The boy put the 10 gold in his hand, without waiting for him to speak. Gunnolf eyed the pocket it came from, and it bulged. He had it, but a wizard was impossible, surely. He would die doing it, but that didn't really bother him. If he was honest, he took most jobs because they were dangerous. Okay, I'll do it, but if or when I fail, you still pay my friend Skinner.
Deal. You won't fail. We're on the side of good.
He laughed. If only that mattered. Gunnolf. The school of the White Robes where they spent all their time was called the White Palace. The lad told him that Yolland would be there at the end of every school day. Gunnolf had never even seen it. He'd never crossed the river. Walking up to the bridge, he knew why. It was a big thing, the river, that cut their massive island in 2. It had a man-made look to it. It was like a massive moat rather than a river. Still, it was narrow, only 20 meters wide or so. A few boats on it. He swaggered up to the entrance and looked. On the other side, he could see it looked very different. At the gate stood 4 men, city guards, but not dressed like he was used to. He doubted these ones were the thieves in uniform he had come to know. They looked serious and alert, not half drunk on stolen wine. One guard looked at him. He had a sword, not a pike. He looked Gunnolf up and down, from his boots to his closely cropped hair. He simply shook his head, saying no in his mind before Gunnolf had even got to the crossing. Gunnolf stood before them and waited.
What's your business?
The guard asked, after staring at him. I just wanted to look around, see how the other half lives.
See what you can steal, probably. Piss off.
They asked for me at the school. Some bloke wants to ask me about Carthian gods, said he'd give me a silver. One of the men walked forward. He looked Gunnolf up and down and then spoke.
Okay, but you have to leave that mace and pay a fee for us to hold it.
At this, Gunnolf actually felt better. A good, old-fashioned shakedown from the guards. He took off his mace and gave it to them and his half-gold coin. The man looked at it and laughed.
Of course, go in and be quick.
How will you know it's me for the mace?
You'll see. Welcome to the other side.
Gunnolf had lived in the city for 2 years, and had never crossed that bridge. That might sound strange, but he'd had no reason to. It was a different world. He walked away from the bridge and towards the school. He had to pass through the city to get there. He understood, in a way, why people raved about this place now. He'd heard the stories before he came, and that was why he had come. Everyone had to see Fredonia, the city the mages built. Men and women walked up the streets in lovely clothes. Every shop, cobble and space was clean and perfect. There were rows and rows of shops with glass windows that sold very strange things, like perfume and fancy clothes, and of course lots of bookshops and jewelry stores. Not all of these people had strong magic, but they sold to them, the wizards. Everyone looked at him. He'd never felt more out of place. As he looked at the people, most were walking around, browsing the shops. He heard a yell and leapt to the side as a carriage passed. He gawped at it like an idiot. It was the first wizard transport he'd seen. It was a fine carriage with no horses, pulled along by some unseen force. He looked around and sniffed. No wonder it was so clean. No horses, no shit. Perfect. After walking for a while, he saw the entrance of a large park. The trees grew up and along the side of the road. He knew the school was through there. This was the inner forest where they buried all their dead comrades in magic. The school was incredible. Now he stood in front of it like a slack-jawed fool. It was a massive, 4-story mansion that was set back in a big courtyard. There was a big metal fence all around it. Even the fence was lovely, made of black wrought iron one could see through. Gunnolf could see dozens of white-robed students all stood out the front before leaving. There was a massive fountain and a statue of some mage. He stood, staff in one hand and the other held out, palm flat, as if attacking with magic. His face was calm, however, as if doing whatever he was doing was an easy thing. He was old, maybe 80 to Gunnolf's eyes, though they were all far older than they looked. Gunnolf read the sign. It said some name like Zendrif the founder. He'd built the White Palace and taught the first student 800 years ago. He was still alive, of course. If Gunnolf was lucky, he might even see him walking around the grounds. Gunnolf stood around the front of the college for a few hours, until the sun had set, and magic school was finished, and saw him. Yolland the Grand. What a prick he was. The kid was right. He didn't even have to pay him, really. He'd only seen the mage for a few moments and already wanted to kill him. He was a teacher, or the head teacher of one of their branches of magic. He stood talking to his students and basking in their praise, like the only pretty girl at the tavern. Yolland taught mind control and stuff like that, making your enemies scared or making animals attack people and shit. It was a coward's way to fight, but these guys were cowards. Why risk your life when taking someone else's, if you can just mutter a few words and have them run away in shame, piss their pants and think you're a monster? The poor girl was there, walking beside him like a faithful pet. She was beautiful, really one in the city perfect. He knew well enough that being beautiful and poor was like a curse. Nothing good came of it, only suffering. You became an object people wanted to take. If she had been ugly, her life would have been fine. She'd be married to some poor farmer who loved her and laughed at her jokes, gave her 20 kids and didn't care when she got fat. Now she was the slave of some horny old wizard. She had long raven hair, a lovely face, deep green eyes, and a great body, which Yolland showed off. Her clothing was a sheer dress that covered very little and showed off her deep cleavage. She literally followed him around like a dog, as though she had an invisible leash. She never seemed to go more than 20 paces from him. If he walked, she followed. Yolland didn't look old. He looked about 50, steel hair, long robe, ring on every finger, necklace, big staff, and a dagger at his side. All the items would be to increase his magic and would be worth more than Gunnolf's lifetime of earnings. His staff was special as well. It was called Mindbreaker, and he had it because he was one of the 5 high mages of Fredonia. The kid had told Gunnolf this after he took the job, of course. Gunnolf walked up to the girl while Yolland was talking to some student. He was so famous, with a real full-time slave. What a great wizard. A true marvel of a man. Gunnolf saw all his students thought Yolland was great, and enslaving another person was fine. No wonder they all hated women. He wanted to see what the girl had become. Her brother had said she was mindless. He went up to her and spoke. "You, Sarah?" He spoke in the King's.
Why, hello, friend. I surely am.
She had a big, stupid grin. She was like a normal person. She didn't seem controlled, but like a very happy idiot, which he was sure she wasn't usually. She was much too friendly, given he was a massive, scar-faced thug. This was a nice area, and people kept looking at him and checking their pouches. Also, girls who looked like that ran from men that looked like him. "I met your brother."
I'm sorry, I don't have a brother. I only have my husband, who I love.
The wizard started to walk off, and she turned without a word and started to follow him. It was enough. Gunnolf knew that he wanted to kill him, but he had to figure out how. It was going to be hard. One of the hardest things he'd ever done. He would have to find out more about this wizard.
Mana. The only good thing about the white robe coming was that she'd learned how to stop the sickness. His spell had broken in less than 2 weeks, but she knew how to do it herself now. As her mother slept in her bed and Mina on the floor, she'd reached out one night and touched her hand. She'd felt the black mass growing and eating at her. She knew the cage was broken. In the morning, she woke before her mother and looked at her. She had to do something. Her mother's breathing was ragged. Mina placed her hands on her chest and found the rot. It was there, free again. She simply said, "Cage," and it was locked down, a lot stronger than he'd done. Still, it was a weak cure. It couldn't grow, but it would still drain her and was too big now. Mina needed to find the way to fix it. She hated her mother. In a way, she'd be better off if she was dead. She could just stop and let her get sicker and sicker. But she knew her father would sell Wakani and all the cows, even the farm itself, to hire the white robe to fix her. She had to try cure her, if only from self-interest. Mina slept badly a lot now, dreaming of killing her mother, where to hide the body. It was all planned out in her mind. She knew her grandfather wanted her to. He was her mother's actual grandfather, but he had no loyalty to her. Her mother had no magic, and thus wasn't important. Mina saw that her mother's breathing had settled and set to work. She had to cook now, do the chores and the washing. At least her magic helped her. She was fast at things and could give herself strength. It was holiday time, and when her chores were finished, she ran up the field and to the trees. Eric was waiting for her. Things had changed between them. Of course they had. She went weekly to the market and met the local boys. She knew she was a woman now, and one with all her teeth, blonde hair, and skinny. He smiled at her.
"I have a picnic."
She laughed. He was short, with sandy hair and a kind face. She liked him, but not like that. She had a few friends, and he was her best, but she wasn't going to marry him, and she certainly wasn't going to let him give her a baby that his family would be ashamed of. She was young, but her grandfather was old. He knew what would happen. "Hello, Eric." She hugged him and felt his happiness. Was she the only girl he knew? They ate some food, had some stolen wine, and he gave her a book.
"I saved for this and thought you'd like it."
He handed it over, and even at a glance she knew it would have been costly. It was simply called Words of Power. She looked through it. It was a list of magical words with their translations. Like flames was flamin', and the like. She knew it was useless to her. The words she needed were in her own tongue. She didn't need the language of magic. "Thanks." He smiled at her.
"I have 2 weeks off so I can see you a lot."
"What about your parents?"
"They think I go to the city to shop, it's fine."
"That's all good. Do you think you can teach me something?"
"Probably. I mean, I taught you shields and fireballs."
He had thought he'd taught her. He was a good partner to practice with, yet once again the words were different for her. Once her power, or her grandfather, knew what she meant or wanted, he did it. If she said shield, one would appear. But she could also say, now, please, or shit, and it would happen. Her magic was instinctive. His was science. Still, he knew how to do things.
What do you want to learn?
My mother is dying. She has a black mass in her.
I'm so sorry, Mina. You could cage it to stop its growth. That's the normal treatment.
She knew that, and it was not enough. A white robe came and did that. It's not a cure, though.
No, the only thing I know that might work is to make something younger.
What?
Well, all mages work very hard to stay young. My father looks about 30, but he is truly at least 75. And they do it by making themselves younger. They turn back the years that have aged their skin and organs. So if you think of this mass as an animal, now it's an adult and big, but once it was a baby and small. You could reach out to it, grab it, and make it younger until it was a tiny thing.
Mina leaped up from where she was sitting, grabbed his face and kissed him. He was stunned, but then kissed her back. She was so happy. It was a gift for him in return for the one he'd given her. Mina stood back from Eric. He was flushed.
I don't know the word, though. It's high level, not even in the book.
She turned and ran back towards the house. Don't worry, I can do it, she called over her shoulder. She raced home. She could feel it. Grandfather could do it now. She knew how. And the word was back.
Gunnolf. He wasn't an assassin. He was a thug. He liked to hit people in the head with his mace until they stopped breathing. He liked to fight, to get into a scrap, to feel the excitement that came from putting your life on the line. But if he was doing this, he needed a plan. He followed the wizard around for a week or so. It was easy, since he didn't have any other work, had 10 gold, and now the guards let him come and go for a fee. Yolland had a routine, and the girl went everywhere he did. She really didn't ever go further than 10 strides from him. On Turdus he went to some magic bar and talked with other older men, and on Frida's he went to some magic market. It was a huge market where people, wizards and the like, sold enchanted stuff. Again, Gunnolf had to bribe his way in everywhere, and it was getting expensive. He followed Yolland up the bustling street, with everyone selling rings, stones, staffs, weapons, books. The market was incredible. He could see how a foreigner would find it amazing. And as he followed, he saw travellers from far-off lands. Mages coming to learn at the palace. Dark-skinned men in yellow robes. Even one of his brethren, a red-clad person. All in armour and carrying a sword, but with a hood over their face. They were the Carthian mages, known as the Red Death, of course, and very well known in his country. He gave the mage a wide path and walked clear. As he looked at one counter, he saw a book, just a lone book, sitting on a black velvet pillow. A sign beside it said 100. That thing was 100 gold. He looked at the man behind the counter, who looked at him with tired eyes and no energy at all. Gunnolf reached out to touch it, and the man shook his head. What's it about?
About? It's not a story. It's a resurrection ritual, very rare. You want to buy it?
I couldn't use it.
Then piss off.
Gunnolf could say the words to light the candles, but he didn't have the power in him. They called it mana, or life force. Everyone had it, apparently, but only wizards could harness it. A normal person like him, a common, as they often said, couldn't even train in it. It was like being born with black hair on knot. It passed along in the family, but they all had it, father and son. Not girls, though. Girls with power weren't trained, simply because they were girls. In Freedonia, which actually meant Freeland, meant to be a Freeland for all, but only wizards now, a female couldn't even own land if married. He had never come to a place where women were treated so poorly. In Carthage they trained in magic, because all knew the female mind was better than the male, as they thought less with their cocks, not having one. They were less likely to be soldiers, but still did their 4 years like everyone else. Try to force a Carthian woman, and you'd get hurt. You'd also live in shame. He'd also heard dark rumours. Not here, where they loved magic, but in his homeland and in Kingsland they spoke of mages doing deals with dark shadow beasts to gain power. He'd followed Yolland for a week, and he had his routine down. He knew when and where the mage went, when he was just with her, and when he was with her and guards. Yolland didn't carry his staff the whole time. It disappeared over the weekend and then returned to him on Mondas. Gunnolf was sure he was unseen, just another lowlife in the streets, but as he was watching Yolland at a stall, the mage turned, looked at him and walked towards him. Up close he looked even younger, maybe only 40, a close-cropped beard and seriously deep and horrid eyes. They really grabbed a hold of you. He'd had grown younger in the last few days, it seemed.
Why are you following me?
His voice strong and dripping with power and authority. Gunnolf was about to lie, and then he suddenly felt sick. He saw the prick was whispering words to himself. A spell. Something that was forcing Gunnolf to speak the truth. He felt it crawl into his mind, and suddenly, he didn't want to lie to Yolland. He knew that would be so wrong. He wanted to please him and make him happy. I've been hired by her brother to kill you and free his sister, sorry. The man laughed.
That's not fair. I mean, it's not fair on you. What's your name?
Gunnolf.
Okay, Fighting Wolf. How many people have you killed?
Gunnolf couldn't lie to him. 27. He didn't even think he knew that. He certainly didn't have it written down, but the memories were all there, and they had been pulled out by the spell. It sounded like a lot. He'd lost count at 10, but he was sure it had to be right. It was a lot less than girls he'd been with. That was sad, he thought.
Good grief, 27. What a busy man you've been. Maybe you'd have a chance, but I paid for her. Her parents got some good money. You'll only get killed if you try to kill me. Look, you're a traitor. I don't want to kill you. It's bad for my reputation as a mind mage to have someone try to kill me, and I don't want to be looking over my shoulder as I shop. I need this girl. She helps me so much. I have never had so many job offers or speeches to give. It's really helping my career. So let's say I hire you not to kill me, instead of you trying and failing, and making me kill you.
Gunnolf said nothing. That he could do. However, the power of this man was spread through his mind, and he wanted to make him happy. It made him angry, but then he felt bad for directing his anger at such a great and kind man.
How much is he paying you?
50 gold. The man started laughing. He laughed until he was crying.
Oh, that is awful. My life is worth a paltry 50 gold. No. I've been alive 170 years. I know more about magic and life than half this city. I'm worth a lot more than that. It's damn insulting. Look, I'll give you 25 and you stop this.
Gunnolf felt himself being forced, but he could see how powerful the mage was, so what could he do? He had no chance against this man. Yes.
Right. Yes, what?
Yes, master.
Good wolf boy.
He handed Gunnolf a little leather purse of coins. It was heavy in his hand, and he pulled it from a pocket that had a few more in it.
That's at least 25. Now don't let me see you again, or I'll be in a much worse mood, and we'll have to see if my new make someone eat themselves spell works.
Mina. She waited until the nighttime, when her mother had fallen asleep by her hand. Mina made her mother sleep deeply and strongly. She touched her face, and she didn't wake up. She looked at her mother. She was so skinny, sickly, coughing blood all the time. Mina hated her so much more now Grenda was gone. It was all, Mina, cook this, and Mina, wash this. But she was dying. Maybe when she was better, she wouldn't be such a bitch. It would be good to have someone else who could cook and not just lie on the couch coughing all day and asking her where she was always running off to. Mina knelt over her mother and put her hand on her chest. She felt her ragged breath as she breathed in, her ribcage rattling. She was in pain, and she always said how bad it was, even though Mina tried to dull it. She closed her eyes and reached out to it. She found it quickly. The black, rotting mass was large, and it felt wrong. It seemed like it was alive. She grabbed it with her mind, felt her cage, and broke it. She took hold of the mass in her mind and thought, back. It didn't do anything. Younger, she thought, but that didn't work. She knew it was back. She imagined this thing as old. She wanted it young and small, every part of it, down to its core. She focused her will, and it hurt a little, but she said out loud, back, back, back. She felt it then. A force broke around it. It was magic. The thing had been caused by some curse. That was why it was so strong. Well, her mother was always upsetting people. Now the force was broken. Mina focused on shrinking the black mass. Back, back, she repeated, and it did as she commanded. The parts of her mother's body grew healthy again as the mass shrank in size and retreated in on itself. She focused until it was the size of a gold coin, and more, until it was a single grain of sand. One single tiny thing. She had no word for it. It was the smallest part of a person, but she had no words to kill it. It would grow back from there, but would take years, and she could keep it small. Cage, Mina thought, and it was locked down into itself. She opened her eyes. She was panting and sweating, but she had done it. The thing that was in her mother, and had been the size of an egg, was now nothing but a speck. Mina took her hand off her mother and saw her. Her mother's eyes were open, and she was looking at her. Mina's heart dropped as her mother smiled, yet not a good, "I'm happy to be alive" smile.
We're going to be rich again.
Mina felt a burst of rage, ungrateful. She wasn't being sold and used after she'd saved her mother. Mina grabbed her head and shoved it down. In a moment, she found the memory, her mother's memory of Mina healing her. She knew it was in her mother's brain, a physical thing that held the memory. Back, back, Mina said. The part that held the memory became younger and younger. It held the memory, but it got so young, like a baby, and the memory slipped from it and was lost. Her mother looked at her.
Mina, why are you touching me?
Gunnolf. He sat on his bed in a different tavern, where he rented a room. It was cheap and close to work, so he liked it. He counted the gold coins Yolland had given him. There were actually 31. It was more than he could earn in a good 2 years of very busy times, and a lot of bodies. Also, there was no risk. Getting paid not to do something was very risk-free. That brother was nothing. Gunnolf could give the 10 back and say he'd changed his mind, or just keep it and run off. He'd be rich and free. Right now he had 40 gold coins, more than he'd ever had in his life. His whole life he'd been a shit. He honestly didn't like himself very much. The only good thing about him was that he was hard to kill and good at killing other people. 2 good things then. It wasn't good for those other people, but it was what he had. A source of pride. He'd faced better men with better weapons and training, and won. Normally because of his mace, strong arms, or willingness to fight dirty. He'd been a second son, army boy, liked it, done another 4 years and earned a bit to travel with. Now he was a sellsword. He shouldn't have taken the money, but that Yolland had really pissed him off. He would have taken a bribe, at 4 gold, but 31, that was outrageous. These white robes had so much money it made him sick. Yolland had been insulted that he was only worth 50, which was a fortune. Gunnolf had felt the power of his words, felt the man in his mind. It gave him an idea. He'd use the money against Yolland. The only chance he had was to use magic. He needed to do something, and he didn't want to find out if the threat of making him eat himself was a joke. He doubted it was. There was nothing funny about their white robes. They walked around like they were normal people, but they weren't. They were much darker creatures than even him. He waited until the sun was high in the sky. Fredonia was a hot city, though cooler than Carthage, which was almost desert in places. It was Monday, or Moondas as they said in their stupid almost language, and he walked back into the magic market. It was a little less busy, but no one looked at him, or they looked up at him and looked down again. He walked past one stall that said a word. Wards. He could read some Fredonian, and thought that was wizard for protection. "What's your cheapest ward?" he asked the man behind the counter, looking over his range of expensive-looking rings and cheaper iron ones. He had a lot, at least 30. He was a proper old man, no robe, but looked wizard, grey hair and a beard. There were many weak wizards in the city who could do some things but didn't make it in white robe school. They were specialists in one thing only, and made money off that. He looked up and smiled at Gunnolf. That hadn't happened at the previous 2 stalls, whose proprietors had told him in so many words to shove it. He was getting the sense they didn't like selling to his kind. Normal people with no money.
I guess you mean a warded object, not a spell, but an amulet or something with magic already.
Gunnolf knew even people like him could use enchanted stuff. He'd fought a guy with a sword that caught fire when he said a few words to it. Gunnolf had just thrown a dagger at him. Too bad the city guard had come before he could claim the sword. Must have been worth a fortune. Yeah. Well, wards are very specific. They only really do one thing, so some could protect you from mind control, some from fire, some from poison, or cloud you from mind reading. He liked this guy. He seemed like a bored trader, happy to talk a bit and pass some time, so Gunnolf felt like being honest. "What if I wanted to kill a wizard?" The old man laughed.
Don't we all? Don't we all? You'd need protection against mind control, mind reading, fire, poison, and pretty much everything, unless you get a clean shot or stab him when he's asleep. He'll fight back with everything he knows, and if he's from the palace, that's a lot. How much gold you got?
Gunnolf was rich, and he pulled it out. 40, he smiled.
No way near it. Maybe 1. Look, you can't just enchant anything. I know you see these idiots running around with their flaming swords and you think that the metal is enchanted, but it's not. There is a diamond, or a ruby, or if it's a weak one, a garnet, in the hilt, and it has a spell in it. I admire your courage, but I can't sell you 3 or 4 diamonds for 40 gold. Even if set in iron, you'll need a good stone to hold a strong enchantment, and you'll need more than 1 ring.
What a place they lived. 40 gold was not enough, though it could pay his rent for 2 years at least, or buy 4 slaves. "What about 1?" The man looked at the gold.
I'd love to take your money. I really would. But I've had a good day and you will need at least 4, so no. You need to talk to someone else, someone who will appreciate what you're aiming to achieve and be glad to help. If you want to kill a wizard, it's not a thing you're going to do tomorrow or even next week. You need a plan, the equipment, and the right allies.
Gunnolf thought. Allies who knew magic, yet hated wizards. A witch?
That's it. 2 gold, and I'll tell you more.
Gunnolf thought about it. This man might be sending him to his death, but a witch might be his only chance. He gave the man 2 coins.
Not just any witch. Grella Blackthorn. She'll help. Just be polite. Actually, have you ever hurt a woman? Sexually?
I've killed some. I'm a professional killer, I mean, and I killed some North women when I was in the army.
Should be fine. She'll know, and you'll know if she's not happy to help.
Gunnolf got the idea. She'd let him know in a way that didn't require words. How do I find her? The old man grinned at him. That's hard. She moves around a lot. She's unpopular with most wizards. I can sell you this, but don't say you got it from me. He turned around and rifled through some things, then came back with a leather roll. He rolled it out on a clear part of his bench. It was blank, but Gunnolf saw it had a little red stone set in iron on the edge. The old man spoke over it.
Grella Blackthorn.
The map actually coloured in. It showed a forest, the paths, and a little red X. Gunnolf half expected it to move, but it didn't. Still, it was amazing. A magic map.
Very useful and one of my finest works. Won't work on wizards, or they'll know you're looking for them, but good for people and places.
No normal map? You can afford this, just 38 gold. He shouldn't have shown a trader his purse. The old man was clever. 28. I'll have to hire a horse.
Mina. She celebrated her 18th name day while at the market selling milk and goods. The change in her mother was remarkable, and everyone praised the good works of the white robes. She still expected Mina to do everything, but would come with her to sell things, because she liked being around all the people and talking about how good she looked. Mina had grown more fond of Eric. They kissed every now and then, held hands, and she knew he wanted more. She wasn't scared, but wasn't really tempted, or that interested in him. What she was interested in was leaving. At the market, she watched as a white robe, one she didn't know, walked around looking at things, not impressed. Mina hadn't hated them until now. She knew they wouldn't train her. Girls were too unruly, they said. More like they wanted to be free to do horrible things and didn't want female mages around to keep them in line. The school in the city, where they trained the young ones and helped them grow in their skills, was well known. She was a natural, though, which meant that none of her family directly before her had the gift. Also, she was a girl, which she knew meant that they wouldn't train her. She didn't really know why. They just kept the girls untrained and watched them. She wasn't telling anyone else about her magic. She'd wait and try to stay hidden, and when she was old enough, she was going to run away from home. The time had come. She had heard of a place across the sea called Carthage, which was a place of warriors, and they trained all comers in magic, not like here. They even had women in the army. She thought if she was honest with Eric and told him she wanted to leave, then he'd most likely come with her. Next term, he would finish his studies. Mina sold a bottle of milk to the white robe and glared at him, furious that everyone thought they were so good.
You should be nicer to our customers,
her mother said, as she sat beside her in the shade. Yes, Mother.
I mean, they did save me.
They did. How did it work? I thought it was a cage. Now you say it's gone?
I said it feels like it's gone. It must have died in the cage. What animal doesn't die, starved of food and light?
Mina remembered well her mother's face when she'd seen Mina's power, the greed she'd shown. Mina was happy for her to think it was the white robes. When Mina got home, there was a small stone at the back steps. That meant Eric was waiting for her. Her mother looked at it.
Hurry up with that boy. If you get with child, our problems will be over.
She walked out of the gate. She was going to tell him it might never happen. She wanted a friend, and that was all. Her mother was a beast. She stalked up to the grove, and there he sat, reading a book. Every time she saw him, he looked better. He was 18 now and finally taller than her. He wore better clothes and had some confidence about him. She saw he was wearing a gold necklace with a red stone. It was pretty.
Hello, Mina. How was the market?
He went to her and kissed her. Sometimes they did, sometimes they didn't. This time it felt different. It felt good. She felt a kind of wave of lust over her. She looked at him again. Why hadn't she noticed he was attractive? What had been making her hold back? She kissed him again and felt his hands on her back, running down until they reached to a tie on her dress. He made to undo it, and she let him. Then she took a step back. He was a bit flushed and seemed hopeful. Something was wrong, though she didn't know what. She'd come here to say she didn't like him that way, and now she was thinking of taking her clothes off. Mina wasn't warding. Why would she? Shield, she thought. But nothing happened. It was to guard against fire. She thought shield again, but this time for magic, and felt a break. As she looked, he became a bit shorter and not as handsome, and she felt less keen. What was she? Some idiot farm girl with the Lord's son? He looked at her.
You okay?
Tell me about the necklace. It was an object of power. She knew that. That stone held some magic, and he'd used it against her. He held it in his hand.
Well, it was working. I love you, Mina. I really do. So I think it's okay. It's just to help you see the truth and stop being so cruel to me.
She shook her head angrily. The truth is, wizards are shits. How far would have you taken it?
You want it too, I know it.
Never come near me again. Mina walked back down the hill to her house.
Gunnolf. He had always thought he was a regular guy. He had always stayed away from magic wherever he could. It wasn't part of his life, or the lives of people he knew. Now he was going to a place called the Forest of Souls, to meet a witch, or rather show up at her house with no invitation and hope she didn't poison his tea. He had no way to let her know he was going to come. The forest was a thing of tales and legend, where the people of old Fredonia used to bury their dead with an acorn seed in their mouths. The trees would grow up from the rotten bodies of their kinsmen. Thus the forest was said to be full of ghosts. He walked from the main gate of the city and continued for around an hour, down the main trading road. The good thing about being him was that he never had to worry about thieves. He would have hired a horse in the city, but it cost too much. He unfolded his map, and it showed a line into the forest. He looked and saw a single farmhouse on one side of a road that led towards it. People still travelled through there on the way to other places. They thought a forest of gravestones was fine. Gunnolf walked up to the door of the farm. He knocked and waited, and soon he was greeted by a smiling face of an old woman. She frowned when she saw him.
Yes, sir?
I want to hire a horse.
Are you going into the forest?
Indeed. I'll pay for a night, but I plan to be back in a few hours. She looked at him and held out her hand.
A silver for the horse, and 10 in case you don't come back.
Gunnolf just gave her 1 silver and 1 gold. That was more like it. He had got too used to wizard prices. A gold was a lot. Most people would use copper and silver. She grinned and walked out with him to the field. He looked at the horse and sighed. The poor old beast was 10 years if she was a day, a broken-down old mare, grey-muzzled but happy enough. The woman grinned.
Bring her back.
If she doesn't die on the way. The woman just laughed and walked back, counting the coins. The main road was a very thin path through the trees. They towered up on either side of him and cast very deep shadows. It was cold and dark, even though it was midday. He rode for what seemed an age, going further and further from the city. He held his mace ready in one hand, hanging down, but soon enough he'd come to a fork in the road. There were 5 different paths, and he laughed as he looked. It was clearly a trick of the witch. He looked at his map. It showed her as an X in a field of black, but he saw the path that led to her. He turned down the 3rd one and pushed his tired horse onward. His map kept changing and showing a closer view. It was fairly amazing, and certainly his most valuable possession now. It had cost most of his gold. After 3 more forks and about an hour of travelling through the creepy trees, he had arrived. Her house, or cottage, looked lovely. He had half expected her to be living in a cave, with skulls of animals or people out the front, but it looked homely. It was a sweet little wooden cabin with a garden filled with flowers and herbs, and smoke coming from the chimney. He got off his hired horse and tied it to her nice wooden fence, which was even painted white. He walked up the steps to the front door, and trying not to shit his pants, he knocked with a strong rap that rang through the cottage. If he was honest with himself, he was terrified. He'd met wizards, and they were evil, awful pricks, but were normally little boys who, if they hadn't been wizards, he'd have just shoved past in the streets. He'd never met a witch and really didn't want to, but this was his mission now. At least he had something to do. All he'd heard of them were rumours. No one knew one, So they said the usual. They were horrid old women who ate children and the like. He was expecting the worst. A young female voice answered his knock. It was sweet and reassuring.
Gunnolf?
That wasn't, but he'd heard they could see the future and do all sorts of things. Yes.
Come on in.
He opened the door and was hit by a wall of warmth. The room was small but full of firelight. He looked around and saw a chair near the fire. A young woman sat on it. There was another chair next to her. She didn't get up but seemed to be staring into the fire.
Come and sit by me and close the door.
He shut the door and put his mace by it, then, swallowing his fear, went to the chair and sat beside the witch. Grella Blackthorn was seriously beautiful. In fact, she was probably the most beautiful and perfect woman he'd ever seen. She actually looked a bit like the girl he'd first fallen for in Carthage, at 16. Long black hair, deep brown, almost black eyes, and full lips. She smiled at him with perfect teeth.
Pretty, am I?
Very. Is it a spell?
Indeed. I'm very old, and unlike your mage friends, I look it. So I do this when I first meet people. I don't want to scare you too much. You're scared enough.
Thank you. I guess you know who I am, and what I want. She reached out and touched his hand. He felt the warmth. It felt like young skin. Her magic was strong. She patted his hand.
You want to kill a wizard, so I'm in support. But I only see your death. I think if you embark on this path, you'll be killed in the pursuit of it. That is not to say I see it in some vague way. I don't know how much you believe in powers like mine. But my friend, embark on this path, and dead you'll be.
He felt his heart drop. It was one thing to think you would die. It was another to have a seer tell you. Still, he was old for a sellsword, and if he had to die, doing this was at least a good way. Besides, Yolland was such a prick. If he could kill him, the girl would be free, and maybe the other wizards would learn a lesson about the right ways to behave. Probably should have happened years ago. She smiled.
Well, good. Then I will help you. I can't see if you'll succeed or fail, but why not try? After all, what is life but hope? I see only that you mean to kill a wizard, not who or what you think you need from me.
His name is Yolland the Grand. I talked to him and he got into my mind. I assume when I try to kill him, he'll just tell me to stab myself or set me on fire, or make me eat myself. I want protection. She actually started to laugh.
Yolland, really. I thought it might be some low-level mage, maybe a student, not the head teacher of the mind control school and one of the 5. You certainly aim high.
The client wants what the client wants.
No wonder I see your death. He's not only dangerous, he has access to Mindbreaker. That staff is as strong as he is. Okay, first things first.
She stood and went to a small bench where she took an iron kettle of water and put it on a hook above the fire, dropping some fresh tea leaves in. She stayed standing and stirred the leaves in. She had an amazing body as well. She wore a long black dress and he tried not to look at her.
There will be a few steps you need to take. I'm assuming you're a common.
I am.
Okay, first of all wards, as the mages call them. Yolland has a lot, I'm sure. They all do. Rings, necklaces, all objects of power. He also has his staff, so you will need some protection, as you say, against being forced to stab yourself. But more importantly, so that he can't read your plans from your mind.
He hadn't thought of that. The man would be very hard to kill.
Now I guess you don't know a lot about their magic, so I'll explain wards. Stop me if I'm being patronizing. I know how annoying it can be when people explain to you what you already know.
Assume I know nothing. She smiled sweetly and kept stirring. She was so pretty he felt completely relaxed with her. What an angel she was.
Wards are good for slow things. To protect against poison, magic, mind control, fire. A shield ward will take a few moments to appear. Yolland will cast a ward, but where he'll use a spell, you would need an object, like a ring. So your only real chance against a man like Yolland is very sudden violence, an arrow in the heart.
I'm not very good with a bow. Crossbow's okay.
Well, you need to practice. A crossbow is your only hope, and with a special arrow that I can make for you.
She took the kettle off the fire and poured 2 big cups of tea. She walked over and handed one to him, and then sat back down. He looked at his brown, steaming mug and had a sip. If she wanted to kill him, she'd just do it, surely.
So, how much money have you got?
I have about 5 gold.
Have you thought of just running away? You could go back to Carthage, get some sunshine.
I'm going to die. I may as well die trying to do something half good. She laughed.
Your idea of a good thing is very like mine. Killing people worse than us is the closest we can get. But even if you had money, I can't make a ward. It's not my magic. Blackthorns like me may be special, but even we can't make them. It's different magic. So you're going to have to steal them. I'd say you've probably seen mages with them. So rob some and come back, and I'll tell you what you have gotten. I can do that much.
Gunnolf knew a few the city wouldn't miss, but killing them would be very hard. Okay, will do. He stood to leave, setting his mug to the side. Grella stood as well, doing the same.
I have something that will help.
She went to a drawer and pulled out a small box, which she brought to him, holding it with 2 hands as though it was precious. She opened it, and inside was a dagger. It looked very old, and had a spread of clear stones in the hilt. The handle was silver and ornate, but the blade was some black metal he didn't know. The box was clearly made for it. It sat in a pillow of velvet that was shaped just for it.
The Harrower, she is called. I'll lend it to you, but I want it back. She is enchanted with a lovely enchantment that draws the mana from people. Now remember, when you kill a mage, you must take his magic then, or soon after, or his friends will just bring him back.
He took the blade. She seemed nice. She was so pretty and helpful, but this was something very nasty. He believed in life after death. All Carthians did, and he had heard mana was life force. But then again, stabbing someone with a regular knife sure took their life force. This would just drain the magic too. Why are you helping me? She let her features change, and he saw what she really looked like. She was so scary and strange, he took a step back by instinct. Before him stood a living woman, with the same eyes and features, but her body was corrupted with the vines and thorns of what looked like a blackberry bush. She had hair of vines and thorns. Large vines wrapped around her arms like a snake. She was like nothing he'd ever seen. He gasped and tried not to run for the door. She smiled at him, which was terrifying. As he watched, she turned back before his eyes. The guise washed over his vision, turning her back to a beauty.
I made myself a monster to fight monsters, and wizards are the worst of all.
Gunnolf. He had left her nice little cottage, started making his way back to the farmer, and was on the verge of tears or pissing his pants, or both. He knew there was magic, and he had no idea where it came from, but Grella seemed so far from human. He had thought magic was something amazing that a few special people knew, the language of the earth. But no, it was something evil. She was a monster and looked it. Yolland was a monster in fine clothes. Still, he wasn't going to go back empty-handed. If he had to kill a few young wizards, he would. Finding a group of young drunk arsehole wizards was very easy. He just went back to his tavern, the 4 Cups, and sure enough his friends who had spilt his drink and made him kill the guard were there. They sat in the corner of a booth, 5 of them. One kept lighting a candle on the table by flicking his fingers near it, then another would then look at it for a few long moments, and it would go out. It was some kind of game. So that one could set you on fire by clicking his fingers. Great. Last week he had tried to avoid fighting a wizard. Now he was seeking them out. He sat and drank slowly. They'd drunk a lot of wine, which was good for him, and slowly 2 left the tavern, leaving 3, his perfect number. The main one, the one who had stolen his mace, went to the bathroom, shoving Gunnolf as he passed, laughing. Fucking skinny rat. He was only 5'6" or something. Bloody tiny. If he wasn't a wizard, Gunnolf would snap his neck. He'd try anyway. Once the boy passed by, Gunnolf slipped off his chair. He followed behind him out the door, which led to a hallway and the bathroom. He drew the harrower into his right hand and held it behind him. No hesitation, just ice. The boy turned as Gunnolf appeared behind him.
What do you want, you?
He put his big hand over the wizard's mouth and stabbed him as hard as he could in the eye. The small dagger blade went in so fast and deep, his eye popped as it went deep into his brain. He was dead in moments. No words, no magic, just dead. The knife stayed in him, and Gunnolf saw the gem on the hilt glowing bright, then turn a deep red. He saw the hilt had many more stones that were still clear. All the wizard's magic was trapped inside. At least Gunnolf hoped that it was. The boy fell backwards slowly, and Gunnolf eased his body to the floor. Gunnolf checked the body. The wizard was wearing rings on 3 fingers. Gunnolf took them and then searched his pockets. He had a flat purse of gold. Gunnolf had some wards now, but those others would come for him. Besides, if he was honest with himself, he'd enjoyed that. Little shit, so proud and blessed, now dead on the floor and covered in blood. He dragged the boy's dead body behind one of the leather screens and went back to the bar, trying to stay as calm as he could. He looked at the 2 white robes that remained. "Your friend is being sick. He said to get you. Something about poison." The other 2 stood up and ran to the bathroom. They were drunk as well. One went through the door and stopped in the blood. As the other passed, Gunnolf grabbed him around the neck and, holding his body, slit his throat in a fast but deep cut. The blade glowed again, and he held the body in front of him as a shield. The lad's knees weakened, but Gunnolf held him up. The other faced him, their friend's corpse between them. The young mage shook his head and yelled. A ball of fire leapt from his hands. A small ball, jumping from one hand to the other.
"I'm going to burn you alive, then bring you back and do it again!"
Gunnolf laughed. He had the body in front of him and the knife in his hand, the handle and blade up. He pulled the body aside and tossed the knife. It was a weak position to throw from and too close. Yet the harrower flew end over end and sank into the boy's shoulder. He staggered back but raised his hands and looked at the blade. Not enough. The fire in his hand built bigger and bigger, then the dagger started to glow, and the fire slowly died. He raised his hands at Gunnolf and yelled some curse, but the fire was gone. His power was going, the dagger was draining it, but it needed some help. Gunnolf walked to him and grabbed the side of his head. The boy looked at him.
"Please don't! I'm sorry!"
Bad last words. Using all the strength and force in his muscle and harnessing his anger, Gunnolf twisted the boy's head and snapped his neck. It was hard, but he'd always wanted to do it to one of these lads. The boy fell down to the floor in a pool of his own blood. Gunnolf bent down and picked up the dagger, which now had 3 red stones. He kissed the bloody blade. "Love you."
Mina. She had spent yet another year of her life doing very little of note. She'd turned from her 18th to 19th name day, with no real notice from anyone. She had dinner with her family that her mother had made for them. That was the gift, that she didn't have to cook on her own day. She'd never seen Eric again, not since that day. Sadly for him, she'd been with 2 boys since then. One was a big farmer lad from a farm nearby, and the other was a trader's son from the market. She had no idea why she'd done it, but they were handsome. She was lonely and bored, and maybe they'd take her away from this. They didn't. Mina had finally had enough. She'd saved her mother, she'd done all she could, and now she saw clearly that her life was going to be this farm. Her powers were the only thing that made her happy. She was stronger than ever, but it wasn't enough. She'd stolen coin from the markets and had a good handful of silver. 8, enough to get her to the city and a room for a night or two. Then she'd find a way to get by. She couldn't make iron into gold, but she could magic a guise, increase her luck. She could make a silver look like a gold for long enough to pass it. She walked from the table and went outside, where the sun was setting. She went to the fence, rested her arms on it, and looked out. She thought of Eric. Maybe she should have let him. He did say that he loved her. As she looked, Mina saw a crow. It was sitting in the field, pecking away. With its large feathered body, it could go anywhere it wanted. She looked at it and said, "Switch." As she said the words, she was suddenly seeing from its eyes. She laughed, and then felt the control. She had hold of its mind as well. She imagined going up, and the large black bird flapped hard and left the ground. She wished she could feel it, but still, she got to see what it saw as it flew high above the land. She grinned and made it fly to the manor house. It was across the yard in just a few flaps of its wings. The crow flew onwards, and then she took it down. It landed in the yard and turned its head to look. The house was empty. She saw the only person there was a maid, who left the main house and went to her own room in a much smaller house that was nearby. Mina was going to rob them. They owed her. She'd get that bloody book. "Switch," she said again, and brought herself back. Mina turned and felt a slap on her face. It was her mother. She had tears in her eyes and was mad with rage.
You had power all this time, and I had to live like this?
She went to slap Mina again, but Mina caught her hand before she could. She was filled with anger and let it bubble over. "I saved you. I healed you, not them. And you treat me like dirt." Her mother softened.
I'm sorry. I never knew, Mina. I never knew you were so special. Look, we'll go to the palace and we'll tell them.
They don't train girls. Besides, I'm too old.
You can learn basic magic and help them. They pay for that.
I'm leaving. I'm going to that house and getting a book from Eric. Then it's goodbye.
You can't leave at night, darling. It's too dangerous. Why don't you go visit your friend and then sleep here tonight? In the morning, you can decide what to do. If you leave, I'll give you some coin. But let me have the morning to try make you stay.
Mina knew her mother was right. She couldn't leave at night. She wouldn't change her mind. But her mother thought she would. "Fine, I'll be back." She should have made her mother forget, but she wanted her to know. She wanted her to know that she could have had it all if she had just once said a kind word to her. Now she thought she could hire her out to the White Robes making weak enchantments and cold mugs. Mina would never stay, and never let her gift be used by those holding her back. Mina walked up the hill towards the house. She'd never tried to steal anything but the book from here, and she hadn't gotten that. Now it was what she wanted. A book on turning iron to gold. She'd rent a hovel room, sit around and make enough coins for the next week. She'd heard it took an age, but it would be worth it. She would have to get the iron, but that would be fine. She also knew it was a long trip to Carthage, but she was going. She was going to the Red Palace to be trained. Mina walked up to the house and looked at it. It was totally dark inside. No candles, no lamps. They were all away. Mina went to the front door. It was locked, and saying strength, she snapped the lock as she shoved the handle down. Mina went to walk in, yet was held back. It was warded, but for commons, not mages. Break, she thought, and it cracked it a second. She walked inside. "Light!" she yelled. Mina put her hands up, and a fire leapt from them. It floated on the air and lit the way. She liked this. If only she could always be so free with her magic. She walked to the library and looked, and her heart dropped. There were no books there, only bare shelves, empty and clean. The maid had been busy. Now she looked around. She realized she should have seen it. There were boxes and boxes all around, in every room. They were leaving. There were 3 boxes in this room. Manna looked at one of them and grabbed the top. The wooden lid was nailed down, but she pulled at it. It was hard, but she pulled it up by herself. She saw it was full of books. Just in time. Another few days and the wagons would have come. Mina grabbed the edge and spilled it out onto the floor. This would take a long time. She went through all of the books and took a few different ones. She was most interested in the gold one, so she didn't have to try to guise people or trick them at the gambling halls. Making gold from iron seemed like it was an honest thing to do. She hadn't known that they were leaving, but it made sense. Eric was a graduate student now and could do anything. She was mad at that. He didn't have anywhere near as much power as she had. When they had practiced with fireballs and shields, she would have to send her weakest attack, because she knew she'd hurt his body and his pride if she truly showed him what she could do. Now he was finished with his studies and could use his magic as freely as he wanted, while she had to hide hers away. She knew their minds now. All wizards were sex-obsessed fools. They didn't train girls because they didn't want them to fight back. They didn't want someone to call them to account for their horrid actions. Mina was going to the Red Palace. She'd save and earn and get enough for the boat trip, and then she'd go to a place where they only cared about how well you fought, not what you looked like.
Gunnolf. He laid low for the next few days, in an abandoned house Skinner used for storing his stolen goods. He was worried to go outside and show his face. He'd packed his mace, bag, and a few bits, and was living here until things settled down. Rumors and stories came thick and fast. The school was out in force, looking for the killer. 3 students had been murdered and robbed. They marched through the streets, casting spells and trying to track the stolen things. But it hadn't worked. The problem was, they thought it was a rogue wizard, maybe one from a different city or someone with a grudge, who stole their magic and all their very expensive trinkets. Still, posters were all over the city. They were looking for a scar-faced man for questioning, not that they thought for a moment he could be the killer. These were 3 very capable students, apparently. Too bad they were dead in mere moments. A spell was no good if it was slower than a dagger in a strong hand. Gunnolf was beyond rich now, since they'd all had coin pouches bulging full of wealth. He counted his loot more than a few times. He had 56 gold coins and 18 silver. They had nothing smaller. He had also taken all their rings and jewelry. He should have become a thief years ago. One job like this a year and he could take the rest off. Now he had work to do. He knew it was in his grasp. He could take Yolland down and maybe people would start to realize the wizards only ruled because they let them. Sure, they were scary, but he knew scarier people. In fact, he had to go and meet the scariest next. Gunnolf went back to the farm, asked to hire the horse again, whose name he found out was Nellie, and decided to buy her. She cost a total of 5 gold. Pretty good for an animal. He just hoped she'd survive for a few weeks. He laughed as he travelled to the cottage. There were no forks, just a straight road. It was as though the trees had moved and knew he was allowed to find her now. Grella was waiting for him at her doorway. She was in her beautiful guise. He knew it was a lie, but it was strange. It made him feel so much more at ease. He realized how easy it was to fool people. It was as though they were trained to trust the pretty and fear the ugly. Grella didn't seem as terrifying now she was attractive again.
You've done it.
She was smiling and led him inside. On the fire, some more tea was brewing, and it smelled good. She sat Gunnolf down and got him a mug. He reached into his bag and set the bulging purse on the table. She looked impressed.
And the dagger?
It was very useful. Could I borrow it until this is over? Certainly. Show it to me. He passed her the weapon. 3 gems in the hilt glowed from within. It's their magic, right? Not their souls or anything?
It's their magic, and you can have it back when you leave. This is very good work, Gunnolf, though they'll be so angry.
Who? The mages? They were pretty mad.
Yes, them and those they serve. Now show me.
She set the dagger down and looked at his booty.
When I said rob some wizards, I thought you would go for the weakest and easiest, or do a snatch and grab from a market stall. Not those 3.
She clapped her hands.
Very powerful they were, and little bastards too. Jensen, his name is, or was. What an arse. He was a favoured student. You know he made some dogs kill a man who said his robe looked like a dress. Now you have done it. Let's see what you have.
If they were wards, they didn't work. I stabbed them up, easy as pie.
I told you, sudden violence is the key. They would protect against fire, poison, magic, but it's very hard to avoid a knife in the ribs. A shield ward needs a few moments to build up power, as I mentioned.
He poured the pouch on a small table. There were 6 rings, 2 necklaces, and a bracelet. Most were gold with coloured stones. He knew white ones were diamonds and worth the most, and red ones were often garnets, or rubies if they were shinier. She touched each one for a moment and then spoke.
Poison, mind reading, fire, another fire, magic control, magic general, poison, good luck, and oh, that's cheating and horrible. Damn, I hate these little bastards.
What?
Trash those wizards. Nothing more than rapists with magic. The bracelet makes the opposite sex more attracted to you and more ready. It's like a minor glamour.
He drank his tea. If he wasn't going to die soon, he'd be happy. At least he was rich. So what now?
I'll purge the knife and I'll be destroying that bracelet if you don't mind. You should take 5 of the rings. Poison, fire, magic control, mind reading, and the good luck necklace. It's weak but will help with things you touch, like a dice roll. So wearing all these, you'll be safe from someone reading your mind, making you stab yourself, a fireball, and most normal poisons. They have a charge, and one of the fire ones is diamond, one's garnet, so different strengths.
And the other 2?
I have this for you. Maybe we can trade.
She stood and went out of the room and came back with a crossbow. It was beautiful, with carvings all over it, and was made of a deep varnished wood and steel trigger. She passed it to him. It felt heavy and good. Well made. He knew it was worth a lot.
What do you think? A ring and a necklace for it.
What's it do? She laughed.
You put the bolts in the top and it shoots them. You've seen one, yes?
He laughed in return. Sorry, I thought it might do something special extra.
Well, it will hit what you aim at. It's got good distance, and I'll make you a harrowing arrow for the day.
The rings were very valuable, more than the bow. He was scared of her, but doubted she'd eat him for haggling. Still, that arrow would be worth it. Deal, but I get the dagger until this is over. She laughed.
Fine, fine. But the bracelet is free. It's getting destroyed. Now I have something else to show you. If you want our pretty friend to keep working, we have to purge her of the evil she just sucked up for us.
Gunnolf set his crossbow down. Grella was sitting back across from him and she smiled. He was worried about this, but that dagger had well and truly saved him.
I know I must terrify you, and you should be scared, but I have grown fond of you. I haven't spoken to anyone in years, and you've helped me a lot, so I want to show you some true magic, something a common like you would never see.
He didn't think he wanted to see, but the more he was learning about the magic world, the more he realized how incredible it was. In a way, he could see what the common people's lives would be like if mages were different. No hunger, no sickness, no death. Okay, and thanks, I guess.
Let's go outside.
They walked out of the front of the house. It was daytime, and Nellie was tied to a tree a good distance away, near some grass and not Grella's flowers. She was holding the knife, and as he looked, she changed again. Back to the form that he assumed was the reason she was called Blackthorn, half witch, half nature. She held the knife in her hand and started to speak over it. It was a language he didn't understand, but not the wizard language. She was speaking fast, and the knife glowed brightly. Around it was a swirling blackness, like a very small dust storm. Then he saw there were 3 of them. 3 black storms of power just flew off the knife and started to spin around on the ground. Each was about 4 feet tall and simply radiated evil. Even he felt it. They scared him, and somehow felt alive. It was like he was looking at 3 beings, or weird creatures. Grella yelled some words. Her face was flushed, and she grinned at him.
Wait for it.
He heard a massive sound like a wail or a scream. It was like that of a dying creature, and it was coming from the shapes, 3 distinct cries of pain. He saw that as they span, they started to rip apart, faster and faster. The wailing continued until they disappeared completely. He felt relieved and didn't know why. What was that?
That was the sound of their magic being killed. You took it out of them, and I killed it, in my way.
She looked at the blade with a kind of longing, and then handed it to him. He tucked it into a new scabbard he had acquired for it. The stones in the hilt had turned clear again. She seemed to read his thoughts, or just his look.
Fear me not. You're my friend, and I won't hurt you. If you survive all this, I'll tell you more of magic, where it comes from, or who it comes from, and then you'll understand. It's a lot worse than them knowing some words you don't.
Do I need to use this every time?
Yes. If you kill one, walk over and drain his magic. A lot of them have been killed before, and they can come back if they still have the magic. At least, the body comes back, although they are a lot worse than before, much less in control and human.
He didn't really know what she was saying, but he could stick a knife in a dead body to stop it returning to life and stabbing him in the back. Okay, on another topic, I have a favor to ask you.
What?
Can I stay a few days? I'm a wanted man now, and this place is very hidden. Grella laughed.
I haven't had a person stay in 50 years. It'll be nice to have company.
Mina? Finding the book on making gold had taken a long time. She had loaded it into her bag with some others, then she walked home. She didn't want to face her mother in the morning, but wanted to say goodbye to her father at least. It was late by the time she arrived, and she saw their 2 horses and wagon were gone. She didn't think someone would steal them, but was too tired to care. She walked into the house and found her bed. She flopped down onto it with her bag of stolen books at her feet and took her boots off. She'd get a few hours of sleep and then head into the city. She was happier now. She could make enough to go to Carthage and learn her craft properly. She'd go to the Red Palace and become a red mage. It sounded much tougher anyway. She woke to the sound of an unknown man's voice. He was looking at her and just grinned. She felt his mind in her, and before she could fight him out, he saw her power. Then she shoved him out, casting a shield over her mind. He shook his head.
A female natural, and so old.
She sat up and looked at him. He was a mage, but wore armor. It was black and well-fitted, and he had a badge of the line. It was the crest of a white tower. He muttered a chant and pushed his hand at her. She shoved it back and sat up in her bed. She was still dressed, gladly, but in a thin dress and with bare feet.
Davis, some help.
As he did, another mage came in.
Distract her while I make a leash.
Davis raised his hands at her, and a series of fireballs shot out from them. She shielded against them before they could hit her, but it did distract her. The other made a leash, whatever that was. She could see it, like it was a real object. He had it form itself around her neck, and it ran with a chain only they could see, which he held in his hand. He yanked it, and she was pulled down. It felt cold and real to her, like an actual slave collar.
I'm Jacob Nightingale, or Master to you. We'll be taking you to the tower now.
He stood back and gave her space. Mina stood, and he shoved her from the room. And do what?
Kill you, of course. I mean a natural. It's an abomination. Who is in there with you? And how desperate was it to join with a girl?
Mina guessed he meant her grandfather. He was her power, his spirit, as she imagined it, linked to hers. Jacob walked her out of the room and down the stairs. Mina looked over at her mother. She was at the table counting a pile of gold. Her father wasn't there. She looked up, not seeming sad, and then Mina laughed bitterly. She saw her mother was younger. They'd given her some years, too.
I'm sorry. I wanted them to train you.
The wizard laughed.
Bullshit you did. Came after our reward for naturals, then we find out it's your own daughter. What a bitch. I almost felt sorry for you.
Her mother stood.
Don't speak to me like that.
And spat at him. That was a mistake. He looked at her coolly.
You know, I killed my mother. She was always nagging. Now I'm sure you're worse, and you say she healed you too. Ungrateful.
He reached out, and muttering some words, Mina saw her mother age before them. Her new gift faded, and it turned her from a pretty 40 to a crying, white-haired 60. She screamed. It was the best punishment for her. Mina was torn between sadness and delight. He shoved her out of the door and smiled at her.
See, I'm nice. I did that for you.
She walked before him, his hand on the chain. There was a wagon at the front of the house. It wasn't her father's. It definitely wasn't for farm goods. It was a big thing for transporting people to dungeons. It had thick sides and roof, with runes carved all around it. If she went in, she was gone. No spell of hers would break it. As she walked towards it, she saw a man standing at the open door. It was Eric. Her heart lifted, then dropped, as Jacob handed him a big pouch of gold.
You told it true, and she had these on her.
He passed the bag of books to Eric.
Again, Mina. See, they came to me to see if your mother spoke true, and if I, as the closest mage, sensed you. Imagine their surprise when I knew the prude bitch natural herself.
He was darker and meaner now. She saw he had been hurt. She could see his malice. Also, he was much better looking than ever. She saw he had a big diamond necklace now. What an arsehole he was. The glamour was stronger than ever.
So, as agreed, you'll guard her on the way back.
Mina knew no one would need a guard in there. She grabbed the chain in both hands and screamed, "Break!" It was like all of her power was forced into a single point. It smashed down onto the leash and broke it. She put her hand out and shoved at the air. All three of the wizards went flying. Mina turned and ran as fast as she could.
Gunnolf. When he'd first met Grella, she was the weapon he had needed to help him. She had scared him, and he had known she held a lot of power. Now he saw her as someone who was becoming a friend. She said she was old, he thought maybe a few hundred years, and her magic was extreme, but she acted like anyone else. No, she was a lot nicer than most people he met. They sat around on her couch and drank after dinner. She had some wine, and he had his rum, which was still great. She'd even cooked, though it was all vegetables. She didn't eat meat, but he liked it. She made some kind of stew thing that was very Carthian. They had a lot of root vegetables and not much leafy stuff. The sun burned anything that dared raised itself too high. So you want to tell me how you became a blackthorn?
Not yet. Want to tell me what your plan is for Yolland?
Sure. Follow him around for a few days and wait until an idea strikes me.
Waiting for an idea isn't an idea.
she said with a laugh. He took a drink. I always find something. Hey, I thought we were testing these wards.
Well, we did. I poisoned your dinner and you seem fine. Hemlock and mother tears, which is magical, rare and hard to make, so they are good.
He laughed. Then she went to the fire. She took out a flaming stick and threw it at him. He reached up by instinct and grabbed it. He looked at his hand. It held the red, flaming end, but he didn't feel the heat or pain. It should have been burning him. Magic, he said in amazement. If only he'd had these before, he'd have been one dangerous cutthroat.
That's a good ward. It didn't hurt you for a moment. It must be linked to thought.
He walked back to the fire and shoved the stick in. Thanks. She'd not told him it might hurt for a little while first. As he sat back down and sipped at his third drink, he looked at her. It was bad. The more he was around her, the less he thought of what she was underneath or truly, and more of the very beautiful guise she held. She was incredible like this, and actually talked to him. He knew he would probably try to kiss her or more if she stayed like this and he got more drunk. Can you be normal for a while?
You don't want to see, that was just so you knew.
It's you. Besides, I don't think it's that bad. She looked at him and shrugged. She let herself turn to her natural form. She sat and drank wine and talked to him like that. He looked again. Now he was getting used to it. It wasn't that bad either. She was still an attractive woman. She just had vines for hair and thorns that ran down her arms like armor. Her arms were bare in her dress, and he saw that the vines came out of her shoulders and wrapped around her arms. Her face was still hers. That wasn't a guise. She would have been a vision. What would make a girl who looked like that do this to herself? It's better than this. He pointed to his own scar.
I'd fix it if I could, but it's not my magic. Sorry.
Mina. She ran as fast as she could and screamed, "Strength!" as she did. She thought of her whole body gaining in power, and she pushed herself onward. She saw that all three of them were after her. Eric had decided to hunt her as well. She ran back towards the house, leapt over the fence and up the field. The two mages of the line were closest, then Eric. He had a robe, not pants. She was sadly barefoot, but she ran like she wasn't. She knew they would kill her after Eric raped her, and that wasn't happening. She was so damned angry, at herself mostly. She should have killed her mother, or at least taken her memories, but she'd wanted her to live in jealousy of Mina's fine life. She was up the field and passing the manor house in what seemed like moments. She knew it was a matter of time before they got her. They could maintain the pace, and she would likely not lose them. She needed to go somewhere that was safe. As she was running, she realized she knew already. Her feet, if not her mind, were taking her already. She ran past the manor house and into the forest proper. It was called the Forest of Souls. It was like her small graveyard, but for the whole city, and was massive. She ran between the trees and tried not to cry out as the fallen branches and sticks cut her feet. She had a bit of a lead and stopped. She grabbed her bleeding foot and held it. "Thicker," she commanded. The sole and heel of her foot grew like leather. She took the other and did the same, and she ran on. It was a lot better, though she occasionally felt a twinge of pain, but finding her nerve, turned the pain off and ran on. She would run until she dropped, her body feeling an exhaustion not known to her mind. She would go to the witch Grella, though she didn't know where she was exactly. She lived somewhere in the forest. No one knew where, but if women found their way to her, she helped them. She protected women, and being a witch would hate these wizards and be strong enough to stop, if not kill them. In a very thick part of the forest, Mina stopped for a moment. She knew they were close behind her. She reached out with her mind. She was at the beginning of the forest, and it was a day's walk to the middle, and then another to the city. She felt it was near the middle, some point of power calling to her. Mina ducked down and looked around her. They were close. Too close. She crouched down, and the lead one, Jacob, walked right past her, his dagger in his hand. He said nothing, but walked onwards, looking around him as he went. Soon all three had passed her. Mina waited, and then, turning to the left, she continued on. She looked around. They weren't behind her, so she walked as calmly as she could. She knew it would be miles and miles to Grella, but she had to do it. She walked onwards for what was indeed hours. She passed trees and rocks. She knew some of the tree were people once, but now just trees. She went onwards and finally came to a stream. She looked at it, feeling for some reason as though it was dangerous. But it was cool and sweet, so she crossed it and walked on. She continued for another hour until nightfall, then found some dirt and slept as best she could. She woke up and cursed herself as idiot. Above her, the faces of Jacob, Eric, and the other one. Jacob was still in charge, and seemingly the worst.
Hello, darling. You miss me.
She looked down, and no leash was no her, but Jacob had his dagger drawn, and the other had his hands out ready to launch flames at her. Eric was trying to reach into her mind. He'd become obsessed, it seemed. She could read his, and it was all bad. So I'm caught. She felt something. It was a sound, far off. A bow firing and an arrow hitting. Nearby was some hunter. She might be able to get away. While no hunter could beat them, he might prove some help, or maybe Grella liked target practice. Mina looked at Jacob, and pointing her hands, yelled, "Fire!" Flames leapt out, and he was caught, unready. She stood and ran as fast as she could. They were just behind her. As Mina ran through the trees, she reached out and felt it. Where? And she heard his heartbeat and ran to it. Mina saw a fox running away, and then passed through some trees. There, standing in the clearing, crossbow pointed at her, was the most amazing thing she'd ever seen. She ran towards the man. He was 6'5" at least, Carthian by his tanned skin and short hair. He had a wicked scar down his face and was built like a tree. She nearly cried. He might actually save her. She ran and stood behind him and let her body press against his. He said some words and turned to her. She turned him back to the direction she had come from and said, "Please shoot when they come."
Gunnolf. Gunnolf was only average with a crossbow. He'd never owned one before. He'd trained with them in the army, but that was all. Carthians didn't have much time for them, so it had only been for a few weeks when he had to do gate duty. Now he owned a very fine one. Grella had even got him a quiver of bolts, with various heads. Most were straight and pointed for practice, but 2 had big, jagged heads that once inside someone were a horror to remove. She'd said she would make him a harrower for the event, which would help. Not that they knew what he'd try, but she said a crossbow was his only hope. She had made him dinner, and he'd spent the night asleep in front of her fire after she'd tried to poison him, set him on fire, and read his future in some cards, which all showed death or flames. Now the sun had risen, and he was scouting around the forest near her house, taking practice shots at trees and trying to find some game. In a wooded area like this, he'd surely find a fox or rabbit if he was quiet enough. Though Grella seemed to eat no meat, so maybe he should leave the animals alone. She hadn't said. His life was very strange now. He would honestly have to say he liked the witch, though she scared him to his core. But there was something there. She didn't say it, but he felt there was a deep pain in her. He assumed she'd done a deal with a very dark being, but maybe she'd had to. He hoped she didn't do it just to cast a few spells and know who was at the door before they said their name. After searching for a long time, he heard a branch break. He crouched down and waited. Sure enough, it was a fox. He looked at it. A small, red and brown thing with a puffy tail. It was at least 10 paces away, and it hadn't smelled him. He aimed his weapon. It was heavy, but not too heavy. He lined it up and moved his finger to the trigger, but then stopped. He raised his finger, deciding not. As he watched, he saw the fox listening. Then it ran. A much bigger branch broke, and something else was coming. He stood and saw a girl running through the forest. She saw him and ran straight for him, hope in her eyes. It was weird. This stranger actually seemed happy to see him. Something truly awful bad must have been after her. She was crying, bruised and beaten. She was young, scared and skinny. Short blue dress, bare feet, but her clothes were torn. Her feet were bleeding and she stumbled as she ran. She ran to him and actually stood behind him. Using his body like a shield, she leaned against him hard. She was panting and crying. She looked around 18 and blondish, but dirty. She looked like she'd been running for days.
Please help me.
Who are you? And went to turn, but she actually turned his body back to face the way she'd come. Please shoot when they come. That was all she said, and then stood behind him, panting, her hands on his shoulders. He had no idea what she was running from, but he was ready. Scared girl. And she actually looked at him like he wasn't going to kill her, but save her. She acted like she knew him already. He lowered his crossbow to where she had run from as the sound came. The forest parted, and 3 men came running forward. They were wizards, surely, but 2 were wearing different clothes to the White Palace minions he knew. Not robes, but very well-made black pants and armoured leather tunics. Their armour had a crest on it that was a tower, not the Palace of Learning. They had daggers drawn and stopped before him. They weren't panting or red at all. The other was a mage of the palace, and he glared at her. They stopped a good distance away from Gunnolf, but had eyes only for the girl, looking past him to her. The 2 in uniform were young but old for wizards. They looked in their 30s, which meant they had left the school and were very dangerous. He instinctively hated anyone in a uniform in this place. He'd never seen this crest before, but that was good. Not city or king's guards. Still, they were obviously some kind of wizard guards or soldiers. He'd not seen that tower in the city. Maybe they had a base. The other was the girl's age, but had the badge of gold to show he was a graduate. He was a real pretty boy, blue eyes, blonde hair, and tall.
Well met, Hunter. It seems you have found our game for us. Step aside. We'll pay well for your cooperation and trouble.
Gunnolf saw his lips moving. He was trying to force his will on Gunnolf, but the wards must have been working. He looked angry that it didn't work, clearly used to getting his own way.
Who are you, and where did you get those wards?
He looked at Gunnolf and his hands. He had all 4 rings on, and the man looked shocked. I took them off Master Jensen when I pulled my dagger out of his eye. The boy raised his free hand at Gunnolf, and a ball of fire leapt from it. It left his hand in a moment and crackled as it flew, hitting fast. A wave of fear rose in Gunnolf, and his heart jumped. But it just hit in front of him and seemed to disappear into nothing. He knew the wards worked, but this was their first real test. Gunnolf had his crossbow already loaded and ready. He simply pressed the metal lever and fired it. It shot across the distance and also hit a wall of nothing in front of the man's heart. It bounced off the very air, as if it had hit a well-held shield. Sadly, it flew to the left, point first and into the side of the robed mage, the arrow going deep between his ribs. Gunnolf laughed. He had no armor, just his dress on and some sandals. That's why you wear armor, right? The pretty boy wizard looked at the bolt in him as he cried out in pain. His hand went to it as he fell back. He died, no doubt, not being able to believe his poor luck. The other dropped his dagger and, screaming aloud, raised both hands to point at Gunnolf. Balls of fire leapt from them, one after the other, smashing against the unseen wall. Gunnolf felt the heat and was filled with fear, but so bloody glad he had the wards. He dropped the crossbow and leapt at the mage, leaving the girl to stand and watch. The other mage ran to her and put his knife to her throat, stopping her from helping, it seemed. He managed to draw his dagger, the harrower, and brought it down hard towards the man's face. He didn't get his hands up, but the blade hit something anyway. It was just caught in the air, trapped by a wall of power. He forced it down, but it was like two strong hands were holding him back. The young mage laughed. He muttered a word and Gunnolf was thrown back, away from him. He landed a few meters away and hit a tree hard. The mage got up from the ground and looked at the girl.
You're dead, natural. You, and then your thief friend. Kill her now.
The man holding her cast her to the ground. She hit it and rolled hard. He pointed his hands at her. Gunnolf stood as fast as he could, his vision a bit shaky from hitting the tree. Both men raised their hands to the girl and shot a blast of flames at her. She was crying and crouched, but the flame was shielded. It hit the air before her and broke. Gunnolf expected her to be burned, but saw she was protected. The flames burned all around her but didn't touch her skin. It was like a ward. She was a wizard too, it seemed, though she had no wards or rings on, and hardly any clothes. He saw the two mages were focused on her. Gunnolf grabbed his dagger from the ground and tossed it. It went flying at the second man and hit him hard in the neck. He fell forward and bleeding a lot, the blade glowing as he tried to heal himself. Gunnolf drew his normal dagger and leapt at the last man, who turned to face him as he lunged. The flames were still shooting from his hands but did nothing as they hit Gunnolf. They toppled to the ground together, and as Gunnolf forced his knife down, it was pinned above his face in the air. He strained to pull it down, but the mage stopped the flames and pulled his own knife, stabbing it at Gunnolf's side. It sank into him with ease. The mage laughed and stabbed him again.
Didn't steal enough, thief.
Gunnolf cried out in pain and rolled away. He clutched his side as blood ran out of the two deep cuts. The mage went to the girl and grabbed her. He lifted her by her hair and thrust his dagger point at her throat. The shield protected her and held it back, a hair's breadth from her skin.
Nice trick, but with no training, you'll only get lucky so often.
He held the knife to her neck and again the shield saved her, stopping the blade close to her skin. But Gunnolf, looking up through his bloody side and pain, saw it starting to falter. It began to crackle and fade as fear took over her concentration. He had to do something but had no idea what. He managed to stand again, blood pouring from his side. He staggered on his feet, like he was drunk or on the deck of a ship. Pain lanced through him. "Hey, idiot, let's finish this." He threw the dagger at the wizard, hard. It flew well, but just bounced off the invisible shield in front of him. The man turned around, holding the girl to his body, knife against her throat trying to drive it in.
Oh, you're bleeding. You don't look so good. I think you might die.
"You first," Gunnolf said. He ran to them and punched at the man as he stood behind the girl. His fist hit the bloody wall. He hit again and again, but nothing happened, except that his body ached and his knife wound bled more. He was bleeding a lot, and he was making it worse. Suddenly the girl's shield broke. The mage's knife pressed against her neck, and she cried out as a line of blood formed. He grinned.
Sorry, kids, it's all over now.
He went to move his hand across her throat, but it was pulled back. A vine had wrapped around his own throat. He was dragged back fast, and the girl crawled away from him and to Gunnolf. They saw as the young mage was dragged back through the forest. Grella stood behind him. Her hand was extended, and from under it, a massive blackberry vine grew. It wrapped around the mage's neck. Gunnolf saw him choking, and then the vines tightened and tightened until his neck snapped with a loud popping sound. Grella smiled and walked up to them both.
Sorry I'm late.
Gunnolf smiled back and staggered over to the ground and picked up his dagger. Then, clutching his side, he collapsed into darkness.
Mina. She stood, panting, but alive. She looked and saw the big, beautiful bastard was hurt badly. He'd taken 2 big stabs to the side. The woman, who she assumed was Grella Blackthorn, stood near him, and she took him in her arms like a child. That would have been a feat of power had Mina not seen through her guise in a moment and known what she was. She was once a very attractive woman, though now with vines and thorns growing from her. Her hair was a nest of them, and they grew out from her shoulders and wrapped around her arms and her legs. Those vines had grown out of her and snapped Jacob's neck. She took up the injured man and walked quickly to the house, leaving the bodies to rot in the forest. The witch yelled,
"Come!"
as she walked off, carrying her bleeding friend, lover, bodyguard, something. Mina looked down. Eric was dead, a bolt in his side and a look of shock on his face. She felt a twinge of some sadness. He'd been her friend once. The other two mages were dead, and she was glad. One by a dagger from the Carthian, which had glowed, and the other with a snapped neck. She followed the witch and thought on her hero. Who was he? What was he? He'd taken flame blasts without damage, and the rings on his fingers were clearly wards. They said he'd stolen them off someone. He was a mage killer. He'd yelled he'd killed Master Jensen, whoever that was. Jacob seemed to know and be angry about it. Maybe it was recent. Mina followed the fast, striding witch and was glad he'd been there. He'd saved her against them. The witch had helped too, but it was the job of witches, she assumed, to kill wizards. Thanks for that.
I think you should thank him, if he makes it.
I will, and I can help. I can fix him. I'm sure I can.
We'll try it my way first. Now, girl, who are you? And why are the bastards of the line after you?
She didn't even turn back as she talked. She just walked along, and the very trees moved out of the way for her. Mina saw as the branches themselves moved before she would walk into them. It was frightening. She was still carrying the large man, as if he weighed no more than a small child. It was hard to talk as they rushed back to her cabin, but what choice did she have? She was worried about him too. The wound was still bleeding, but she assumed the witch could save him. Mina felt like she had until they reached the cabin to convince her that she needed help, and wasn't part of a very elaborate trick or trap for her to fall into. I'm a natural and a girl and old, so they want me dead. They tried to get me at home, and I ran here.
Indeed, they do like them young. A natural, really. Who did you join with?
This woman knew a lot, but knowing your enemy was a very good thing. My great-grandfather. He was risen as an oak.
It's not him. It was the thing that was in him for years.
Mina didn't know if it was true, but it was an awful thing to say. She still got the sense of him. They didn't talk in words, but he was her partner. She knew he looked out for her. They reached the cabin. Grella turned to her and caught her eye. It was the first she had yet. Mina saw the power in her, but she seemed a bit scared of Mina.
You're a girl and on the run. You can stay the night, but then you have to leave. I don't trust you not to try and kill me in my sleep.
Mina understood. Her only experience with wizards was them trying to kill her. I understand. They had killed those chasing her. She was as safe as she could be. She couldn't have hoped for more in coming here. She'd be safe in the morning to go to the city. They'd be looking for her, but at least she knew it. What about him?
I can heal him, but please stay out here until I call you in. My magic is not for the eyes of a mage.
Gunnolf. He opened his eyes. He was in so much pain. They had gotten him inside the cottage. He guessed Grella was stronger than she looked and had carried him. He lay on the couch and his bloody shirt had been taken off. His side hurt so much he couldn't believe it. He'd been stabbed before and worse, but this hurt more than when he'd had his face cut open. Grella was above him and patted his head with a damp cloth. She smiled, but looked concerned for him.
So glad I have you around.
I didn't do much against that guy.
You did. You distracted him long enough for me to get there. If not for you, that young girl would be dead or worse. And you killed 2 more of them, evil bastards.
He looked around but couldn't see her and wondered if they'd got her. Where is she? I told her to wait outside while I decide what to do about her. Grella pulled back the covers over him, and he realized he was only wearing his pants. She had taken the rest of his clothes. He saw her looking at his body. He was built like a man whose favorite weapon was a big heavy mace and had more scars and wounds than most people had fingers. His back was a crisscross of scars, and they were the ones made before he left home. There was blood on the rag she held to his side, and it quickly soaked though. She pulled it away to take a look. The wound on his side was a nightmare. No wonder it hurt so much. He could see clearly 2 separate stab wounds, long and flat between the ribs. It looked truly awful. He'd seen a wound untreated for weeks that this one looked like. It was rotting and smelled vile. His skin was near black in some places. It even smelt bad, and that he knew was a death sentence.
Evil bastards. They added a rot enchantment. I can get the healing started and kill this rot, but you'll still feel it.
Grella got a new cloth and a bowl of warm water. He tried not to cry out as she washed the wound, cleaning off some of the blood. It was bleeding a lot, and closing her eyes, she put her hand to it. She started to speak, not with words the mages used, but a light, flowing song. As Gunnolf looked, he saw the blood flow just stopped. Grella opened her eyes and looked at the wound as she sang. Then she got a cream and spread it over. The blood had been almost pouring out, and then it stopped in a moment. He saw she had a needle and thread. Her song stopped, and she pressed the needle tip to his skin. What do you mean, decide what to do? He spoke to distract himself from the pain.
She came because she knows I help girls and women running from bad men. But she's a mage. She might be a natural, untrained, and not as bad as them. But she's still one of them. It could be a trap. Part of her getting them to train her. Or she might want my power or my head.
She put the needle to the wound and carefully started to stitch, while he tried not to scream. The needle went into his skin, and she pulled the thread so it closed tight. It was a long cut, and there was a second one. They took 6 stitches each. Surely they aren't all bad. You should hear what they say about witches. She actually laughed.
You do make a valid point. But I've had years to learn to control, let's say, my darker impulses. She's very new to it all.
If this was her controlling herself, he would have hated to see her doing whatever she wanted. The world would shudder in fear. All the mages I've met are men. Maybe girls are okay.
Maybe.
As she spoke, the stitches started to rot. They went from clean and well done to ragged and torn. He screamed in pain. The wound opened again and the rot actually started to grow. His skin was turning black and it was spreading fast. He saw it growing, eating into the good flesh. It hurt as it grew. She closed her eyes and chanted. As she did, the rot went back. It faded away, and again there was a clean wound. She opened her eyes. Sorry. She looked for the cream, but as she did, the rot came back. He yelled again as it grew and was back where it had been.
Oh no, it's not my magic. I can't stop it.
And he heard fear in her voice. He didn't want to die from a dagger wound, even if dealt by a mage. They heard a voice yell from outside. The girl was clearly listening at the door.
I can help. Please let me.
Grella sighed to herself and went to the door. She opened it up and let the girl in. She walked straight to Gunnolf and looked at the wound. It was hideous, and somehow the rot was growing fast. He knew it would kill him in a matter of hours. Somehow it would spread and get into his blood, or just eat him alive. The girl didn't seem scared now. She looked ready.
Hello, I'm Mina. And you are?
Gunnolf.
Thanks for saving me. Can I try return the favor?
Any experience?
I know rot will be fine.
Mina looked at him.
Sorry if this hurts. I do thank you for what you did.
It's fine. I just wish I had won. Grella watched as the girl started to work. She seemed disgusted but was too worried for Gunnolf not to stay. Mina put her hand right on the wound. It hurt, but she pressed down hard and closed her eyes. She seemed to be muttering words to herself, and Gunnolf thought he heard her say, "Cage, cage, cage." She clearly had no idea what she was doing. He was sure the wizards he'd seen were muttering another language. Everyone called it the language of the earth. She was just saying things that she wanted. He doubted magic was like wish-granting. Then he felt a jolt through his body and stopped doubting her. He looked at her hands and half expected to see a light or something, but there was nothing. She pulled her hands up slowly, and he saw his skin start to change. The growing rot stopped in its tracks, as though it had been caged. She grinned at him.
I know this. Don't worry.
She put her hand back, and he heard her say, "Back, back." The ugly black rot receded and started to turn fresh and clean. The pain was bad to begin with. His body knew it had been stabbed, but as she muttered and changed it, the pain grew. The wound ached but changed before his eyes. Soon it looked like a nice clean wound. She smiled at him again. She looked at the wound and said, "Faster, forward, quick." Then he almost stopped breathing as his skin started to grow over the wound. He saw the ends grab each other and start to close, and the wound started to shrink and shrink. He bit his lip. It was agony, but grew less and less as she healed him. He held on, knowing it was getting better. The pain was fading. She smiled.
Wow, it worked. I caged the rot, aged it back to nothing, and then aged the wound when it was clean. That wound is now what it would be like in 2 months. How do you feel?
He felt great, actually. He went to stand up, but Grella held him down. She was as strong as him, he noticed.
No, hero. You sleep. We need to talk. Mina, can you help?
The girl smiled.
I'm good at this too.
She touched his head and actually said, "Sleep." He went to say that was stupid, but the blackness fell on him in a wave. "Gunnolf!" He woke, and it seemed like the same sun was casting down on him as when he had drifted off. He looked up from the couch. His body ached, but in a good way. He stood up and Grella was sitting there. She grinned at him.
Looks good.
He was still minus a top, and looked at his side. It was perfect. No scar, no wound. "Next day, is it?"
It is. Feel like burying those bodies while I make breakfast. The animals will get at them otherwise, if they already haven't. And dagger them up, no fear of their friends finding them, but it's a good habit.
Some work sounded good. He stood and walked to the door, putting on the now clean shirt she gave him. He was spoilt, a breathtaking witch looking after him. He saw she was still glad to have company. Now she had lots. "The girl, Mina?"
Outside, enjoying the sun.
He got dressed, got the harrower and went outside. He went around the back of the cottage and got a shovel. He was feeling fine. His side wasn't even stiff. The girl Mina was on the stairs when he came back. She looked happy and was staring at her bare feet. She'd been holding them, and now they had no cuts and scrapes. She looked up and smiled. "Good morning, mage."
Good morning, Carthian.
"Enjoy that? Fixing me?"
It was great. I haven't used my power much. Can I come with you?
"I'm going to loot and bury those 3. It's probably not a job for you."
I know. I want to see them under the ground.
"You can help then." He was impressed. This skinny thing had some backbone. They had run her down and her hands were cut. She was covered in bruises and she could heal herself. So they must have been on her tail the whole time. Clearly she needed only a minute to heal herself. As they walked over to where the bodies lay, she stepped barefoot as though it was nothing. She didn't wince, and he wondered if she'd done some magic to make her feet tougher. He was very grateful to her. He might have fought those mages, but she'd saved his life as well. Gunnolf only had one shovel and walked over to the bodies. He looked at the ground. It would be hard work. It always was, digging graves. He normally left his victims in the streets or their houses, but once or twice had been asked to make a body disappear. They were in this forest, actually, but far away. He needed all 3 bodies together first to get the height. One was a long way away, his neck broken. Gunnolf dragged him back by the leg across the ground and put him next to the others. He laid them next to each other and saw how big the hole needed to be. The girl just watched. She didn't seem very upset. "You can talk to me. I can do 2 things at once."
I was thinking you look comfortable around bodies.
He looked back. "It's my job. I'm a sellsword.
What's that?
I kill and fight people for money." He laughed and started to search the first one. He got 2 rings, a pouch of gold, the wicked dagger. He also took the leather armor. He looked at the man's boots and cut the silver buckles off them. From the robed one he got a roll of leather, some gold coins, and a massive diamond necklace. He took the armor from the last one as well. He had no rings, just gold. He had died very easily. Mina looked at the necklace and held out her hand. Gunnolf gave it to her, and she held it and shook her head.
It's so strong. He could get any girl he wanted.
Grella can purge it. Now you might not like this part.
As he spoke, he pulled out a dagger. It was the one that had glowed red when it stabbed one of the men. She assumed it had some anti-magic ward. Yet now he stabbed it into the arms of the other 2. Different stones glowed red. What's that?
Grella says it's their magic. It's in them. I've seen it. It's like a black storm. She looked at the knife and he saw a twinge of lust.
It's got their magic in it now?
Until she kills it. The girl just nodded, and he got to work. He had taken all he could from the bodies and tossed the armor to the side. That was in case he needed it, or Skinner might buy it. He put the tip of the shovel to the ground. He dug it in, and the soil lifted easily. It must have rained a few days ago. It wasn't too hard and was happy to come up.
So are you her husband, bodyguard, friend?
We're friends, but she's helping me. He looked up at her. The girl liked to talk. She was watching him like a hawk. Lonely too, it seemed. 3 lonely people in one small cabin. He dug and kept talking, making the small pile of dirt bigger as he carved at the ground, making a coffin-shaped hole. He'd done this before. First, what do you think of the white robes? He assumed she'd hate them. They had been trying to kill her, or their friends had.
I hate them. They won't train women. They think they rule everything. They are bastards and rapists.
I'm going to try kill Yolland the Grand. She looked shocked.
But you're just a man. Even I know who he is. Why would you do that?
50 gold is reason enough, but he's a monster. He has a girl under his control and he uses her as his slave.
And the law lets him?
He laughed as he shoveled away. They are the law, they do what they want to. Besides, how could they stop him? Gunnolf was sweating and growing tired. He put the shovel down for a moment and caught his breath. She looked at him and grinned. She was cute. He liked her dirty-looking blonde hair. Too bad she was 20 or something and had clearly had men fawning over her since she was 16. She walked over to him and put a hand on his head. She whispered a word, and he felt flooded with vigor, a surge of power and strength. He felt the kind of energy burst he would get in a fight. It filled him and he felt renewed.
Better?
Much thanks. She walked back to the tree she was leaning against and he started to shovel again with vigor. Soon he had a serviceable, if shallow, grave. He dragged the bodies into it and started to fill it in. She didn't seem upset, just thinking.
Why are you here and not in the city?
I'm a wanted man. They know my face, it's easy to remember. She nodded.
I think you need my help. I'll help you free that girl, but not kill him. I mean, I know you'll try, but I won't help with that part.
He felt the energy in him, and knew she'd be an excellent ally. It's no small thing you're offering. I'm likely going to die trying this.
Gunnolf. It's Gunnolf, right?
Yeah.
Gunnolf. I'd be dead if it wasn't for you, so I'll help you, and we'll beat this mage bloke and show them they should train girls. Also, I want to go to the Red Palace of Carthage, and I think you'd know something about that.
Gunnolf. He finished with his task of burying the mages and went back inside. He handed the roll of leather to Grella, and she read it. He couldn't read that much Fridonian, only Carthian. The girl was still outside. He looked at Grella. I can camp outside, I have a tent, so she can have a room.
She can't stay. Her magic is evil. It will only be a matter of time before it turns her.
Why are you so reluctant? She seems fine.
Every mage I've met has been bad, and it's so hard not to think she'll be the same. Besides, I know the source of their power, and trust me, it's not right.
Speaking of which, he handed her the dagger, with 3 new red stones.
Good. That's good work.
He knew she knew a lot more about magic than him. He'd seen that evil black shit that had come out of the dead wizards. He didn't know what it was, but it seemed alive. Was that where magic came from? She said it was. Well, it's your house. We've helped her, and that's more than most people would do. Hell, it's a lot more than anyone I know. Just ask yourself what you should do. He saw it in her. There was a fear of Mina, of her magic, but she was also a lost girl all alone, and Grella was strong. She wanted to help her.
Fine. She can stay. But no magic in the house, and stop encouraging her.
He just nodded. Anything good? He gesturing to the leather roll.
Well, our mage friends had something very interesting on them. It's an invitation, or a ticket to an event. It's in 3 days, a speech.
So what?
Yolland speaking, the guest of honor.
Really? Why?
These wizards do sometimes give talks to each other. For many coins, they tell each other their new tricks and spells. Maybe you can learn a little bit more about his spell. It might help us. And if not, it should make you hate him a bit more.
When is it?
3 days' time.
Okay, but I can't go. I mean, my face, they know me. Can you do a guise for me?
They'd see through it and sense it.
Well, Mina said she'd help me. Maybe she knows something that will work. She is probably here for a reason.
Fine. Tell her she can stay, but no magic in the house.
He smiled at her. Okay. He walked out of the room, grabbing his bag. A man like him always had a tent and a flint. He had a run bag ready all the time. He finished gathering his goods. I'll come back in for lunch.
I'm not your servant, but yes, I'll make something.
He handed her Eric's necklace, and she just shook her head.
I'll purge this. Damn, it looks expensive. Maybe 5 gold per purge.
He laughed. Sounds fair. Lunch?
Yes, lunch. Now go.
He walked out the front. The girl was sitting on the porch waiting for him, it seemed. He saw she'd heard it all. She stood and hugged him.
Thanks for that.
She held him still. It was a very long hold, and when they broke off, he was a bit confused. Hey, it was selfish, I need you. I'll be camping nearby, but I'll come back once I've set it up. You heard all that?
Yeah, no magic in the house. That's fine. I had to hide it for years. I'm used to it.
My friend Skinner said he had some magic books he couldn't sell. I'll get them and bring them to you. Maybe they'll help. Also, he's speaking in 3 days, Yolland.
I know. I'll think of something. Thank you again.
Maybe I should be thanking you. He touched his side again and grinned. I thought this was the end.
You almost died. You tried to protect me against a mage and Eric the shit.
Who was Eric? The white robe? Did you know him?
I did. My first kiss.
Damn, sorry I killed him.
I'm not.
Okay, good. See you later with some books. Gunnolf took his horse from a nearby tree and mounted it. It was still sun-up, a few hours before lunchtime. He was still wanted, but he needed to get the books off Skinner and bring him into his plans. He still didn't have it all worked out, but knew he'd need some help. He walked his slow horse the hour it took to get out of the forest and to the walls of the city gate. He didn't need to worry too much. The city held a lot of people. The gate was open, and people walked through it without a look from the guards. At least 10 people passed in every few moments. It was busy. Gunnolf walked on with his horse. He had his head down and a hood over his face. He passed through, half expecting a yell, but nothing. He passed through with the mass of others. He guided his nag along the broad cobbles until it got too busy and the streets too narrow, and he climbed off. He walked the horse, leading onward with the leather reins. The good thing was that no one would steal her. She was so very old. She was a grey and broken 10-year-old mare, yet seemed pleased to be free of the single paddock where she had probably spent that 10 years. He walked on to Skinner's apartment. Tying the horse up, he went up the stairs and knocked quickly. It was a time of day he might or might not be home, but Skinner's rat face answered he door. He shook his head and sighed.
You're crazy to come. Get in now.
Skinner showed him to the couch, poured him an ale, and then passed him a piece of paper. Drawn on it was a passing likeness of him. Scarred face, short hair, not really his face, but enough. Underneath the picture it said, 6 foot, mace-wielding Carthian. He was going for 10 gold. Much too much.
I've had friends coming asking about you. It's too much. You need to be careful. So you killed some mages. That means you took the job. Is it over?
If only it was that easy. That was to get my hands on some wards. The target is Yolland the Grand. Now Skinner laughed, but it was a sad one.
You said yes. Why? It should be 500 gold because you'll need an army.
I have me and some new odd friends. Speaking of which, I need those magic books.
Why?
I made friends with a female mage. She's going to help. Skinner shook his head.
You're mad, but of course I can't sell them. So only 1 gold each.
He went to a back room and returned with a handful of large, leather-bound books. Gunnolf loaded them into his bag without looking at them. He gave Skinner some gold coins from his new wealth. That caught his eye. So you'll help me?
Of course, but don't come back without a disguise or something. That beggar's hood is not enough.
Okay, I'll see you in 3 days. He's speaking, and I think it should decide my plans.
Mina. Her life had changed so much in the last few days. She felt like she had gone from not even having family that cared about her and being all alone in the world, to having an ally and a friend. She bloody loved that big Carthian, Gunnolf. He'd saved her against those 2 mages, and he'd convinced Grella she could stay. She would have been keen on him if it wasn't for the scar and him being about 10 years older than her. Still, she owed him and liked him. If he needed help killing a mage, she'd do what she could. She'd heard of Yolland, and while it sounded like madness, she'd just seen him kill 2 mages and walk away without her help. He could have the luck of the damned. The sun was at its highest point in the sky when Gunnolf returned. He came into the cottage after knocking loudly and threw a leather satchel at her, without a word of warning. Mina caught it in the air, put it down, and looked inside. She could have cried. It was filled with real magic books. Not vague stories about some people with powers, but spell books by other mages and tomes of instruction. What she'd needed and tried to get from the manor. She looked at the titles and got so excited. It was like a fraction of their world had finally opened up to her. They were the perfect selection for a novice like her. She didn't want to be like the boys at school and focus on one thing. She wanted to learn everything. "Thanks," was all she said. Honestly, words couldn't describe how much she loved him right now. The big thug was the best thing ever. She'd never had someone encourage her magic. Her mother would only have encouraged her to make money off it, not because it made Mina happy. Gunnolf just went to the table, on which sat a bowl of stew. Grella was there eating as well. She spoke to him.
Is your camp set up?
It is. I even have a fire.
Why don't you two go and read and eat out there? I need some time to make something.
Mina understood. Grella didn't want the books in the house, and Mina was dying to read them. Grella was nice but hated her magic. It seemed like it wasn't just prejudice, like with a few people. Grella knew more about its source than she did. She followed the big form of Gunnolf out of the cottage. He slowly walked with his wooden bowl in one hand to a campsite that was only around 20 meters away from the cottage. He'd done well for himself. He'd made it in a way that suggested he was used to living this way. He had a small tent against a tree and a real, if smallish, fire, with a few logs for seats. It wasn't that cold now, but would get that way at night, and he was preparing.
I knew she'd say that. She hates magic.
I know it, but thanks so much. She sat down, and in moments had the books out of the bag. She ignored Gunnolf, who just ate his stew, as she looked at the titles of the books. There were 5 in total. They were different sizes, but she realized they would have cost a lot. Each was covered in leather, and 2 had locks on the sides which were cracked open, roughly. Gunnolf had said his friend couldn't sell them. She saw why. Only a wizard would be interested, and she was sure they didn't buy from people in the street with no reputation. She looked at them and set them aside after reading each title, deciding which to read first. They were called Small Deaths, The Temperature of Control, Wards for Protection and Profit, Fire and All Its Uses, and Never Age. She was so damned excited. She saw that Never Age wasn't new and had been read a lot. She thought of the wizards she'd seen. They did seem young, but she had assumed it was as easy as saying back to the body. Given the book was this thick, though, maybe not.
Anything good?
Looks it. She started to read Never Age. Gunnolf put down his bowl, picked up his crossbow and quiver, and walked off slowly into the forest. Mina was amazed that what she'd done by instinct had almost been right. The book spoke of the parts of the body, the hands, skin, organs, and to turn back the age of the body. You commanded it like she had done. Though she had used the word back, while the word they used was baden, which meant backwards. The words were simply to focus the power, and she could do it with her mind and will if she was strong enough. The book spoke of something she found especially interesting. The body itself was made of these tiny things called grain. They were as small as sand, but were things like skin and hair. When wizards did their spells, they focused to the grain. Mina read that to lay your hands on the surface made it easier. She knew that from experience, but it was good to read it here. She wondered at how selfish they were. They used this magic to stay young, but clearly it was powerful healing magic. To speed up the wound's age was to repair. She looked at the fire, reached in, and took out a burning stick by the end that wasn't on fire. Then, summoning the courage, she took the flaming end in her hand. She let out a cry and dropped it. Her hand was burned red, and a few blisters formed. She held her hand over it and simply thought faster, and the wound aged and faded. She laughed. She was too young to want to look younger. Mina thought of her whole hand and put her other hand over it, muttered, faster, and thought of it aging. She imagined not just the fingers, but all the grains that made up her hand. Before her eyes it happened. Slowly it grew old and wrinkled, like that of a 60-year-old. She held it up and laughed. Then she held her hand over it and said, Baden. She thought of it becoming young, but nothing happened. She was getting scared as she looked at her horrible old hand. She didn't want one grandma hand. She panicked and yelled, backward, and it started to age backwards until it was young and whole again. The wound still gone, She laughed. As she looked up, she saw that Gunnolf had returned. It had been hours. He looked at her, and she laughed as he continued to stare.
You're crazy.
I know what to do about your face.
Gunnolf! He hated the scar, of course he did. But also he had lived with it for 2 years, and it was a big part of who he was. It said, to him and the world, no love, no friends, just killing. He was a scar-faced thug. He felt in part it made him a killer, or it at least made it easier. Maybe it was the way he had earned it. He remembered clearly 2 years ago. He would get jobs at the Four Cups, but it was back before they sold wine, and no white robe had even thought of going into such a shithole. He had loved it then, and had had a good life. Not that he had realized it. His major employment was a young minstrel who went by the nickname the Squire. Gunnolf didn't know his name, they just called him Squire or Squiz. He was a skinny rake of a thing but could play the harp and the flute and would grace the stage of the Four Cups, the streets and various other places. He earned well, and by night's end would have a pouch full of coppers, silvers, and even a gold or two. He was safe enough in the main city, gas lamps and guards, yet when the boy walked home, fat with coin and a few drinks in him, he was a target. Gunnolf often walked home with him. He'd swing by at the end of a night, get Gunnolf, and they'd walk to his house, Gunnolf's big mace swinging at his side. He had no scar then, but was still a tall and burly Carthian with an army look. He was a bodyguard for poor people. He protected lads like this, trade tents, and merchants at markets. He even had a single shirt he wore on market days. Still, it was good. Life was good. The main reason Squiz needed a bodyguard was one person, a former convict piece of shit, native Fredonian called Father. He was father of a whole bunch of idiot kid thieves and damned good with a blade, yet he didn't try to mess with Gunnolf. So Squiz hired him a lot, and they often talked when he walked him home. He was a good enough sort.
We have 5 gold.
He slid it along the bench, and Gunnolf looked at the coins. It was a month of working, yet he wasn't a killer. He'd killed people in the army, in the shield wall, but this was being paid to do a murder.
He's scum, and you know it.
The minstrels and traders had gotten together to take care of Father. The reason was that he'd killed someone. He'd been robbing for years, but a few nights previously, when he had tried to take a boy's purse, the lad had fought back and got a dagger in him. Gunnolf laughed, thinking of their shock if they saw the city now. He'd looked at the money. I won't kill him.
You have to. You're the scariest person we know.
Sorry, kid. Gunnolf walked out of the tavern. He was tempted, of course, but he wasn't a paid killer. The gods would be fine with it, since a soldier was paid, but it was the skill of your enemy that mattered, not the compensation. As he walked from the tavern, a child rushed past him. He felt the lad hit into his legs, and his mace was gone from his hands. The little bastard had unhooked it and run with it. He looked back and yelled, "Fuck you, Carthian!" Gunnolf stupidly ran after him. The boy turned a corner into an alley, Gunnolf followed, and there he was, Father. Gunnolf had never really looked at him. He himself was in his very late 20s, and so was this man. A lifelong thief, lean and fast, he had a crooked smile and was truly a killer. He smiled at Gunnolf and pulled out a dagger, no doubt the same he'd killed the trader with. He had said something like,
"Paid to kill me, right? Too bad it's wasted coin."
Gunnolf didn't have time to say, "I didn't take it," before the idiot lunged at him with the blade. He slashed rather than stabbed, and that alone saved Gunnolf. He cut him right across the chest in one swing of the blade. Gunnolf staggered back. He had nothing. No weapon, no backup dagger, like he always had now. He looked at the man and knew that Father would kill him. This wasn't a game. It was life or death, and he'd come after an unarmed man. What a shit. He didn't worry about his honor. Father lunged at him again and Gunnolf avoided the blade, countering with a punch. He hit the man in the face as hard as he could. Father left the ground and flew back. He landed, dropping the knife. Gunnolf stepped up and took it. I didn't take the money. The man stood and drew another dagger.
Should have.
He jumped up and out, slashing down. Gunnolf, ever the soldier, thrust, straight, hard, and deep. He felt father's blade find the tip of his forehead. It cut down right through his eyebrow, scratched the lid of his closed eye and into his cheek. He fell back screaming, but father was dead, the blade buried to its hilt in his chest. Gunnolf's thrust was straight, true and well aimed. He'd been helped to his feet, given the gold, and 2 weeks later, with a bandaged face, taken his first job as a paid killer. It was another man like father, a thief who preyed on the traders. This time Gunnolf had his mace and 2 daggers.
Where were you?
Thinking of my scar. So what's your plan again for her? They had come inside to explain it to Grella. She wanted to know when Mina did something like this.
He can't do what he needs to because he's wanted. But I've seen the poster. It's not him, so much as it's anyone with that scar.
If I hide it, they'll notice.
They'll notice a glamour, but not if I just remove it for real. Mina! She wanted to do it for a lot of reasons. 1, it was a big piece of magic, and she was excited to push her power, but she knew she could do it. 2, it would work. No one saw his face beneath the scar. He wasn't pretty, but he was just tall and tough-looking, rather than terrifying. And 3, he was her only friend, and she wanted to pay him back for all he'd done for her. If that was on her face, it would be all she thought about. To her, it was just part of him, but she was sure he must hate it. Gunnolf was a big, tough guy, but he was fairly well her only friend. He'd saved her life, bought her gifts, convinced Grella she could stay, and seemed to like her too. She thought she was more of a little sister to him than anything, but that was a nice change from every other man she met. So are you brave enough? He smiled, but she saw he was afraid, though not of some pain. She'd dangled something he'd not dared hope for, and better deliver it. A chance at just being another face in the crowd again, of being what he once was. It'll work, I promise, Gunnolf.
Okay, let's try. I need to get into that event.
Yes, that's the only reason you want it.
Where?
She looked at Grella. They were still inside the cottage.
You can do it on my bed, but I'll go for a walk. I care about you, Gunnolf. It's just too hard to be around it.
He nodded at her and just walked into the bedroom. He lay on the bed, big boots hanging off the edge. He was breathing hard as Mina knelt on the bed next to him. She was so close to him, she could hear his breath. He was funny. He seemed scared now, yet hadn't when facing those mages. She put her hand over his face and just above the scar. She kept her eyes open and let herself connect with her power. He knew she'd have to draw deep. Mina focused and said the words out loud. Faster, forward, age. It took a long time to feel anything. She looked, but the scar stayed the same. And then she felt something connect and felt joined to his body. It was made up an impossibly high number of the grains the book had described. She knew it was their word. Like grains of sand, but they made him. Some were the scar, some were the good skin. She focused her will on the scar alone. Faster, she whispered again, and the scar started to change. As she watched it and whispered, it truly seemed to age and weaken. It faded in color and size until it was much reduced. It looked like a scar on the face of an old man, yet he was young. He opened his eyes. She could laugh. He was so ready to be disappointed.
Work?
Give me time. He closed his eyes again, and she focused more. It was like a scar on an old man, yet still a scar. She had the focus, and now she thought faster, faster. As she looked, the scar aged, but impossibly old, 100, 200, 300 years. She whispered, "Stop," and looked at her work. The scar was gone. Only the faintest of lines remained. She'd aged it 300 years, and the body had fixed itself. It had faded with the passage of time as the grains themselves aged until death. He opened his eye and looked at her.
Work?
Sure did. Handsome. You might be able to stop paying for it now, she said with a laugh. Gunnolf slept again for a whole day thanks to her help, and finally stumbled out of the cabin the next morning. Mina had taken over his camp. She'd rather sleep rough and practice magic than have a bed and not. He smiled and sat down. His face was great. To have gone from scarred to clean-skinned, now he looked handsome. She'd been going through her books, and the one about wards was funny. It had a load of what it called minor magic to fill the coffers of wizards. One thing she had created, which was great, was a reflector. It was a piece of metal she'd said, "reflect to," and it did. It was like a highly polished viewing bronze, but a lot better. She threw it at him as he sat. He looked at himself, and she saw he was just radiating happiness. It was great that magic could do this. She imagined what it would be like if wizards helped the blind see and the frail walk. But no, they controlled and got rich. Still, she'd be a good one. He looked at himself and grinned again.
Damn. It's good work, thanks. I really owe you now.
He ran his hand over the former wound. She could see how happy he was.
How have you been?
Good. Learning a lot, but I want proper training. I was waiting to ask you.
You wanted to know about the Red Palace?
I do. She'd been dying to ask him, a real Carthian, and now he was her friend. She could feel the palace was in her grasp. Learning from books was good, but she wanted more. She wanted to be able to test herself and get better.
Well, they will train you. They do train girls, non-Carthians and older students like you, but it's not like here. Imagine what a Carthian mage school would be, and you'd have it about right.
Fighting?
Indeed, there are what's called war mages. They will focus teaching on fighting and defense, healing for your legion, and basically train you to help win battles.
She was still interested. She didn't care if it would be hard. She could at least see what it was like. Carthage was a long way away, though. The trip would take a year at least. What do you need to join? Be a student?
Well, it's not free, that's the main thing. They'll test that you have magic and can fight, but you either pay as a traveling guest or you do your years.
She had assumed it would be free, which was dumb now she thought of it. She wasn't even a Carthian. How much?
It was about 500 a year when I heard last, or a year of service.
In the army?
Yeah, like all of us. Or you could buy the years off someone else. Someone you knew who maybe did 4 years extra service and has them up his sleeve.
Her eyes widened. You?
I did my 4 standard, then stayed another tour to earn some money. But I passed on the schooling or rewards part and just left.
How much?
How many?
1 to start. He rubbed his face, scar-free. He wanted to help her. She could see it.
Help me beat Yolland and I'll give you a year. Gunnolf. As he approached the theatre, he understood why Grella had thought he should attend this. He had a free, stolen ticket, and it looked very expensive. But if he was going to hate this man even more, this was a good idea. He had thought that Mina should be coming to learn something, but it was like his eyes were open now. He'd never realized all mages were male, but they were. She'd be grabbed at the door and bundled off to some dark prison. She was as wanted as him. There were also posters around for a blonde teenage mage girl. The theatre was like nothing he'd seen before. In the nicest part of town, on the good side of course. It was a very grand old building, with fine and beautiful stonework. It was like something from another world. Gunnolf walked up the carpeted stone stairs, the harrower hidden under the old white robe he wore. He approached a man, a student, in a white robe, sitting at a small table.
Coin or invite?
I have an invite, but what is it if I didn't?
It's 10, but worth every coin. I hope you brought your ledger. Yolland the Grand is the main speaker and will be giving the full details of his long-term mind control techniques.
Amazing. So after this I will be able to do it myself?
You will know how, But Yolland is a master. I don't want to judge you, friend, but if you're not year 4 or above, you will have to wait. In fact, who are you? Your robe is very old, and I've not seen you at school.
Grella had told him what he needed to say. I'm staff at the school, mostly as an administrator at the library. You been to room 5? Room 5 was the most boring, apparently, all low-level stuff. The man laughed.
Not often. Well, have a good time.
Gunnolf walked into the hall and handed his invite to another student, who led him down to a seat. Thankfully, it was right at the back. The room was already full of people, mostly white-robed students, but also many of the traders from the magic market, and some very finely dressed people in the front. He assumed these were the other main teachers at the school. All told, there were nearly 200 people. He had had no idea there were so many wizards in this city. He realized that 31 gold was pittance to a man like Yolland. His slave was making him very rich. If he got 10 gold for each ticket, he'd have 200, and could buy a mansion. Gunnolf waited. Soon, the lights dimmed by themselves, and a young man walked onto the stage. He was in a white robe and spoke in a normal voice, but it boomed across the hall. Somehow Gunnolf could hear it. Pretty impressive. They should sell those charms to minstrels. He'd be rich if he was a mage.
I am David Randall, of House Randall. Tonight I will present my short introduction to money-making for mages. Don't fear, I will only detain you for a few brief moments, and then we'll get to the main event. I know we are all very keen to hear from Master Yolland about his remarkable breakthrough. Now, money is a mundane thing. Many of us know the spells of transmogrification, of turning iron to gold. But as I don't need to tell you, it's a very slow and demanding process. Indeed, one can spend nights burning his mana up, only to start turning enough iron for 100 pieces. I have done the sums, and taking time into account, there are many better ways to make coin. Quickly, I will impart my own favorites, and you too can take these skills. The first, and no, it's not fire enchantments or weapons for the rabble. It's luck enchantments. Any mage worth his salt can create a luck enchantment. These are best placed on cards. A deck of playing cards, bought for a pittance. Or better yet, dice themselves. Here are my own enchanted dice. A luck enchantment will make them come up with whatever the roller wants, more than 1 in 3 times. Bought by me for less than a copper, enchanted in less than an hour, and then sold at the gambling dens for 10 gold. The best thing is, any better than 1 in 3 and people doubt it's only luck. Now it's hard to enchant ivory, and thus in my thesis I will explain the full technique. Needless to say, only ivory will work, and with cards I put some garnet dust on them. The second is the most profitable method and very easy to achieve. It's what I call the favored look. It's a minor glamour that searches your target's mind and presents you in a fashion most appealing to them. Best added to rings. You touch a lady's hand, and if she likes blue eyes, you will appear to have blue eyes. In my thesis, you will see I have gone to great efforts, so that even if they have met you before, they will realize how perfect you are. The perfect tool for any wizard who has been rejected. Feel free to take a copy as you leave, cost included in the ticket price.
The man bowed, and there was quite a bit of applause. Gunnolf remembered that mage he killed in the forest. Mina had said he was a Randall. Gunnolf had his favoured look necklace in his pocket and knew it was a lot more than a minor glamour. Grella was right. All these mages were rapists with spells. He touched his face again, and it was still scar-free. They could fix anything, even make the blind see. But no, they just made money and hurt people. The next to walk on stage was interesting. He was dressed as the other mages Gunnolf had killed in the forest, not in robes but fine pants and leather armor. He walked on stage and everyone was quiet.
Many of you know me. I am not here to teach you things you could learn at a school or in a book, or indeed line your pockets more. If anything, I will implore you to earn less. My name is Flint, Warden Flint, and I speak for the restoration of the line. I come to speak to you of a tragedy we are investigating. The murder of 3 young students at a local tavern. We are certain this act was committed by a common. Indeed, we think we know which common it was.
There was actual booing and jeering from the crowd. Gunnolf didn't know if they were shocked or didn't believe him.
Now I know as well as you a common couldn't do a thing like this without magical help. The poor boys were killed with a dagger of souls, their mana ripped from them. Warded he must have been, and perhaps using a magical poison to dull them. We are asking you all, and I would not presume to tell you esteemed men anything, but I ask you, cease the trade of magical items and weapons to non-wizards. It only weakens us and strengthens them.
Who did it?
Soon he will face justice. But now a thing I hate to have to repeat, yet it seems in some of you the education is sorely lacking.
As he spoke, a man walked out on stage. He was dressed as a street beggar but had a real dagger in his hand. The warden kept speaking.
Now it seems some of you don't know what to do if a common thug tries something stupid.
The man lunged at him, fast and serious. It wasn't a game. The blade went right to Flint's neck and stopped a hair above it, his skin going blue. He muttered to himself as it did, turned to the man and put his hand out. The man flew back. Gunnolf had seen these moves.
A skin ward gives you more time than a shield ward 3 feet before you.
The man had stood again. He threw the dagger and it and tumbled through the air, hitting Flint hard in the neck, blade first. It sank in and blood spurted out as it did. People yelled in shock as he staggered back, but didn't react to the pain. He pulled it out calmly. The blood flowed, and then stopped. As Gunnolf watched, the wound on his neck healed.
Turn off your pain, stop the blood from leaving you with a cage, and rapidly heal. This way, if you get hit, you need not die like our young friends. Now at much expense, the line has provided a blank ring for each of you, a simple garnet and steel ring. Take it when you leave and please tonight, enchant it following our thesis. Wards are not for the weak, they are for the smart.
He left the floor to a silent audience. Gunnolf thought he was even more dangerous than Yolland. He'd sent men after Mina. The applause began as he left the stage, and Gunnolf remembered his face. He'd be careful of that one. Yolland walked on stage with the girl Sarah behind him. She was dressed even more provocatively than before, in a very short dress that was low-cut at the front. You never saw women wearing clothes like that in the streets, even though it was hot as hell. All Fredonians were quite traditional, at least the magic-wielding rich ones. They all dressed like it was 100 years ago, and they were lords and ladies. The crowd actually stood and clapped. Yolland shushed them down, but was clearly very pleased with himself. Sarah looked a bit nervous to be there, but curtsied to them.
Welcome, friends and colleagues. Get your ledgers ready. For tonight I will give you the 3 steps to permanent control of a person. And when I say person, I mean a woman, of course.
The all-male crowd laughed.
First, let me introduce my wife. Sarah, please say hi.
She smiled and walked to the front. She smiled again at the crowd and indeed said, "Hello." She looked nervous to be before a crowd, but unaware she was a prize being shown off.
Why are we here?
You asked me to speak to your friends. You're a great wizard, and they want to know your secrets.
And they are?
You talk about controlling people, but I don't know who.
Step 1. To control a mind is easy, but to keep it intact is hard. Sarah is a lovely girl, funny and sweet. She has her own personality and likes and dislikes. I have simply inserted myself as her husband in her mind. It's a constant battle, but one that can be won. So step 1 is simply false memories. Step 2. The leash. An invisible leash is attached to the subject, which means she is never more than 20 feet from me. I can enjoy her company and keep the control. A person from the past, or too many questions about the past, can derail your construction. If I'm close, I can stop this from happening. Also, If done right, it will let you know how they are feeling, and you can add or take memories as you need. Step 3. Sleep. I know this is the main thing you all marvel at. How does he keep control when he is asleep? An enchanted object? A partner to help? It's simple, my friends. And I wish it wasn't so simple, because when you hear it, many of you will demand a refund. It's a simple sleep spell, attached to the leash. She sleeps when I sleep and can only wake when I allow it.
There was a groan through the audience. They wanted more, but it made sense. Even this guy had no power when he was asleep and dreaming his pervert dreams.
I will now take questions.
Gunnolf was so full of rage. This man was so proud that he had a mind to control and a person to use. He saw clearly how much above people like him these wizards thought they were. It was as if only they were people and the rest were animals or cattle. Yolland used this girl as a slave and only cared about whether people from her past might take his pet. Gunnolf yelled out in a voice as rough as he could make it, "What about sex?" The man laughed. They all laughed.
Of course, first question. Sex, yes. But be aware Sarah is a very sweet girl. I haven't changed her personality or proclivities. Only in her mind I am her husband, and thus have certain rights. Pick your target carefully, unless you want to spend all day trying to change their personality. If sex is on your mind, friend, I would suggest taking someone with a reputation, if you know what I mean.
He answered more questions about the poor girl, and while he said her personality was intact, it was clear she had no bloody idea they were talking about her. Gunnolf wished in a way he could kill this prick right now. It would be beyond satisfying to stand up, crossbow loaded, and shoot him on stage, but his chances of getting out alive would be 0. Besides, he only had his dagger. Gunnolf watched the very short speeches. He'd really expected them to go on and on, yet it seemed most of them would just read how to do it at the end. He was going to leave, and he thought of Mina. He owed her, and she'd love this. He saw a room next to the exit and walked in. It was full of around 30 to 40 wizards. There was a counter with a pile of parchments, and a man behind it. He approached the counter and swallowed. It was the trader he'd talked wards with, but the man just looked at him and smiled. He didn't recognize Gunnolf at all. When they'd last met, he'd probably just seen the scar and not anything else.
Hello, friend. You can have a copy of the 3 theses for free: Making Money for Mages, Mind Control, and The Line's Guide to Protection.
He passed Gunnolf 3 actual books. One was thick and bound, and the other 2 were thin. Gunnolf took them and tucked them into a satchel he had with him. Grella had told him to take it. It looked like a woman's bag.
And this?
He passed Gunnolf a very plain ring, steel, with a garnet in it. It was pretty ugly, but worth a good 10 gold. The line was spending a lot against people like him.
Unenchanted so you can do the protection, if you're skilled enough.
Gunnolf saw the man was selling as well, and realized he might be able to sell his now clean necklace, since he was holding a lot. He had 2 rings off the line man, the bastard necklace off Eric, and he'd given Mina the rot dagger because Grella had thrown it out of her cottage. He was about to pull them out to sell when Warden Flint walked up. He smiled at the man.
Damien Fortingale, I told you I didn't want you selling to non-mages.
No hello to Gunnolf. Flint didn't even look at him.
What? It's all students here.
Not here. We have reports you sold to some scar-faced Carthian, our suspect.
Never happened.
Who was it? Tell me.
He thought Flint must have done something, as the other man bent over as though he was sick. He was about to say something when Gunnolf reached out and put his hand on the trader's shoulder. He didn't know how wards worked, but he thought it might be touch. The man straightened and looked at them both. The power of Gunnolf's magic ward or mind control seemed to help him.
No one.
The man Flint turned to Gunnolf.
Who are you and why did you do that?
A man's mind is his own and you have no right. Piss off before I see if that ring works against a fist in the face. Gunnolf saw him go red, but people around him laughed. He saw as a man walked up to Flint and led him away. He'd made an enemy there. He turned back to the trader. Sorry, friend.
Thanks for the help. It's you, right? I'll keep my mouth shut. He just caught me by surprise. Now, have you got anything for me? I hear you've been busy.
Gunnolf laughed, and looking around, he pulled out the rings and the necklace. Fortingale whistled low at the sight of the necklace and pushed it back.
A valuable stone and item, but too well known around here. The family has word out for any that get word of it to alert them. They are pigs, so I won't rat you out, but keep it hidden.
Gunnolf should have realized the wizard community was very small.
These two I can take more than happy, say 80 and 60.
He had already made more in looting his victims than doing the job. He'd found his new line of work, killing and robbing wizards.
Mina. Gunnolf had come back to the cottage the morning after the event. She sat on the steps as he trotted up, very slowly, on his gray horse. She'd never seen an older animal. She didn't know they lived so long. She laughed as he dismounted, carefully, and walked to her.
You should have come. You would have loved it.
Maybe soon. I think I'll be able to do a gender swap before long. His eyes opened wide.
Really?
She laughed. No, I'd have to invent it. You think any wizard ever wanted to be a girl? He passed her his bag, and she looked inside. More books, and a small and ugly ring. She held the ring and looked at him. It's got no enchantments.
Yeah, it's so you can do it.
He was certainly helping her with her magic against the wishes of Grella. She would have to do something for him. He was scar-free now, and she had done that. She looked at him. He wasn't pretty, but he seemed like he'd gotten a lot of confidence back, or a different confidence. A funny, relaxed way that was different from the dark confidence of a killer. He never lost that. They went inside. Grella had made them breakfast. Mina realized that she had known he was coming. They sat down at the table. She and Grella seemed to be getting along well. It was almost like a mother-daughter relationship, if she'd actually liked her mother. And Grella was sweet. This Blackthorn witch was a much nicer person than her mother had been. She assumed Grella was over 100 years old at least, maybe a lot more. She still treated Mina with a sense of fear, which was odd, given that Mina had seen her use a blackberry vine that grew from her body to snap the neck of a mage much stronger than her. They sat around him, tea in hand, a bowl of warmed-up grain stew in front of Gunnolf. He grinned. He liked being around this kind of female attention, it seemed.
So how does he do it?
Gunnolf looked at her. She was reading the book, but hadn't got very far yet. Well, he wrote a book about it, so it should be easier with a guide. Grella laughed, but sadly.
They are so proud of this shit. Tell me in short.
There are 3 steps, he says. Step 1. He implants himself as her husband in her mind. He says that's a constant struggle. Step 2 is some kind of invisible leash, so she walks when he does and doesn't wander off. Step 3 is sleep. She sleeps when he sleeps. So he's always in control of her.
Mina was flicking through the book. She needed to read about that leash. She'd broken the one the young mages put on her, but this would be much stronger. Grella shook her head.
The leash is bad. It means we can't just snatch her, which might have been easier. Mina, do you know anything of these leashes? I don't really.
Let's say I have some small personal experience with them, and you are literally tied to them. If she sleeps when he sleeps, she probably eats when he eats and everything else. It's probably a death leash too. They do what they say. If the owner dies, so does the pet.
Bloody great. So what, we break it?
I'm sorry, Mina. Looks like we might need you again.
She wanted to help, and wanted to be able to do it, but it would be hard. Maybe the book would help. I want to, and this will help, I'm sure. She held up the book. I'll have to learn and practice, and also I'm assuming Yolland's leash will be very hard to break and he'll notice.
So what is the plan now?
Not to her, but to Gunnolf. Yet he looked at Mina.
Once we are able to break the leash, we can do it. I will keep following him around and make sure his routine is the same. I was thinking I would fire at him with an arrow from a wagon, so I'll need that arrow.
I'll make you one. But I need the dagger back to replicate the magic and take a stone out of it.
He had finished his stew and looked up. He took the dagger and handed it to her. It still had 3 glowing stones. She hadn't purged it yet. He saw Mina look at it almost lustfully. As he looked at her, Mina felt all their plans now rested on her, if she could break the spell of one of the most powerful mages in the land. He seemed to read her mind. There is no hurry. I still need more practice with the bow. Maybe I can stay in camp tonight, then head back tomorrow and start following him around.
Grella took the bowl and walked to her counter, and Gunnolf walked outside. Mina sat with her head in her hands. She was worried now. It all came down to her. Grella came back and sat across from her.
The reason I'm slightly scared of you is because I sense the power in you, frankly. You can do this. You're stronger than Yolland and all of the White Palace. Go out and practice, and when he leaves, go with him. You can see the city and practice your magic without giving me nightmares.
Mina leaned over and kissed Grella on the cheek, then stood and walked outside. She went and found Gunnolf at the fire. She flicked through the 3 books. He looked at her.
I also got you a gift for this.
And pointed at his face. What, more than this ugly ring?
Well, it's less of a gift, more of something you need.
He passed her a roll of leather, and she looked at it. He came to stand beside her and said,
The Red Palace.
The map filled in large shapes. It showed Fredonia, the island they were on, and across the sea was a big land with no name. She knew it to be Kingsland. A line went from here across the sea, deep into Kingsland, and then to the east. Carthage was many miles to the east and across 2 other countries. Shit, was all she said. Mina had never realized what a trip it was. A year at least, but boats, wagons, and she was a girl alone. As a mage, she'd be safe, but how often would she need to sleep and be alone? You want to come? He laughed.
You will live to 150, right? I mean, you can control it.
Sure, I'll be able to make myself younger or you, when I have to.
Okay, you give me 5 years and I'll come with you. If I survive, that is.
She shook his hand. Deal.
Gunnolf. He had killed 31 people, a few of those in the last few days, but he'd never really planned it out before. He was a sellsword, a mercenary bodyguard. He'd follow someone around and kill whoever tried to kill them. This time he was acting like a true assassin, if an underskilled one, but he actually hated the man he was after, truly hated him. It wasn't just the girl, though, that would be more than enough. It was the whole view of life he represented. It was like a form of slavery. They were so far above everyone else. Common people had to dig the earth, slave and earn. You could die of a rotten tooth, while these pricks could heal anything. Yet not one of them said that to make money you could set up as a healer and charge a gold per life. That would work, but no. They used their powers to rig dice and seduce unwilling women. Wizards were all pervert freaks who would be nothing without their powers. He was getting very good with his crossbow. He'd spent a few days training with it, and now sat in his room with his new comrade in crime, a 19-year-old runaway mage. Her demeanor had changed quite a bit, and she seemed a lot more serious now. He'd asked her to help, and for him it was simple. Use magic to break magic. Yet now he saw it was like he was asking her to fight Yolland as well. She sat in clothes he'd bought for her, and she looked like a scruffy beggar girl. Still, it helped her to remain unseen. She sat with books on her knees and read. They'd been at it for 3 days. She made leashes and broken them, trying to find the fastest way. She'd read and reread the book 100 times. "I'm going to Skinner's. Be back." She didn't even look up from the book, but he heard her mutter.
Yeah.
He rode Nellie through the city to Skinner's house. It was strange for him. The scar-faced Carthian was still wanted, but no one looked twice at him. There were only around 1,000 of his brethren in the city, but no one knew it was him. He had also left his mace at home. He was greeted at the door by Jenny. She was the most amazed by his lack of scar and was so happy for him.
Hello, handsome. Come in.
As she opened the door. "Thanks, Jenny," he said with a grin. He wasn't really handsome, but then Skinner was rough too. Jenny was an angel and he had no idea why she hung around them. Skinner was there, planning. Gunnolf had paid him to help, but they were still friends. He was rich right now, and the thought of just running away was constant, but he knew well you couldn't ever escape yourself, no matter how far you ran. Also, if he survived, he had actual plans. He'd go back to Carthage with enough money to buy a house if he wanted.
So, I've hired a carriage for a week, 2 horses. It's a fancy bloody thing and won't raise any eyebrows as we drive back and forth. Now tell me this stupid plan again.
It's easy. We know where he goes and when. We drive around, and when he's coming up the road from the school to King Street, we drive in front, level with my window, and I stand up and fire at him.
A drive-by shooting? I have no idea if it's idiocy or genius. I think you may have invented a new way to kill people.
Well, my mother always said I'd do something great.
Really?
Of course not. All she said was, "Why do you eat so much? And you're useless." Anyway, we'll find out what I am in a few days, so let's get going. And clearly if I'm caught and you escape, take all my stuff. You know where it's buried.
Now tell me about the girl. Mina, right?
Yeah, Mina. She's been at home practicing the spells to break his leash. She knows the spot and will be waiting. She's got a nice little beggar's outfit. When she hears you shouting, she'll break it.
So if you miss, Mina's dead. And if she can't break it in time, the girl's dead.
Yes and yes.
So not worth 25 gold, not even close. Let's go get killed then.
Maina. When she'd come to the city with Gunnolf 3 days ago, it had felt like it was a grand adventure. He'd been more than happy to have her along, and she'd ridden with him on Nellie's back to the city gate. She'd been there only twice, but not for many years. And even the bad side was impressive to her. Everywhere she looked were people selling things, buying, walking in nice clothes, yelling out. They were staying, not in an abandoned house like he'd said, but on the good side of the river, and it was a marvel. Now she was jealous. If she'd been born a boy, this would have been her life. She could have declared her magic at 12 and been sent to the palace for training. Gunnolf had walked past the guards after giving them a few coins, and they went on. She had on her a guise of an older lady and looked a bit like Grella to them. The place they stayed at was called a hotel. It was a massive building. They had a room to themselves, and it was big. The room had one huge bed for both of them, and a separate bathroom and kitchen. Gunnolf was odd. He was a murderer, but slept on the floor and gave her space. "Why here?" She set her things down.
Grella said we have to be close to the school so they don't sense your magic.
She doubted that was true, but understood. He had a lot of stolen gold, and Grella knew he'd have them in a hovel and not care. But if she was going to do this, she'd experience it all. Also, she had a good chance of failing, so at least she'd enjoy a bath and some wine. That was then. This was now. She'd spent 3 days trying, and nothing. The worst thing was, she'd done it before. The young mages had had a collar on her, and she had broken it. She just didn't know how. She had yelled, "Break," and it had. Now she had made herself some collars. She set one on her own leg. It was invisible, but Yolland's book described clearly how to make one. She could see it, yet she screamed at it, and nothing. After 2 days, it had faded off, not because of her, but because of her lack of power in casting it. She made 3 more and set them on things. 1 on a chair. She walked around the room and it dragged along with her. She looked at the thing. She was so mad. She held up her hands at it and fire formed, leapt from her hands and burned the chair. She laughed and cried a little as the leash stayed strong through the burning. These were Yolland's leashes, made by her. His would be stronger, and she had no idea how to break it. She knew it was just power, control. She had to understand it more. Gunnolf had left, and she kept working. It was day 3, and she looked through all of her books and reread them. When she had screamed, "Break!" she'd thrown her magic by brute force at the leash. It had broken because she was stronger than the maker. Still, her versus Yolland wasn't enough. It was like she was swinging Gunnolf's mace at a castle door and wondering why it still stood. She sat and actually cried. She would have to tell him she couldn't break it. She tried to think of anything else she could use. If you can't break it, maybe you can get out of it another way. A thief didn't break the chain holding him. He picked the lock or slipped his hands out of the cuffs. She stopped thinking of brute force and read again. How did the leash know who she was? How did it know if she was alive or dead, or asleep? It was all spells. Sarah had a death leash, which meant that if he died, she died. Yet if she died, did he? She read no. A death leash worked one way only. They didn't want their lives tied to a toy. As she read through, she saw it. She laughed and laughed. She'd figured it out. It read clear as day, 100 times. While you might love your pet, I would suggest having your leash break itself if it senses the pet is dead, lest you be dragging a dead body around. Gunnolf returned, and Mina leapt up and hugged him as he entered. She grinned, and was so happy it came off her like a force.
So I guess you did it.
I did, but I need you to help with the final test. Take your magic resistance ring off, please.
Okay.
Mina sat him on the bed after he had taken off one of the ruby rings. She didn't need the book now. She could make a leash very quickly. She placed her hand around his neck, whispered, "Control," and as she said it, she thought of the distance he was allowed to go. She said, "Death, pain," and thought of her linked to him.
Pain?
It's an extra, but I want to test if it works. She pinched her hand, and he just nodded.
I felt it.
Good, good. The room was big, and she turned and started to walk. As she gained around 10 strides, he was pulled off the bed. He didn't try to help himself and was dragged along the floor as she walked. It was easy for her. No big weight. The leash did it all. She laughed. Now you hope I can break it. She walked back to the bed and Gunnolf regained his seat, brushing some dust off himself.
How?
Well, I'm not strong enough to break Yolland's magic, but it will break itself if you're dead. His eyes opened wide.
What?
Just for a second. I bet it's quick. I'll just stop your heart for a few moments, then restart it. She'd been reading all her books, and Small Deaths was a manual of how to kill people with the least magic possible. Stopping a heart was easy and damned effective, as was popping a thing called a blood grain in the eye. Gunnolf agreed with a nod. She liked Carthians. Not allowed to be scared, he really was the best test subject for her magic. He had to put up with it all, or his gods would mock him. She reached out and put her hand to his chest and simply thought stop as she imagined a cage of magic around his heart like a fist, and closed it. She saw his face contort, and he fell to the bed. He was dead in seconds. As Mina watched the leash stayed solid and she grew scared, she looked at Gunnolf. No life, no breath. He seemed very dead, like a massive weight. Shit. Then it broke. The leash just faded away in front of her eyes. She ran to him and removed the cage on his heart with a thought. "Spark!" she yelled. A jerk of energy shot from her hand into his heart. and it started to beat again. He opened his eyes and sat up, clutching his chest and breathing deeply. He looked at her, clearly in pain, but he couldn't say it.
She'll hate you.
I know. Now let's practice from the other side of the room.
Gunnolf. They drove around in the wagon for 2 days before they got lucky. The third day, they saw Yolland take his usual route, and Skinner was able to pull up right in front of him. He stopped for the wagon, but Sarah was right in front of him. Skinner drove off quickly before he could start yelling they had blocked his way. The next day they saw him coming up the road, and thankfully Sarah was behind him. Gunnolf heard a knock on the roof. Skinner was ready. He knocked a bolt to the weapon. He even had his harrowing arrow to help. He wanted to be sure. He knew Mina was waiting and ready. She'd left that morning in her beggar's outfit and a dirty face. She seemed happy to try her power against Yolland, and didn't seem to think she could fail now she had figured it out. She could kill the girl, that was a risk, but she'd tried it on him a lot. Grella would be scared shitless of her now. She could stop a heart from across the room, and then restart it with a tiny bolt of power. The wagon started to roll. Skinner was certainly earning his money. He shouted at people to move, and it pulled slowly to a stop right in front of Yolland. He looked up as it blocked his path. Skinner yelled,
"Yolland!"
and the man looked up. Gunnolf sat up in the window and aimed. He fired the bolt. It flew out, seemingly in slow motion. He half expected it to hit an invisible shield, but no, it hit him hard in the white robe. He saw it sink into his heart and he cried out, falling back, blood pouring from the wound. Gunnolf felt such elation as the carriage lit out fast and Skinner started to let the horse go. He looked out and back. The lifeless body of Yolland was on the ground. Sarah was on the ground too. She looked dead as well. Then he saw her stand up, holding her chest. He knew that feeling. She actually looked at Yolland, but didn't cry like a wife should. She wandered around as guards bent to him. The carriage rolled on, but the streets were full of people. They moved only 1 block and then he heard 3 knocks on the roof. That was Skinner's code for run. He took his crossbow, strapped it over his back, and ran from the side of the wagon. Gunnolf leapt from the open door and into the street. People were yelling and screaming. He started to run and saw there were 2 young mages on his tail. They had been near to Yolland and had seen him fire the arrow. Thankfully, Skinner was gone in moments, slinking through the crowd. Gunnolf, the big Carthian bastard that he was a little more obvious. Right now, being a head taller than every Fredonian was a curse. He ran up the street, pushing past carriages and horses, and turned down a narrow road full of market stalls on either side. He ran and saw a ball of fire crash hard into a wagon next to him. It burst into flames and people screamed, diving for cover. He heard someone yell,
"Stop, murderer!"
But he didn't stop. He ran as fast as he could, shoving people left and right. He turned down another street and saw a high wall at the end. He ran to it as fast as he could and hoped. He leapt and kicked his foot halfway up, then reached out and grabbed the top. He screamed in pain. Fucking broken glass. But he pulled himself over as fast as he could, the stolen leather armor under his clothes helping as his stomach eased over. Another bolt of fire came flying past his head. He threw himself over the wall and landed badly. His leg jarred hard as he hit the uneven cobbles of the road. He went down, but got back up fast, pushing through the pain. Gunnolf turned and loaded his bow. He waited. The hand of another man came over the wall. A small, weak hand, but covered in a blue glow. He knew what that meant. Skin ward, yet it only covered his hands. He pulled himself up and Gunnolf fired. The bolt hit him, just as he looked up, right in the eye. The mage fell back into the alley, an arrow sticking from him. Gunnolf knew there was another one, and almost gasped when he saw the wall at the end of the alley. Suddenly a doorway appeared in it and opened. He saw a man standing there holding a stick of chalk. Bloody chalk. Gunnolf had loaded his weapon and fired it again. It launched at the mage and bounced off the air before him.
"You're dead, street trash."
He raised his hands at Gunnolf, and 2 bolts of fire launched from them. They were huge and strong and hit before him, but simply faded to nothing. The man screamed, and keeping his hand out, fired a stream of bolts that came and hit the air before him again and again. The man screamed at him,
"Wards fail, and you will die."
Gunnolf dropped his crossbow and took the mace from his belt. His hand was cut and bloody, but he could hold it. It felt good in his hand. He leapt at the man as the fire hit around him, doing nothing. He was knocked back by the force of Gunnolf's big body. No shield, they only did one spell at once, it seemed. Gunnolf grabbed his hands and pinned them down. He swung his mace with a single hand at the man's face. It smashed hard into an invisible barrier. The man grinned. Gunnolf smashed his mace into it, again and again. He saw the smile start to fade and a look of concentration on his face. He knew the boy was working hard to maintain the shield. Gunnolf smashed his mace against the invisible wall again as hard as he could. His muscles screamed with effort, but he lifted it back and hit again, using all of his power and rage. Wards can fail, good to know. His blows were getting closer and closer, and he saw fear in the man's face. He couldn't cast anything else and maintain the ward. He switched, said a word. Gunnolf didn't know what it was meant to do, but it did nothing. The mace came down again and hit his fine face with Gunnolf's full strength. It had been so long, and he knew the weapon was eager. He heard the bones in the man's face smash, and the mace came away, a bloody mess where his face once was. Gunnolf stood, shaken but alive. He shook off the mace. It had blood and bone dripping from it. "I know, a common with wards, it's like cheating," and started to loot his body, taking the chalk and searching further. He had one of the ugly rings. As Gunnolf watched, his face started to heal. He was dead, but he'd be risen by his comrades. Gunnolf drew the ring off the mage's finger and put it on. Maina hadn't made his yet. He walked to him and stabbed the harrower into him. A stone in the hilt glowed red.
Mina. She had spent the next 2 days practicing how to stop and restart a heart. She could now do it from far across the room, with her hands down. It was a deadly piece of magic. She could kill most non-magic people with a few words. She now understood why people feared wizards so much. They were throwing fireballs around when they could just do this. Still, it seemed like they view this kind of death magic poorly. The writer of Small Deaths was clearly crazy, as a lot of the chapters made no sense to her at all. They spoke about how to kill demons, whatever they were. Mina was dressed as a beggar, but a nice one, since this was the good side of the river. She dressed as a down-on-her-luck widow. She had a sign and a cup, and she was earning quite well. She sat on the corner of the street, displaying her sign about how her husband had died and she was short of rent. The corner was on King Street and Duke. Yolland walked up Duke every day after school, went a block or 2 down King's, and got into his carriage. He didn't park near the school as it was all forested. Besides, his driver was here waiting for him, every day. She'd seen him the day before, and had thought that they would do it. She was ready, the spell on her lips. She'd kill the poor girl and then restart her heart when the leash broke. But she never heard the voice. She saw the carriage roll up, but the girl was in front of Yolland, and Gunnolf would have shot her. The next day, Mina was back in the same spot. She'd been sitting for a while as the wagon was waiting. Then he started up the street, and the wagon rolled out slowly. She saw it all in slow motion. Yolland was there, the girl next to him. Mina knew it would happen. The wagon pulled up in front of Yolland and the girl, and she saw Skinner driving. He yelled,
"Yolland!"
And the man looked up. She looked at the girl, Sarah. Her back was to Mina. She and Yolland walked past her every day, but no coin. She thought of Sarah's heart, felt connected, and thought stop. She imagined her fist grabbing it and squeezing. It would hurt a lot, but she'd be free. Sarah staggered and fell. A guard grabbed her, and she died within moments. She looked up to see Gunnolf in the window of the carriage, a look of deadly concentration on his face. The bolt fired out, and she saw the man's body buckle. He toppled down, the arrow deep in him. She felt the leash was gone. The girl had been dead for a long time, while she watched, distracted. She closed her eyes, and thought start. The girl awakened in a moment. She stood, clearly in pain, and the guard held her as she looked at Yolland.
Is he all right?
In a voice devoid of feeling. The guard went to him. He was dead, the arrow sticking from him. The stone in it glowed red, and Mina knew that was his magic. What would they do with it? As she looked up, she saw 2 mages running after the carriage. She leapt forward and pushed through the crowd to the body. She ripped the arrow out of Yolland's chest and turned to run as fast as she could. That wasn't the plan. The arrow was meant to stop him healing himself, but she'd seen it and wanted it. The power of Yolland just there and waiting. Now it was hers. If they got it, they might bring him back. But if she took it, maybe she could unlock it and use it. As she ran, she realized no one was chasing her. She turned a corner and stopped. She crouched in an alley and waited, the heart-stopping spell on her lips, but no one came. They were chasing Gunnolf. She looked at the arrow and shuddered. Why had she taken it? Was she really going to steal his magic? She knew where Gunnolf would go if he survived. He had a camp set and ready. If he was going up against 2 mages, he might not make it, or might need some healing. Mina tucked the arrow into her bag and took off her beggar's rags to show a normal dress beneath.
Gunnolf! He found old Nellie waiting for him at the city gate livery. He'd paid them for her care, which was a joke as it cost nearly as much as the animal herself, but as he rode her out of the city he was glad for it. She was part of the team too. He didn't plan to go back to his room, but had set up a little camp a few miles from the city. Not near Grella, as he didn't want the danger brought to her door. He had a tent, a fire, and his little collection of weapons. He intended to stay for a few days, and then when it was quiet, go back to his room and keep living his life. The 2 mages had seen his face, but they were dead now. If he was honest, he felt proud, especially about that last one. A true battle, and he'd won. The Carthian gods, especially Helvan, would be pleased with him. He felt he should leave the city. He was rich now and would be glad to leave with Mina. They would both be wanted, and she was more than skilled enough to pass the trials of entrance for the Red Palace. He was happy to spend a few days camping. In fact, it would be almost fun. He'd sit by the fire and look out into the daylight. He'd even have some wine. He'd done it. Yolland the Grand was dead. He'd been killed, and everyone would know it was at the hands of a common. Now they would hopefully treat them with a bit more respect. He had to get into the city and get his gold, though. 40 more to add to his swelling purse. Killing wizards was profitable. He was sitting on a stash of nearly 110 gold already. Mina had broken the leash in time. He'd seen the girl die for a moment and then wake up. It had worked. The little mage had gone against the best and she'd won. Mina knew where his camp was. They would meet up after it was done, if they were both able and alive. She'd helped him so much. This wouldn't have been possible without her. At a very random place in the road, Gunnolf directed Nellie in between 2 trees, and she walked calmly into the forest. There was no path, and in moments he had to dismount and walk with her. The camp was in the middle of nowhere, a good distance away from the road, and no one should find it. People hated this forest. No hunters entered it, as a lot of the trees were the grave markers of the fallen. He walked on with Nellie until he was near to his camp. He saw the firelight through the trees, and drawing his bow, he slunk towards it, leaving her tied up. He walked forward to the fire and lowered the bow. "Hello, Mina." She was at the fire. He was relieved she had made it, and clearly she felt the same. She stood and hugged him, hard and long. She had to stop doing that. She was changed back into normal clothes.
So you did it?
She had some tea brewing. Grella would be proud. We did it.
True enough. I saw 2 mages chasing you, but you made it.
Those rings saved me again. He held out his hand, showing them off, and she held them.
I should recharge them. The fire one is very close to gone. A few more blasts and it would be... Damn.
He took them off and handed them to her. She whispered over them, held them, and then opened her eyes.
You can talk to me. I can do 2 things at once. He laughed. So what now?
He passed her a pouch of gold. In it was 25 coins. I think half is fair, given you did a lot, and I think I can get us passage on a ship. Mina took the gold and looked pleased. It was a lot.
Where?
First stop to Carthage is a boat to Drindon, and going to their main city.
Sounds like a plan to me.
He wanted to go back home but would be returning rich, strong, and 5 years younger, which would be good. She handed back his rings. They glowed with power.
I have an idea for these. What if we take out the stones and set them where they can't be seen?
Like where? A necklace? She laughed.
I was thinking of inside you. Ready for some more pain, Carthian? Mina. Gunnolf had survived. He came limping into the camp, and she was so happy. They had done it. He'd beaten one of the most powerful mages. Or they had. She leapt up and hugged him. Then she felt he was uneasy with it and let him go. It was odd. Sometimes he treated her like a little sister, but sometimes she saw lust in his eyes when he looked at her. For her part, she loved him. Maybe not as a woman loves her husband, but certainly she loved who he was, and she wanted to be around him. If it grew into more, that was fine. He wasn't ugly anymore, though he was a bit old. You did it! He gave her a pouch of gold for her part, and spoke of getting a ship to Kingsland and starting their adventure. She was glad that it hadn't died along with him. She wanted to go to the Red Palace and learn. She knew that she was a real mage now, through and through. He might think that her saying yes to a year's travel was a lot, but she knew it was a year's travel for someone who was going to live until they were 150. Unless she took a crossbow bolt from a crazy Carthian, she'd give Gunnolf his 5 years, and it would be worth it for both of them. They also needed to leave. The White Palace would be after them until the end of time. Learning to be a war mage seemed like a good idea. Mina had been charging his wards, and they were strong. The fire one was a very good one. When you were afraid of fire, it sprang to life. So someone just had to make a ball, and you had a shield. Still, they were rings on fingers and could be taken off. She'd had an idea for days, and he was fine with pain, or would pretend to be. He also had a line ring, so she could use his for something else. They can go inside of you? Shortly after that, he sat with his shirt and armor off, bare-backed in front of her. She felt sad looking at the scars. He had marks of many whippings across his back. What are they from?
Mostly showing weakness on the battlefield or in training.
Maybe the Red Palace wouldn't be a haven. The Carthians were a tough people. She knew their history. Their city was once a grand city of dark-skinned people. It had a king, but they had many wizards. Along came a people called the Romans. Despite the kingdom's magic, they crushed Carthage and killed most of its people, and their leader decided to stay and make a new Rome. A good 50 years later, the invaders were numbered in their thousands and could do magic. They crushed Rome and pretty much everywhere else. They were the new Carthians. I could heal them, like your face?
I earned them, and no one sees them but me. It's fine.
She knew he wouldn't let her fix them. Warriors wanted some scars. Mina knew the wards would work best if they were near what they did. She took her dagger and popped a stone from the first ring, holding the enchantment in place as she destroyed its housing. She had the ugly ring, which held a powerful enchantment of healing and stopping blood flow. She put it in first, so it would do its work on the rest. Mina put that one in his big shoulder, as it wouldn't hurt much. Then she put the tip of the dagger to his forehead. The next was to stop mind control. This will hurt. Actually, I can dull the pain.
Don't. It's good practice.
She laughed, and with a quick cut, she created a small gash in the skin on his head. He let out a little grunt of pain, but covered his mouth. Mina put the stone in the bloody cut, pressing it down. As she held the stone, the flesh started to heal. She repeated it 4 more times. She put the 2 fire wards near his heart, the magic one in his left wrist, and the poison one above his stomach. He had cried out when she cut him, but she teased him. No weakness on the battlefield.
No, sir.
She stood back. I do good work. I'll go find some nettles for the tea. Have a mead or a rum and relax a bit. Mina went to get some nettles. She didn't need them, but wanted to give him some time to be alone with his pain.
Gunnolf! Mina wanted to go to Carthage. Clearly her lust for magical skill blinded her. He wanted to go home. What person didn't? Yet he knew what his people were. A hard people in a hard land. They were light-skinned in the desert. Still, he'd be welcome back. He'd left the army in good grace, served twice his term, and earned honor. Now he'd killed a handful of mages and was bringing one to be trained. He'd give her his 4 years. She had done more than enough for him. He was in pain, but now he was a very dangerous person, a cutthroat who healed fast. It was the dream. He was the sword, with a mage's gifts. From the distance he saw a woman approaching, her hands up in surrender. He stood up from the fire, crossbow raised, pointed at her. He thought it might be Mina returning, but it was too soon. And this one had black hair. Maybe they had found him. Maybe it was Grella and she needed them. It wasn't them. It was Sarah. She walked to him slowly. She'd been crying, and she sat by his fire, without invitation. He was surprised to see her. She didn't look like she'd walked more than a few steps, which meant a carriage, and she wouldn't have had one in her normal wizard-free life. As Gunnolf sat, he took the chalk out of his pocket and dropped it on the ground.
You killed my husband.
He had thought the spell would have faded by now, but clearly not. Another person to hate him forever. Had she inherited Yolland's wealth? He didn't think women could inherit. He didn't like it. She said the words, cried the tears, but they seemed like play acting. He could hear people out there in the forest. He hoped Mina was safe. Then she started laughing.
Can I stop now?
Yolland came walking out of the forest, 4 mages and 4 city guards beside him. The guards had crossbows raised and ready, which they pointed at him. The mages were dressed like the second speaker at the event he'd attended. He knew they belonged to the restoration of the line, some kind of lawmen for wizards.
Yes, honey. You played a good joke on my friend. Thank you.
She laughed and ran off back to their carriage, which was clearly nearby. Gunnolf was stunned. It had failed, but he'd seen the blood and the arrow sink in. Mina had shown it to him. It was red. It had taken someone's power. Yolland sat down by the fire. He looked very much alive but mad. Gunnolf was scared of the man now. He was much more than what he seemed. Unlike the others he'd killed, Yolland had rings on every finger and seemed fine with using them. He also had his staff with him, and he held it in his hand.
Gunnolf, was it? I almost didn't recognize you, but I must say I'm very angry with you. I pay you not to try and kill me, but you still do. Worst of all, I have spent the better part of a week dealing with this, preparing, and now we have to have your trial and execution. Not only that, it's now well known a common tried to kill a wizard. You failed, but you tried, and that will give them hope, given that you have killed 5 of us. You're hardly the stupidest common I have met. Sadly for your kind.
How are you alive?
I'm very good at what I do. I thought you might take the money and leave, but then the 3 students died and someone stole their wards. Then you showed up at the speech I gave, so I had you followed. Wagon hired, crossbow practice. It was very easy to see what you were planning.
I saw you die.
Is that so amazing? After all you've seen me do, A glamour. A simple glamour. You killed a fine fellow of the line. Who was it?
One of the mages spoke, clearly mad at Gunnolf for the loss of his friend.
It was Gareth Simpson. He would have made it if not for that witch dagger, and he couldn't heal in time.
Gunnolf had seen the lecture. He knew these line bastards were all trained to heal rapidly and stop the blood flow. Hard to do when you had a harrow knife deep in you. Yolland kept going.
Now your kill list is what? 31?
35.
Ah, wards, yes. So annoying. But what I really worry about it that my leash was broken, which means you had help from a mage. At first I thought that Blackthorn bitch was helping you, but now I know. There is a natural out and about. My friends from the line have been hunting her, and I think you know where she is.
I won't tell you.
Listen, she's more important to us than you.
He pulled out a bag of gold. It was bulging.
200 gold. Tell me where she is. You leave, alive and rich.
She's dead. Breaking the spell killed her.
Don't lie. I can still sense her out and about. You'll tell me.
Gunnolf spat at him. He wanted to get himself taken, and fast, before Mina returned. I won't tell you.
You will. You're not a mage. If my guards take your rings, you'll tell me. But where is the fun in that?
Two of the city guards walked forward and pinned Gunnolf's arms behind his back. Yolland stood before him and, gathering his fist, hit him in the face. It hurt so much, he couldn't believe the old man had it in him. He spat out a broken tooth and blood. His lip was broken open.
Where is she?
Gunnolf laughed. Dead. Yolland hit him again and again, then waved his hand over Gunnolf's face, and it healed in moments. Then hit him again. He didn't even give the ward time to work. Yolland laughed.
You are good fun, truly.
The man muttered a few words, and Gunnolf felt himself getting so hot that his clothes burst into flames as he sat. He leapt up and expected pain, but nothing. He rolled around on the ground. His clothes were being ruined. Once it had been put out, he stood, clothes charred but flesh unburned.
Take his wards off,
Yolland snapped. Two guards took him at knife point and searched his hands. They were bare. They took off his boots and looked, but there was nothing on his feet. Yolland laughed.
Did you swallow them? Nice idea, but wards, my stupid friend, have a charge. They don't last forever, like most magic. We'll burn you. It'll just take a while, and then you'll talk.
He couldn't run. There were too many of them, and they knew about the wards, so they would just get the information they wanted the old-fashioned way. They couldn't break his mind or burn him quickly, but they could torture the information out of him. Yolland stood up.
So, my man, you have a choice. Come along. Get in the wagon and to your cell, or I have my guards break your legs and drag you.
I'll come. I know when I'm beaten.
You will.
Mina. She walked back to the camp, holding the nettles for the tea. Suddenly, she felt something. Magic was being used. She could sense it. She started to run to the camp as fast as she could, but she was too late. It was empty. She looked and saw a few drops of blood. They weren't from the cutting she'd done. There were many footprints, big, heavy boots. They had found him. She knew the mind reading and control ward would last a good few days. It was a hard magic to master, but fire was easy. His ward would fail fast, as would the healing. That was meant for a single wound a few times. Mina knew they would have taken him to the White Palace. No one had murdered a mage before, and now Gunnolf had killed several of them. They would execute him for Yolland alone. But then there were the ones who had chased him, and her, and the 3 in the tavern. He'd killed a lot of them. It would be a public execution to warn other commons from acting the same, but she knew they'd torture him too. Surely they knew she had helped him. Yolland was far from dumb. That leash was broken by a mage. And a mage had recharged and placed those wards. She had to rescue Gunnolf. She looked in her pocket and pulled out the chalk. He'd left it for her. Mina took up her things and walked to the road. As she walked, she heard a sound to the left. It was the loud neighing of a horse. Nellie. She ran to the beast, and the strange old thing was chewing through its lead. It wanted to go. Mina looked at it. I'll be faster on foot. But as she looked at Nellie, she stopped. She wasn't hiding anymore. If she could do it, she would. She would do anything. She'd burn that palace down. Placing her hands on the horse, she connected with it. She felt how old she was, weak, but full of fight. Mina closed her eyes and said out loud, "Backwards, backwards." She brought all her power and let it drain from her into the spell. She felt it working, and she opened her eyes. As she did, she saw the animal change. Her gray coat and mane grew full of life and color. She seemed taller. The muscles came back, and her black eyes grew sharp. Nellie neighed loudly. Before Mina stood a fine, 2-year-old mare. "Damn, I'm good." She was drained of power, though. She felt weak and tired. Mina pulled out the arrow from her bag. She held it in her hand and just thought, give. She felt the power entering her, filling her with energy. Then something happened in her. She felt darkness spread over her mind. It was like a sickness. She wanted to leave Gunnolf. Leave now she had the power and gold. She could find her own way in the world. She didn't need him. She fought against it. She knew the power had its own personality. She asked her grandfather to fight, and in an instant the feeling was gone, and the power she'd stolen was the servant of her power. She felt in her, but it bowed. She understood it was hers now, and she was stronger. It was no longer Yoland's. It was weak, but hers. Thanks, grandfather. Mina put her foot in the stirrup and leapt onto Nellie. She grabbed the reins and untied them with a flick of her fingers. She turned her to the road. The horse went between the branches, sure and strong. Mina had no idea what she was thinking, if a horse even had thoughts, but she'd one day be the oldest horse in Fredonia.
Gunnolf. He was walked through the forest trees. 2 men close behind him with loaded crossbows pointed at him, 2 at the front, scouting ahead. His hands were in chains that had a bloody diamond in them, some kind of magic preventing thing. He just thought of getting it out and selling it. Soon he was at the road and saw they were very well prepared. There were 2 vehicles, one a fine carriage and the other a prison wagon. They clearly didn't want anyone to see him. Gunnolf was walked to the back of the wagon. A big lock was opened by a mage who waved his hand over it, and he was shoved into it hard. The wagon had no windows in its thick wooden walls, which could take many arrows or hits from an axe. 2 of the city guards got in with him, crossbows still pointed at him. He lay in the middle. They sat on 2 seats. He didn't know them, but they looked ready to kill him. He kept staring at one as the door shut, leaving them in a dim light from the grill behind the driver. The prison wagon bumped along the road, hitting every single hole and uneven piece of dirt. He could track their progress as they stopped and moved on. They stopped at the gate, then more bumps, but people yelling. They stopped again on the bridge, more guards yelling. They moved on, this time over cobbles. He felt every one of them, and then finally there was dirt again as they came to the inner forest. He was going to the palace. He'd be tried for murder. Even if he'd failed at Yolland, he'd killed more than a handful trying. Yolland had said it was a bad thing, but truly this whole sorry adventure showed how common he was. He had thought he'd killed the man, was sure of it, but he had really just killed a guard with his guys. He knew Mina would come back to the camp, see he was gone and probably do something stupid. He doubted if her, Skinner and Grella all together could do much against 200 or more mages. His stupid adventure would come to an end, and all his new power would be worthless in the face of real magic. The wagon stopped finally at the gate of the school. He heard them get off and out, and soon enough the door at the back opened. Yolland stood there, looking tired.
What an effort. So you will be our guest for a few days in our dungeon, and then you'll face your trial.
The door slammed shut, and the wagon moved on. It went to the back of the palace. Gunnolf could almost laugh at it all if he wasn't going to die. These idiots had such control. They had no real dungeon, as no one had ever done what he'd done before. They had taken him from the wagon and down a flight of stone stairs. He was expecting torture racks and horror, but he was shoved through a door into a massive cell. The prison cell he was shoved into was in fact nicer than his room at the tavern. It was like they didn't know how to do rough. Stone walls, large and spacious, a series of small beds in a row, with a small space between them. It was a cell for around 20 people, like a real jail, but there weren't 20 people, there was just him. He went to the beds and pushed 4 of them together to make one massive bed. It looked inviting, there were even fresh sheets. He lay down on it and slept. He was tired, so very tired and pissed off. He'd been so pleased with himself, and now everyone would know what happened when you raised your hand to a wizard. He just wished he'd killed the bastard. Then this would be worth it. He woke up screaming. He had dreamed he was burning alive and felt the fire and flames licking his skin. He sat up. A voice spoke.
They don't work as well when you sleep.
Yolland was sitting at his small table. He had a table in the room near the bed. He had been watching Gunnolf while he slept. Gunnolf saw from the moonlight coming through the window that it was night time. The mage had just gone about his day and come back here at the end of it. Where is she?
Who? Your little mage friend, Mina. Or Sarah, my beloved.
Sarah. Mina is dead. Sitting up in his bed. He was fully clothed.
She's fine. I mean scared. She was killed by your friend. A nice trick, and I've changed my leash, so try that again, and it won't work. It will only break on my word.
Good for you. So what now, torture?
Of course, or your trial and a swift execution. I want you to tell me where she is. You're no threat. You got lucky. But a rogue mage, especially a girl who is a natural, is very dangerous.
You can't make me talk.
I can. You see, you're a common, and I'm a wizard who actually knows the secrets of the universe. I use the word universe in sentences and know what it means. You have no concept of what the world is. You think that what you see is all there is. Now, when it comes to magic, I know wards. I have studied yours as you slept, and you're only protected from fire and poison, magic and mind reading and control. That healing one is from the line, and only good for a few attacks. Now, if I can ask, why did you think an arrow would work?
You can't protect against sudden attack.
Don't tell me what I can and can't do. I can make a rapid healing charm. I can make a skin barrier. I can harden the skin. I can do near anything. And I can do this. Guards.
The same 4 men rushed into the room and pinned him down. Yolland ripped open his shirt and placed the blade against his skin. Not right over the heart, but just above it. He closed his eyes and moved the tip to above the wards.
I know they are in there, and I could cut them out, but you went to so much effort, like an idiot.
He stabbed the blade in so it drew some blood. As he watched, the wound healed, and Yolland smiled.
Also, I want my students to practice fireballs. Tomorrow is your trial. Good luck.
Mena. She rode Nellie towards Grella's house as fast as she could go, which was fast. She didn't know what it would like to turn from being ancient and near death to in your prime, and then be urged to run. Yet Nellie bolted along the uneven dirt like she was flying. Mina didn't need to guide her. There was a straight line, though, the trees, and she thought and worried as Nellie ran. In less time than she expected, she was at the door to the cottage. Grella came running out as she jumped off the horse. Her legs were shaking, and she was panting, as was the animal. She went into Grella's arms and started to cry. It was a sudden release. She felt it well up, and then it stopped. She stood up and broke free. I need you. He needs you.
What happened? Did it fail?
Mina realized she hadn't seen them in almost a week and had no idea. It worked. I broke the leash. Gunnolf shot him. The arrow stopped him from healing, and he died. But then when we were at camp, thinking of what heroes we were and they came, I was off getting bloody nettles and they must have taken him.
Come in. There will be a trial. We have a day or two.
Grella walked into the cottage, and Mina followed her in and sat down. From the cupboard, Grella pulled out 2 large mugs. She then went to a barrel and poured them full of mead. She filled the mugs to the top, and they sloshed over as she set them down.
We need this.
They both drank as Mina sat, slowly calming down. Then she spoke. They will take him to the palace, right?
Certainly. They have their own justice. He'll be punished, but away from us commons. They don't want his crime to give others hope.
I'm going to try rescue him. I'll burn that place down if I have to. She was so angry, and she didn't know why. Did she care enough to throw her life away for him? He'd done it for her and Sarah, and would again. She just couldn't leave him in their hands, and knew that if it was her that had been caught, he'd try free her, even though he had no chance. Grella sighed.
I love him too, but it's death. You think they want him? What threat is he now? They want you. They want you to try so they can get you both, together in death.
I'll do it alone if I have to, but I might succeed if you help me. Grella finished her mead.
I'll help, but we are planning this. We are not running in like 2 idiots and getting killed. As I said, we have a day at least. And I think I know Yolland. He won't let Gunnolf die until we try.
But what will they do to him in the meantime?
Nothing he can't survive.
Gunnolf. He woke in the morning, the sun shining in through the vast window and onto his face. He was well rested. On the table was a steaming bowl of something, even a little bowl of salt. It filled him with certainty. It was too nice. They were going to kill him. He sat up and ate his food. By the time he'd finished his bowl, he was good with it. He'd had a full life. He'd tried against a powerful force, and the gods would surely give him praise. He wouldn't scream when they killed him, fire or not. He'd take it. He was glad Mina hadn't tried anything. Maybe Grella had talked her out of it. This was all happening very fast. No time to plan a great escape. Gunnolf sat for a time, and then 4 guards came to get him. They were the mages from the forest, members of the line or whatever. One gestured for him to stand. He was the angry one. Gunnolf had killed his friend, it seemed. He was actually a decent height, had short black hair and looked dangerous. He, unlike some of the line mages, had rings. He had an ugly one. Gunnolf knew he'd enchanted it himself, and it was the healing one. Who are you?
Damian Simpson.
I killed your brother then. Sorry, I thought he was Yolland.
My cousin, but like a brother. You know I do blame you, but Yolland too. He knew what you were planning and where you'd be. He just wanted to see if you could do it, break his leash. Still, he should have killed you in your sleep.
So it's not my fault then. The man hit him hard in the stomach.
A dog that doesn't know its place is always to blame.
He was walked from the room by the 4 mage guards. He went quietly. It was a strange feeling for Gunnolf. He knew he would die. Grella had said he would, and he was sure of it. The funny thing was, he wasn't very sad about it. He'd never really liked himself, or ever been very happy. The last few days had been a good bit of fun, and now he had to pay for it. But his scar was gone. He'd earned some coin, met some nice women. It wasn't at all bad. Also, he had over 100 gold buried and Skinner would get it. He and Jenny could have a nice life with it. At least he'd managed to ruin this man's week. Besides, Mina was still out there, and she'd be a lot harder to kill than him. It was too bad about Carthage, though. He'd wanted to go back and show his old troop his new skills. The room the trial was held in was even more impressive than the theatre. He imagined it must have been made with magic, rather than by human hands. It was a room of vast, high ceilings. It was full of columns, with seats all along the sides filled with people. There was a panel of judges, it seemed, all the head teachers, and even his new foe, Warden Flint. It would never happen now, but he would have loved to start a little group of desperate cutthroats who killed and robbed wizards. Oh well, they'd have been so rich, and once one had a few wards it was a lot easier. Yolland was the main judge and was seated at the centre of the panel. Gunnolf was led across the room to sit in front of him. It was a huge room, filled with nearly every student in the school. Gunnolf could see they were going to make him suffer in front of them all. It was strange for the judge to be the victim, but he hadn't expected a very fair trial. Yolland stood.
We all know the crimes. This dirty common has committed a swath of murder, killed our good friend Master Jensen, his friends, many members of the line, even good Gareth Stinson. He's tried to kill me, and most importantly, he went back on a deal with me. I paid him not to try kill me, but try he did, wasting my time and now wasting your time. We have witnesses, but we are judge, jury, and executioners, so I say let's have some fun. He has taken the novel approach of having anti-fire and healing wards set inside him. Hilarious, I know, so we'll see how long they last.
If Gunnolf hated Yolland, he saw that his guard Damien did too now. He was fairly sure the mage he'd killed was named Simpson, not Stinson. That was rude, and he spoke of his wasted time like it was more important than all the lives Gunnolf had taken. Yolland was a bastard. There wasn't a trial, really. The judges thought about it for less than a few breaths, and one yelled out, "Guilty!" to much applause from the students. The sad or insane thing was that they ranged in age from 6 or so to 17. He looked at the anger and hate in one young boy's face. He must have been only 10. What kind of monster would he be? He heard the thundering from the students and the others assembled. Gunnolf turned to look at them. It seemed like hundreds and hundreds. No class today, just his trial and execution. He didn't get to say anything, which was a shame, as he had a speech ready, but he was led out by Damien and his armoured brethren. "It's Simpson, right?"
Yes, it is.
And shoved Gunnolf hard in the back, but he looked upset. "Not Stinson." The man punched him in the back of the head, and he staggered, but laughed. The guards led him through a different door, and the scene changed dramatically. He stood in a vast courtyard behind the palace, and the guards took him and tied him to a massive wooden pole sticking from the ground. His hands were bound with an invisible chain that the mage guard cast with a word. It stretched his arms out behind him. Gunnolf looked at the growing crowd, trying not to let himself be afraid. First a few, then 10, then 20, then more. Soon he was surrounded by hundreds of white-robed men and boys. They looked evil, mean and dangerous. He'd raised a hand, and they'd show him. He was like a dog that had bitten its master. These mages all thought they were so far above him, and commons like him. They could barely believe what he'd done. Yolland walked through the crowd, the students making way for him. He spoke, and all heard his words. They echoed across the courtyard.
Students, now is a great time to test your fireballs. Think flames. Think of the pain you want to cause. Think hate. The hotter the hate, the hotter the flame. I know you have all learned, but the technique is to focus on that memory that make you feel the most hate and bring it forth. If you need them, the words flashin' or hatin' will work fine.
Gunnolf watched as literally hundreds of students in the front rows raised hands. He knew death was coming, but wished it didn't have to be so fucking painful. Yolland looked at him and raised his 2 hands, fingers spread, palms towards him, 10 strides away.
You should have taken the money.
Fire shot out from his hands, not a ball but a solid blast. It was like a wall of fire. It hit before him and broke, but kept coming from Yolland's hands in a solid stream. In moments, dozens more balls were flying at him. Many students were yelling, and he heard flashin' or hatin', which he guessed were fire and hate. He flinched in his chains as they crashed before him. Fire was all he could see as they hit, but there was no heat, no nothing. Still, they kept up the barrage. It seemed like such a long time. And then he felt it. It was getting hot, slowly but building, getting worse as the balls kept hitting, while Yolland and 2 others kept a blast of constant fire. He could imagine the ward failing. The wall before him seemed to falter, and then it did. The blast from Yolland ripped through something. He felt the heat and pain as the flames ripped into the shell of protection and engulfed him. Gunnolf screamed in pain and another ball hit him. His skin and clothes were burning, and the pain was unbearable. He would cry, but what tears could he form? He felt it building. The pain was so great, his body was failing, and he willed it to. Gunnolf bit his own burned and charred lip. As the fire kept hitting him, the bastard ward tried to heal him. It wasn't strong enough, and only healed his skin enough to burn for longer. Gunnolf almost cried out, and then had to, unable to hold it. "Helven!" he yelled. He died like a Carthian, and the gods would be proud. Skinner.
He was riding a horse up the path to the witch's cottage. It was a stupid thing to do, but what choice did he have? He had 2 friends in total, his wife Jenny and the big thug Gunnolf. They'd become friends 5 years ago when he'd saved Skinner's neck from an overzealous trader who caught him with his hand in his pocket. Gunnolf had saved his life that day. He'd always known he'd have to pay him back, and now that day was here. He felt he was to blame in a way. He'd told Gunnolf about the job, and he knew he'd take it. His friend was a strange one. He was seeking death, a noble end. Sword in hand and swinging at 20 men. Skinner wanted to go rich in bed at 85, but that was him. The 2 new women in Gunnolf's life were his only hope. He'd met Mina, and she was a firebrand. She was bursting with new power and seemed to want to take on everyone. The witch he'd only heard about, but by reputation, they at least could fight back against wizards. He had run from the carriage and known they had really done it. Yolland was dead. Some common thugs had killed a high mage. Skinner was well paid and happy, and to celebrate, he went with Jenny to the 4 Cups. It was there he'd heard it all, what really happened. Yolland lived, a trick of course, and now they would burn Gunnolf alive. The path to the cottage was straight, and he found it easily, even in the moonlight. The very trees seemed to guide him. The door to the cottage was open. He leapt from his horse and walked right in. She was well trained and would just start grazing nearby. Skinner was